Chapter 8 The Black Leg in Our Time.
Thus, from the beginning of modern exploration, had scurvy been the great enemy of the explorer. During the circumnavigation by Magellan's expedition 1519 to 1522, many died from it. When Scott's party went by sledge to the South Pole for centuries later, in 1912, their strength was sapped by scurvy. They were unable to maintain their travel schedule and died. Nor has scurvy been the nemesis of explorers only. In the First World War, the British Army in the Near East was seriously handicapped by it. In October 1935, an American doctor reported that 100 Ethiopian soldiers per day were dying of scurvy among the troops which struggled against the Italians. There was scurvy among United States troops in the Second World War. The disease wrought havoc during the Alaska and Yukon gold rushes following 1896, when scores of miners died from it. It was a medical delusion for several hundred years that doctors knew exactly how to prevent and how to cure scurvy. The premise from which the doctors started was that vegetables, particularly fruits, prevent blackleg. Since diet consists of animals and plants, the statement came to take the form that scurvy is caused by meat and cured by vegetables. Finally, the doctors standardized on lime juice as the best of preventatives and cures. They named it a sure cure, a specific. Lawmakers followed the doctors. It is on the statute books that during long voyages, the crew is to be supplied with lime juice and induced or compelled to take it. From officers of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and from sourdoughs, I have it in my notebooks, many a case of suffering and death caused by scurvy in the Alaska and Yukon gold rushes. The miner generally began to sicken toward the end of the winter. He had been living on beans and bacon, on fresh bread, rice, oatmeal, sugar, dried fruits, and dried vegetables. When he recognized his trouble as scurvy, he made such efforts as were possible to get the things which he believed would cure him. Apparently, the miner's faith was strongest in raw potatoes. These had to be bought from afar, and there are heroic tales of men who struggled through the wilderness to succour a comrade with a few pounds of what Alaska called spuds. There were similar beliefs in the virtue of onions and some other vegetables. Curiously, there was either no faith in those vegetables, which were locally obtainable, or else a belief that they should be treated in a way which we now understand destroys their value. For instance, a man might have been cured with a salad of the leaves or the green bark of trees. What the miners did with the pine needles and willow bark was to cook them for hours and drink the tea. If they had fresh meat, which would have been curative as an underdone steak or roast, they boiled it to shreds and drank the broth. Death frequently occurred in 2 to 4 months. Ignoring the decimation of armies, which has been taking place in our time, and the burden of scurvy in many walks of civil life through past ages, we turn to the explorers, the class most widely publicized as suffering from and dying of scurvy. It is usual to rank Captain James Cook of the late 18th century with the foremost explorers of all time, part of which fame rests on the assertion that he discovered how to prevent and cure scurvy. Medical books name him as the pioneer in the field, saying that we owe to him the conquest of a dread disease, for he demonstrated that with vegetables, again particularly fruits, scurvy could be prevented on the longest voyages. By statement or inference, the books assert that from this developed the knowledge according to which we extract and bottle the juice of the lime, stock ships with it, and prevent and cure scurvy. The good physicians retained their faith in lime juice as a specific by overlooking its constant failure upon severe test. How stoutly the medical profession kept the faith is shown in a connection with many a British polar expedition. For instance, that of Sir George Nares. When he returned home in 1876, after a year and a half in the field, he reported much illness from scurvy, some deaths, and a partial failure of his exploration program as a result. In his own view, fresh meat could have saved his men, but the doctors, as will be seen when we consider how they later advised Scott, soon forgot whatever impression was made by the opinion of Nares and the facts he adduced to support it. They seem to have squared themselves with the old doctrines by a series of assumptions. That lime juice used by the Nares expedition failed because it was deficient in acid content, that some of the victims did not take as much as was needed, and that perhaps it was too much to expect even the marvellous juice to cope with all the modern conditions which tended, in the view of that time, to bring on scurvy. Absence of the sunlight, bad ventilation, lack of amusement and exercise, insufficient cleanliness. Particularly because of the Nares Medical Court of Inquiry had closed on a note of cleanliness and modern sanitation, one would think the medical men might have felt a severe jolt when they realized some of the 20 years later how Nansen and Johansen had wintered in the Franz Josef Islands in 1895 and 96. They had lived in a hut of stones and walrus leather. The ventilation was slight to conserve fuel. The blubber fire smoked so that the air was additionally bad. Within the house, there was not a ray of daylight for months, and the two men practically hibernated, seldom going outdoors at all and taking as little exercise as appears humanly possible. They never bathed and seldom washed face or hands. Yet their health was perfect all winter, and they came out of their confinement in as good physical condition as any men ever did out of any kind of Arctic wintering. Their food had been exclusively meat, the lean and the fat of walrus, eaten fresh and usually boiled. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of scientists in medicine and the related branches must have seen this account, for Nansen's books were bestsellers, and practically every language and newspapers were full of the story. Yet, the effect upon medical practice was negligible. The doctors and dietitians still continued to pontificate on how meat produced scurvy and on the contributory bad effects on polar expeditions and sailing ships of what they call insufficiency of ventilation, cleanliness, sunlight, and exercise. They still prescribed lime juice and put their whole dependence on it and other vegetable products. Excuses for lime juice and explanations to show why it must not be charged with seeming failures have persisted to our day. It was, for instance, demonstrated with triumph a few years ago that the meaning of lime had changed during the last 100 years. This to justify the claim that it worked better in the 18th century. Then, the juice was made from lemons called limes. Now it is made from limes called limes, and the lime juice from lemons is more potent than lime juice from limes. The antiscorbutic value of lemons may be far greater than that of limes per ounce, but that does not go to the root of the matter. For proof of this, consider how Nansen's experience was reinforced and interpreted by 4 expeditions during the following 20 years. two of them commanded by Robert Falcon Scott, one by Ernest Henry Shackleton, one by me. Scott, in 1900 and 1901, sought the most orthodox scientific counsel when outfitting his first Antarctic expedition. He followed advice by picking lime juice and by picking quantities of fruits and other things as he passed New Zealand. He saw to it that the diet was wholesome, that the men took exercise, and that they bathed and had plenty of fresh air. Yet the scurvy broke out, and subsequently, famous Shackleton, among others, was crippled by it. They were pulling their own sledges at the time, so must have had enough exercise. There was plenty of light, with the unsetting sun beating upon them. There was plenty of fresh air, for they were outdoors. To believers in the catchwords and slogans of their day, and to believers in the virtues of lime juice, the onset of the scurvy was a baffling mystery. That it was Shackleton's scurvy which most interfered with the success of the first Scott expedition was particularly unfortunate, in the light of the jealousies it aroused, the enmities it caused. Scurvy, as diseases go, is really one of the cleanest and least obnoxious, but in English, the name of it is a term of opprobrium, a scurvy fellow, a scurvy trick. Shackleton may have smarted as much under that word association as he did under the direct charge that his weakness had been Scott's main handicap. The passion to clear his name drove him to the organisation of an expedition which many in Britain considered unethical. A subordinate, with incident haste and insistence, crowding forward to eclipse his commander. The crucial element in the first Shackleton expedition to the student of scurvy is the fact that Shackleton was an Elizabethan throwback in the time of Edward VII. He was a Hawkins or a Drake, a buccaneer in spirit and method. He talked louder and more than his good form in modern England. He approached near to brag and swagger. He caused frictions, aroused and fanned jealousies, and won the breathless admiration of youngsters who would have followed Dampier and Frobisher with equal enthusiasm in their piracies and in their explorations. The organisation and the rest of the first Shackleton expedition went with a hurrah. They were as careless as Scott had been careful. They did not have Scott's type of backing, scientific or financial. They arrived helter-skelter on the shores of the Antarctic continent, pitched camp, and discovered that they did not have nearly enough food for the winter, nor had they used such painstaking care as Scott to provide themselves with fruits or other anti-scorbutics in New Zealand. Compared with Scott's, their routine was slipshod as to cleanliness, exercise, and several of the ordinary hygienic prescriptions. What is important is that Scott's men, with unlimited quantities of jams and marmalades, vegetables and fruits, grains, curries, and potted meats, had been little inclined to add seals and penguins to their dietary. With Shackleton, it was neither wisdom nor the acceptance of good advice, but dire necessity, which drove to such use of penguin and seal that Dr. Alistair Forbes Mackay, physician from Edinburgh, who was a member of that Shackleton expedition and later physician of my ship, the Carlook, told me he estimated half the food during their stay in the Antarctic was fresh meat. In spite of the lack of care, indeed as it now appears because of that lack, Shackleton's expedition had better average health than Scott's. There was never a sign of scurvy, every man retained his full strength, and they accomplished that spring what most authorities still consider the greatest physical achievement of southern exploration. With men dragging the sledges a considerable part of the way, they got to latitude 88 degrees 23 minutes south, practically within the sight of the pole. Just short of a decade after the first expedition, Scott began his second venture, as he had begun the first by asking the medical men of Britain for protection from scurvy, and by receiving from them once more the good old advice about lime juice, fruits, cleanliness, ventilation, and rest. In winter quarters, he again placed a reliance on that advice and on constant medical supervision, on a planned and carefully varied diet, on numerous scientific tests to determine the condition of the men, on exercise, fresh air, sanitation, and all its standard forms. The men lived on the foods of the United Kingdom, supplemented by the fruit and garden produce of New Zealand. Now, as on their previous expedition, they had with them so much which they were used to that they ate comparatively little of what they had never learned to like. The lean and fat of penguins and seals. They apparently ate a good deal more on the second than on the first Scott expedition of fresh animal food, but clearly not as much as the Shackleton party had used, as can be seen from the sequel. In 1911, as in 1902, they started their sledge travel after a winter of sanitation. On the first expedition, the results had been disappointing. Now they were tragic. Scurvy did not prevent them from reaching the South Pole, but it commenced to sap their strength in the early part of the return journey and progressed so rapidly that the growing weakness prevented them, if only by a few miles, from being able to get back to the final provision depot. Those who have ignored the scurvy have sometimes claimed that if Scott had reached the depot, he would have been able to make his way eventually to the base camp 150 miles away. This becomes more than doubtful when you realize that the progressive decrease of vigor, both mental and physical, was not going to be averted, even by the largest meals, if those meals were of food lacking anti-scorbutic value. The story of Scott and his companions, especially through the last few weeks, is among the noblest in any language. Through it, they became national heroes and world heroes, but in the speech of their countrymen, although not in many of another European tongue. Scurvy sounds unclean. It appeared necessary to Scott's surviving comrades and to those in Britain who knew the truth to take care that the tabooed word should not sully a glorious deed. To suppress the association of an abhorred disease by playing up the beauty and heroism of Scott's death may have been worthwhile at the time, but it can scarcely be deplored by anyone, and must be praised by scientists, that Commander Edward R.G.R. Evans, later Admiral Scott's second in command, after a time gave out the information about scurvy, including the statement that he himself had been afflicted. It is irrational, at least now that emotions have calmed, to blame Scott. No one was to blame, for they all acted according to the light of their day. If anybody was to blame, it was primarily those who gave medical advice to the expedition before it sailed. Secondarily, it was the chief medical officer of the party rather than the commanding officer. It seems strange now that a comparison of the Scott and Shackleton experiences did not fully enlighten the doctors on the true inwardness of scurvy. But of course, part of the explanation is that some of the Scott medical information was suppressed. Therefore, it remained for my own expeditions to demonstrate, so far as polar explorers were concerned, and for the Russell Sage inquiries to call the attention of the medical profession, the most practical and only simple way of preventing and curing scurvy. For no matter how good the juice of limes or lemons, it is difficult to carry in bulk. It deteriorates, whether in bulk or pill, and it may be lost, as by a shipwreck. The thing to do is to find the antiscorbutics where you are. Pick them up as you go. This can be done in the Arctic, on sea and land, everywhere except on the island ice of Greenland. In the Antarctic, it can be done on the coasts where penguins and seals abound and are easier to secure than any beasts of the far north. But it cannot be done there inland, for land game is wanting from the interior of the southern continent. On the third expedition, it happened, as circumstantially related in my book called The Friendly Arctic, that 3 men came down with scurvy through disobeying the instructions of the commander and living without his knowledge for 2 or 3 months, chiefly on stored foods, when they were supposed to be living chiefly on fresh meat. It seems to take 1 to 3 months for even a bad diet to produce easily recognizable scurvy. In the case of my men, it was about 3 weeks, as they later thought after they first noticed the trouble, and about 10 days after they complained of it to me. When one of them had become so weak, we had to carry him on a sledge, while the other was barely able to stagger along holding on behind. By then, every joint hurt, their gums were as soft as cheese, their teeth were so loose that they came out with almost the gentlest of pulls. We were 60 or 80 miles from land on drifting sea ice when the trouble started, and we hastened ashore to gain stable camp for the invalids, and made it in a week or so of sledging. It would have been no fun with sick men on our hands if an ice floe that was the site of our camp had started disintegrating under pressure and the fragments tumbling about and drifting in the various directions. We reached an island about 900 miles north of the Arctic Circle, the coast of which was known, although the interior had never been explored. We travelled a few miles inland, established a camp, hunted caribou. There were 2 of us well out of 4, and began the all-meat cure. Fuel was pretty scarce, so we cooked only 1 meal a day. Besides, I thought raw food might work better. We cooked the breakfast in a lot of water. The patients finished the boiled meat while it was hot, drank some of the broth warm, and kept the remainder to drink cold during the rest of the day. For their other meals, they ate slightly frozen raw meat with normal digestion and good appetite. We divided up the caribou in ordinary Eskimo style, so the dogs got organs and entrails, hams, shoulders, and tenderloin, while the invalids and we hunters got heads, briskets, ribs, pelvis, and the marrow from all the bones. On this diet, all pain and gloom disappeared within 4 days. Inside of a week, both men said that they had no realization of being ill as long as they lay still abed. In 2 weeks, they were able to begin travelling. At first, riding on the sledges and walking alternately. At the end of a month, they felt as if they had never been ill. No signs of the scurvy remained, except that the gums, which had receded from the teeth, never quite regained their position. By comparing notes later with Dr. Alfred Hess, mentioned previously as a leading New York authority on scurvy, I found that when I was getting these results with a diet from which all vegetable elements were absent, he was getting similar results in a similar length of time through a diet where the main reliance was upon grated raw vegetables and fruits and upon fresh fruit juices. There is no doubt that the quantitative studies have shown that the percentage of vitamin C commonly looked upon as the scurvy preventing factor, is higher in certain vegetable elements than in any meats. But it is equally true, for some reason or other, that if one has considerable fresh meat in his diet every day and does not overcook it, there will be enough of whatever prevents scurvy to do the preventing. It is clear then that if one lives exclusively on fresh meat, he gets from it enough vitamins not only to prevent scurvy, but, as I have said, to prevent all other deficiency diseases as well. We proceed to a consideration of whether it is essential that meat be fresh in order to have an anti-scorbutic value. The article, Observations on 3 Cases of Scurvy, mentioned already as published by me in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 1918, created a bit of a sensation within that limited circle which took it seriously. For I was in effect announcing that scurvy could be cured about as quickly and effectively by an all-meat diet than supposed to have no curative value, as by a diet containing any or all of the recognized anti-scorbutics, such as the juices of limes and lemons. It was assumed by me at the time, and was no doubt taken for granted by most readers, that this cure was effected by the meat because it was fresh. It could not have been effected had the meat been preserved by salting or drying. It is beginning to seem now that perhaps the cure might have been accomplished by using dehydrated meats, almost. Certainly not by salted meats, for nothing seems better established than the absence from them of quantities preventative in this disease. The suggestion that dehydrated meat is a preventative of scurvy, or at least not provocative, is bound to seem reasonable to students of the frontier, particularly to those who specialize in the fur trade. For in reading the source documents and histories, one continually runs into such striking contrasts as those between coastal Hudson's Bay Company posts, where scurvy was troublesome, and inland posts where the disease was rare or absent. Thus preoccupied, as most people have been the last 20 years, with the idea that the near worthlessness of lime juice in the sailing ship days was due to its usually being too old, and that an anti-scorbutic should be fresh in order to be effective. It has usually been assumed that the explanation of scurvy on the coast against freedom from it inland lay in the fact that cereals and salted meats brought from Europe were the chief foods at seaports, their place being taken by fresh meats in the interior. But analysis of the historical records will tend to show, though it may not demonstrate fully, that if dehydrated meats were as conducive to scurvy as are porridge, bread, and salted meats, then there should have been a good deal of scurvy in the interior of North America, for there were every now and then such periods of misfortune in the hunt or fishery that both Europeans and natives lived for months at a time with as little fresh meat to supplement their inland diet of pemmican and jerky as the coast dwellers had to supplement their imported salt meats and cereals. On European preserved meats, bread and porridge, scurvy seems always to have developed if the period of deprivation from fresh meats lasted several months. In a corresponding spell of jerky and pemmican, the scurvy appears never to have shown itself, or at any rate so seldom that the belief grew within the fur trade that the salted meat was a cause and dried meat a cure. But this is a question to be developed hereafter in the chapters on pemmican. So far as I have been able to canvass the record for North and South America, scurvy appears to have been far less serious here at the time of the first exploration than in Europe, the difference corresponding approximately to the lower agricultural status of the New World. In Europe, scurvy may not have been unknown 2,000 years ago. It seems to have increased steadily with that relative decrease in importance of hunting, fishing, and pastoral life, which accompanied progress in the cultivation of cereals. About the worst scurvy centuries of Northern Europe were seemingly the late Middle Ages and early modern times, when flesh foods became less and less common among the peasantry, with greater and greater dependence on porridge and bread, with doubtless also a parallel increase in the use of salt for the preservation of meats, as against an earlier custom of slaughtering animals when food was needed, or of preserving meat by drying it. The tendency in Britain and the rest of Northern Europe towards increased scurvy was finally arrested and reversed by a growing dependence upon gardens as against grain fields. For there was a certain force in the medical doctrine that vegetables and fruits would prevent and cure scurvy. It was a salutary doctrine when applied at home through the eating of one's own or a neighbour's garden produce, though of little worth when applied by the medical profession to the preserved juices of the lime and lemon that were often nearly or quite as well aged as the wines that were carried on long seafaring and exploring journeys. In the extreme south of America, on whichever side of Magellan Strait, there seems from the record to be no indication of scurvy, active or subclinical, as long as the people lived in native style. These groups were non-agricultural hunters, fishers, and gatherers. There is no sign indeed of pre-white scurvy a long way northward, toward Brazil, or at least so far as was discovered by research at Columbia University carried forward during 2 years 1939 to 1941 by Gytul Poznanski, as a fellow in anthropology studying the lives of the hunting peoples of South America. For northernmost North America, the evidence that scurvy was formerly absent is equally clear from parallel Columbia University anthropological studies done in the same years by Dr. Natalie Joffe. No one appears ever to have reported true scurvy in the time of early exploration from among the Eskimos or the northern forest Indians. Its absence from native communities is frequently remarked upon by the explorers, particularly by those who are having trouble with it among their own crews. As the Oxford Dictionary says, scurvy was sometimes used to mean scurry, having scurfs or scabs, and was applied to diseases like the itch. Records, for instance, in Samuel Hearne, A Journey from Prince of Wales Fort in Hudson's Bay to the Northern Ocean, London, 1795, we find on pages 336 and 337, a scorbutic disorder resembling the worst stage of itch is never known to prove fatal. In the younger sort, it always attacks the hands and feet, not even sparing the palms and soles. Those of riper years generally have it about the wrists, insteps, and posteriors, and in the latter particularly the blotches or boils, as they may justly be called, are often as large as the top of a man's thumb. This disorder most frequently makes its appearance in the summer, while in the Indians are out on the barren ground. Obviously, this is not scurvy in our sense of the word, but a disease so named by Hearne in the sense of scurfy or scabby. When natives ate European food, it became evident promptly that no racial immunity was involved. For Eskimos who went along as guides on polar expeditions or took employment with miners in Alaska came down with scurvy, like the whites, Negroes, and South Sea Islanders who made up the rest of the parties. There was in some cases a specious appearance of racial immunity through instances where the rest had scurvy and the Eskimos did not. but analysis of the evidence shows that the difference was in the food used. The Eskimos, though eating to some extent with the miners, would now and then get a seal or some other local animal of which they would eat a larger share than the rest of the company. At any rate, it seems clear that scurvy was not common among the Indians in any part of North America, as it was among whites in most parts of Europe during the 17th and 18th centuries. During this period, the Indians, although in some contact with the whites, still maintained largely their older food habits. Records which show scurvy among people living on native foods apparently go scarcely at all up into Canada. Perhaps only through the Niagara Peninsula and nearby parts of Ontario, where diets were similar to those of the Iroquois of New York, who were a considerable extent an agricultural people. From there southward, scurvy records grow more and more common. They do not increase uniformly southward by latitude, but are found in more agricultural sections, depending thus on the state of agriculture of the natives and upon geographic features other than mere distance north and south. In primitive American agricultural communities, scurvy was recognized as a disease connected with famine, which meant that it appeared when the hunting was bad and people were compelled to live in the main or wholly on stored-up cereals. There is, for instance, General de Troblin's account of withering in Dakota. I quote him on scurvy among whites and then among Indians. General Philippe Regis de Caradon de Troubliand, son of Napoleon's generals, made his first trip to the United States in 1841. After several visits, he came here to live. In 1861, he became a colonel of a French regiment from New York and served through the war between the states, about which he published 4 years with the Army of the Potomac, Boston, 1889, which is a translation of a work he wrote in the French language, published at Paris, 1867 and 68. He was a brigadier general and major general by brevet in the war, but reverted to a colonelcy at its close. He served in Dakota from 1867 to 1869. His journal from this period was translated from the French by George Francis Will of the Bismarck, North Dakota, and is published as one of the Lakeside Classics, Chicago, 1941. It appears that General de Trobriand had the opinion, common among frontiersmen in this period, that scurvy would be prevented and cured by vegetables, whether they were fresh or not, and that it could be similarly prevented and cured by meat, but only if it were fresh. An illustration we quote from pages 263 to 264. Wednesday, 8th of April, 1868. Yesterday in the afternoon, died 2 of our men, one of heart trouble complicated by scurvy, the other of scurvy alone. This disease has noticeably weakened our little garrison during the winter and reached its maximum during the last month. At this time, we have in the hospital 32 sick of scurvy, and 13 more are exempted from service with their companies, having only light attacks or being convalescent and on a diet. To this number must be added 6 employees of the quartermaster who are being treated at the hospital, which makes a total of 55 cases of scurvy, equal to a fourth of the garrison. This regrettable condition is the result of the long deprivation of fresh vegetables and the infrequency of the rations of fresh meat, which are distributed but twice a week. The principal food of the men consists of salt pork and salt fish, hence the sickness. Happily, the trials are approaching a conclusion thanks to the impending arrival of the steamboats and the French provisions which they carry. The following year, the scurvy was among the Indians. quoting from page 355. Sunday, February 28, 1869. Upon receiving news that an epidemic is declared to exist among my Berthold Indians, especially the Crees, I have sent Dr. Goddard to make sure of the fact and to identify the disease. He has returned this morning announcing that it was a matter of the scurvy which has made serious ravages during the past 2 weeks. 20 or 25 of the Indians, mostly old people, have died of it, and 32 are still sick with it. The scurvy among them is a result of their privation and sufferings. They have suffered especially from cold and hunger, having nothing but a very little corn to sustain life. In an earlier generation, these Indians would likely have possessed stores of jerky and pemmican, but at the Trobriand's period, meat was no longer to be had in quantity. For in 1869, the buffalo were gone and cattle had not as yet sufficiently replaced them. Cereals had replaced pemmican as the food stored against a time of scarcity.
Chapter 9. The Nature and Early History of Pemmican.
Pemmican is controversial. An admiral of the United States Navy has said it is the best concentrated food known. He believes it to contain more nourishment per ounce than any other complete food, and considers it to be the only condensed ration upon which a man can maintain his health and strength indefinitely, using it as the main dish at every meal 365 days in the year. He adds that in 20 years of use, he and his men never tired of it. Yet nutritionists of the United States Navy are responsible for instructions that pemmican shall not be used in that service. A general of the United States Army, who used pemmican and studied the history of its use through a century by fur traders and pioneers, has said, "It formed a very palatable as well as nutritious food." But Army dietitians reported during World War II that they have tried it out, that it is so unpalatable soldiers will not eat it, that men on this food lose their strength in 3 days, that they become ill from it, and that they will rather starve than eat it. A number of scientists are on record that pemmican is good in cold weather, unsuitable in hot climates. But Europeans first encountered this food invention of the Plains Indians in the Texas, Missouri, Dakota, Manitoba sector, where midsummer temperatures go above 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade occasionally, and above 100 degrees frequently. Pemmican was there chiefly a summer food, because it was a travel food and journeys were usually made in the summer. Its most impressive record, as the exclusive diet, or nearly so, of large numbers of men for long periods, is from transportation crews of the fur trade, working 12 to 18 hours a day, and straight through the noon period with its scorching or steaming heat. For British Army use, pemmican has been recommended as a standard ration by officers of long familiarity, with rank as high as Major General. It has been recommended for United States Army use by officers of long pemmican experience, with rank up to Brigadier General. But these recommendations have never been accepted by those in control of Army commissariats in either Britain or the United States. So far as I know, the only army that formally approved this American invention for use in the Second World War was the German. The extreme supporters of pemmican recommend it as the most concentrated food known to man, or possible within the modern concepts of physiological and chemical science. They say that it is a complete food in the sense that it will keep a hard-working man in top form for any length of time in any climate. They maintain, indeed, that it is the only concentrated food which ever has been tried out by large numbers of men for long periods and which has met these specifications. But those who oppose pemmican say that it is not a complete food, that it is not a wholesome food, that it is not capable of maintaining full health and strength indefinitely. The advocates of pemmican say that it is as palatable as other standard foods, such as bread or roast beef. Those who oppose it say that it is so unpalatable that this quality by itself would prevent its use. There appears to be no disagreement among historians of the North American frontier that pemmican is among the most preservable of foods. Cases are on undisputed record where packages, shielded only by rawhide, were in good condition after 10, 20, and more years, without any preservative such as salt, and without protection from the rain of summer other than that given by the leather covering, a premise being that the bags would be in such position as on a scaffolding that they would have a chance to dry out between showers. These preservability records are chiefly from the Dakotas of the United States and from the prairie provinces of Canada, thus from a climate suitable for corn, wheat agriculture. Yet scientists during World War II have stated that the control of enzyme action in pemmican is as yet an unsolved problem, and that the food will spoil rapidly unless canned. Proponents say it is a great merit of pemmican that it may be cooked, but does not require cooking, and that it is good to eat under practically all conditions. Opponents say that pemmican is never, properly speaking, fit to eat. Consequently, its readiness for use is an irrelevant factor. Pemmican seems to be the only food about which a war has ever been fought in North America. At least, it is the only one to have a war named for it. The Pemmican War of 1814 to 1821, although mainly in Canada, spilled over into the United States, and reference to it can be found in works such as the Dictionary of American History. The disputes between those who wanted to use pemmican in the Second World War and those who are determined it should not be used became so emotional, violent, and broadly spread at home and abroad that it was suggested we had a war within a war, the Second Pemmican War within the Second World War. All these are introductory statements, trying to forecast what the shooting is all about in this row within the armed forces and between the current dietitians. I shall document the points as we go along. It is considered that the first reference to pemmican by a European is found in the account of the 1540-42 Coronado expedition into what is now the southwestern part of the United States. We quote from the translation by the historian and bibliographer George Parker Winship in the 14th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology of the Smithsonian Institution, Washington, dated 1896, pages 527 to 528. Quote, "They dry the flesh of the buffalo in the sun, cutting it thin like a leaf, and when dry, they grind it like meal to keep it, and make a sort of sea soup of it to eat. A handful thrown into a pot swells up so as to increase very much. They season it with fat, which they always try to secure when they kill a cow." End quote. The published authorities, without any exception I have seen, speak of this as a reference to pemmican, and usually as the first reference to pemmican in the known literature. But on its surface, the passage seems to fit more nearly pounded meat, an ingredient of pemmican which is described hereafter. Nor can the first use of pemmican by its eventual chief patrons, the overland explorers and the fur traders, be determined to everyone's satisfaction. The favored man, place, and date would seem to be Henry Kelsey, the present Saskatchewan district, and the year 1691. In his paper, The Journal of Henry Kelsey, presented to the Historical and Scientific Society of Manitoba, 24th May, 1928, Charles Napier Bell supposed that Kelsey was not merely the first white man to see the buffalo within the borders of what is now Canada, but also the first to observe the making of pemmican from buffalo meat, perhaps the first to observe the making of any sort of pemmican. The view that Kelsey was the first to use pemmican is seemingly adopted by Professor Arthur S. Morton in his History of the Canadian West 1870-71, who says, quote, "Kelsey must have turned to spend the winter 1691-92 on the prairies northeast of Saskatoon, hunting buffalo to procure pemmican for the return journey, and trapping furs with the Assiniboines. Thousands of Europeans used pemmican during the exploration and colonization stages of North America." Of these, only a few kept diaries that have been preserved to us. A still smaller number wrote books. I cite testimony gathered from these published and unpublished documents, quoting chiefly men whose standing is widely recognized, men who are known as dependable witnesses in general and who should therefore be reliable in the particular case down before us, the debate concerning the advantages and drawbacks of this food. But first I must describe and define to show what the witnesses are testifying about. However, before quoting the definitions and descriptions of the standard authorities, let me emphasize what some of them merely imply, that in the way the Indians and early whites looked on pemmican, it had only two ingredients, lean and fat. Any others were considered accidental and extraneous, such as hairs and fragments of bone, or else as flavoring, which latter with the Indians was dried berries, and with the early whites might be salt, raisins, sugar, etc. At the height of pemmican's use by whites, around 1820, from 1% to 5% of it will have been of the flavored or holiday sort, the cake variant of the bread of the wilderness. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary, 1939 edition, gives as the first definition, quote, among the North American Indians, lean buffalo meat or venison cut in thin slices, dried in the sun, pounded fine, mixed with melted fat, and packed in sacks of hide, end quote. For a second definition, Webster has also a similar preparation, as of dried beef, suet, raisins, and sugar, used by explorers, etc. From these definitions, Webster derives a third, quote, hence, information or thought condensed into little compass, end quote. Perhaps not wholly because the dictionary is more voluminous, but rather because the word made a stronger impression on the British. There is a longer and more detailed account of pemmican in the Oxford. That the British were so impressed with pemmican was perhaps because, among the leading families, a favorite investment of the 18th and 19th centuries was in shares of the Hudson's Bay Company, and the success of the company, as is explained hereafter, depended to a considerable extent on pemmican. A saying of wide use in the United States was, the only good Indian is a dead Indian, for the colonists wanted to farm, and both the Indian hunter and the animals he hunted were in the farmer's way. To the Hudson's Bay Company, which then controlled most of what is now Canada and part of what is now the United States, the only good Indian was a live Indian, for he hunted, trapped, and sold furs to the company. For business success, if for no other reason, they had to keep the Indian alive, which made it necessary to store up food in a good year against the scarcity of a bad year. So when game was plenty, they encouraged the Indians to sell them as much pemmican as possible, which they accumulated in the post storerooms, to be sold back to the Indians in due course at a profit. The stockholders of the company were in the main the nobility and gentry of Britain. They were travelers, readers of books, students of what it was that made the company's stock such a good investment. So they naturally became pemmican conscious. The explorers of wild North America were much bigger heroes in remote England than practically at home in Virginia, New England, or Eastern Canada. Books on or by the great pioneers, like Samuel Hearne, who discovered the copper mine, Alexander Mackenzie, who discovered the Mackenzie, John Franklin, the tragic hero, and many another, were printed in England and widely read. Even following the Louisiana Purchase, United States explorers, like Lewis and Clark, were more eagerly published and more widely read beyond the Atlantic than in their own country. This, I imagine, or something like it, is back of the long and interesting discussion of pemmican, which appears in the Oxford Dictionary. Pemmican, also pemmican, Cree, pemmican, pime, fat. Quote, a preparation made by certain North American Indians, consisting of lean meat, dried, pounded, and mixed with melted fat, so as to form a paste, and pressed into cakes, hence, beef similarly treated and usually flavored with currants or the like, for the use of Arctic explorers, travelers, and soldiers, as containing much nutriment in little bulk and keeping for a long time. 1801. Sir A. Mackenzie Boy, St. Lawrence, Preface 121. The provision called pemmican, on which the Chippewas and other savages in the north of America chiefly subsisted in their journeys. 1827. Chronology and Annual Regular 58-1. Pannikin, a concentrated essence of meat dried by a fire of oak and elmwood, so as to reduce 6 pounds of the best beef to 1 pound. 1835. Then on pemmican they feasted, pemmican and buffalo marrow. 1869. The pemmican of the Arctic voyagers is a mixture of the best beef and fat dried together. Figure B. Extremely condensed thought or literary matter containing much information in a few words. 1870. Huxley. A sort of intellectual pemmican. 1888. Sir F. Bramwell's address, is really a wonderful specimen of thought and knowledge, reduced to pemmican. 1831. Who will give us a chance of getting rid of the soup and pemmican diet we have so long been doomed to? Their big pemmican cache, 124 miles distant, 1900. A certain tendency to what may be described as the pemmican style. Hence, pemmican versus trans, to condense, compress, squeeze. So pemmicanize, whence pemmicanization. 1837, T. Hook, Jack Bragg VI, as if he had seen all the demons of the Hart's forest pemmicaned into one plump lady. 1839, in New Monthly Mag, so elaborated a history which might be pemmicanned into a comparatively few pages. The modern man, this is 1892, the modern man is rarely inclined to read his history in many volumes. He much prefers it pemmicanized. 1901. What one may call the era of pemmicanization of life is rapidly approaching. The Encyclopedia Britannica, 14th edition, says, pemmican, a North American Indian Cree word for a meat prepared in such a way as to contain the greatest amount of nourishment in the most compact form. As made by the Indians, it was composed of the lean parts of the meat, dried in the sun, and pounded or shredded and mixed into a paste with melted fat. In spite of these definitions, there occurs now and then, as the literature is studied, a confusion of terms. So we build up our own definitions and descriptions. The first step in the making of pemmican, as correctly given by the dictionaries and the Britannica, is that the lean is sliced thin and dried. To make the drying effective, all fat should be removed. The lean is then about what is called biltong in South Africa and jerky throughout the Americas, except that these, especially jerky, may sometimes have more or less fat adhering. With most of the pemmican, the drying was by sun and wind, so the speed and effectiveness of the process depended on season and climate. In regions of cold winters, for instance the Mackenzie Valley in Alaska, one might perhaps speak of frost drying. If at temperatures varying from 30 degrees to 60 degrees below zero, a wet handkerchief is suspended from a tree, it dries in something between 3 and 10 days. The lower the temperature, the slower the drying. Thus, if thin slices of lean were hung up in winter, under such conditions, they would dry eventually, but the time required would be several weeks, even months, if the pieces were at all thick. There would be the advantage in winter of no danger from maggots or decay. In a rainy season, or if there was great hurry, the drying might be done over a slow fire. This was the method of the British when they came to make pemmican at home for the use of their soldiers, sailors, and explorers. Sometimes in a wet season, meat was suspended within the teepee and became smoked incidentally. There were sections of North America where smoking was deliberate, as part of the drying, most likely in places where the climate was damp. The next pemmican step was to pound the dried lean into shreds with a wooden mallet on a wooden block or on a stone, or with a stone hammer on wood or stone. To catch all the shreds and powder, a buffalo or other hide was spread out, and upon it was laid the stone or wooden block that formed the anvil. At this stage, we have what the Hudson's Bay Company referred to as pounded meat. It was stored in bags of any sort, usually suspended within the teepee or warehouse. If kept outdoors, it would be shielded from the rain by leather tarpaulins. Next came the making of special rawhide bags for the pemmican. The hide was that of the animal which was being used, buffalo with buffalo meat, caribou with caribou meat. The buffalo bag was about the size of one of our pillowcases, with the hair out. When filled, it was supposed to weigh 90 pounds. The actual weight usually ran from 80 to 100 pounds, with the average not far from 90. The bag prepared, the Indian would fill it lightly and fluffily with shredded lean, somewhat as we fill a pillow with feathers. Suet was then tried out and, in some cases at least, was brought to the temperature used in frying donuts. This very liquid fat was poured into the bag so that it percolated everywhere, a film of it covering every shred of lean. According to some descriptions, it appears that the fat was barely liquid. In that case, a small amount of shredded lean would be put in the bag, a small amount of fat poured on it, and the whole stirred. Then there would be a second layer of pounded meat and a second of fat, and so on till the bag was full. In still other cases, the fat, also barely liquid, was kneaded with the pounded meat in a bowl, somewhat as bread dough is handled in making loaves. Handfuls of the resulting mixture were then stuffed into the bags. The sack filled, its mouth was sewed up, and the seams were rubbed with tallow to seal them. Then, before the fat became hard, the bag was flattened out by trampling upon it, or through some other form of pressure, to the ordinary thickness of 6 or 7 inches. When the fat had set thoroughly, the bags were piled up like cordwood, the lowest layer being kept from the ground by stones or pieces of wood. Such a bag was known as a piece of pemmican, and was looked upon as of convenient weight for backpacking. It became the practice of the Hudson's Bay Company to divide any goods that were to be carried by men on their backs over mountains, river portages, etc., into parcels of 90 pounds, so that eventually the word piece came to mean a weight of 90 pounds, and might consist in goods of any nature that were transported by canoe and portage in summer or by dog sled in winter. As has been said, most of the journeys of the 18th and early 19th century fur trade were made in summer. It is the belief of some writers that pemmican was originally a military invention used by Indian scouts and raiders and raiding parties, where each man had to carry his own food that would suffice for many days, and where it was necessary that provisions be light for easy and rapid travel. Pemmican had as well the other most necessary qualities of a military ration, that it would keep under practically any condition, and that it could be eaten without building a fire, the smoke of which would be visible to the enemy by day as the flame would be wood by night. However, pemmican was also to the Indian a food that could be preserved from a season of plenty to one of scarcity. This, as is dwelt upon hereafter, became an important, though secondary feature of its use in the fur trade of the plains. The idea that pemmican would last 5 years, which is encountered frequently in the writings, would seem to derive from a usual practice of the fur traders to keep buying pemmican from the Indians through 4 or 5 successive years. Then they were likely to quit buying on the score of having in their storehouses, by then, a large enough stock to take care of the next famine. Although the expression, "will keep good 5 years," is frequent in the books, there are also numerous references to pemmican, which was 10 or 20 years old and still in excellent condition. The reason why pemmican kept good indefinitely was, first, because the water has been dried out of the lean so that, as long as it remained dry, it was preserved on the principle of mummification. Every lean particle had a coating of fat, which protected it from moisture and from the air. The rawhide of which the bag was made had the same preservability that is found in vellum manuscripts, some of which are 1,000 or more years old and still of good appearance in libraries. Air could not penetrate this rawhide, partly because the inside of it, at least, was greased. Air would not come through the seams, for they were proofed by essentially the method that frontier housewives have used with preserve jars, which they sealed with tallow when they did not have wax. Quite apart from all the theoretical explanations, we have the clear fact, attested by witnesses from every decade of 150 years, and from a number of different North American climates, that pemmican remains for 10, 20, 30 years as good as the day it was made, if once properly made. Because it was easy to keep and to carry, pemmican was an important commercial item before the time of the whites, and Indian tribes that did not make it came from afar to buy. This trade was barter, of course. Sometimes dried salmon and other fish pemmicans made on or near the Pacific coast were exchanged for jerky and for pemmican made of buffalo, elk, moose, or caribou farther east. The fish pemmican was a soft paste in bags, for the fat was an oil. It was not exclusively a West Coast product. We have records of fish pemmican from the Lake Winnipeg country, from Hudson Bay, and elsewhere. 4 main grades or sorts are recognized in the literature: winter and summer pemmican, plain and berry pemmican. There was also fine pemmican. Winter pemmican was made in the autumn, a difficult season for drying meat. Accordingly, winter pemmican might or might not be of lean that was dry enough to keep indefinitely. Since the Indians did not usually travel much in winter, weight did not greatly matter, nor did keeping qualities, for the chill of the weather would act as a preservative. What the narratives of exploration in the fur trade speak of as bad pemmican, spoiled pemmican, etc., was usually winter pemmican that had been kept into the summer. Summer pemmican was made in the spring or summer and was the kind described above, in which 6 pounds of fresh lean were dried down to about a pound of jerky. By the usual half and half relation of dehydrated lean to rendered fat, a pound of summer pemmican represented 3 pounds of fresh lean, to which had been added half a pound of suet. Plain pemmican, whether summer or winter, had no components but fat and lean. Berry pemmican differed in that it was flavored with dried fruit of some sort, in the early days usually with choke cherries or Saskatoon berries. Most authors seem to think that this flavored kind was in use by the Indians before European contact, but some writers have suggested that the inclusion of berries may have been upon European initiative, an attempt by the whites to make it resemble more nearly foods to which they were used, such as plum duff. Within historic time, Europeans have never been exclusive meat eaters, but seemingly they would have liked to be. For it appears from the social history of Europe that meat was the admired food. The trouble was that it was usually hard to come by. In medieval times, only a few of the nobility and gentry had as much meat as they would have liked. It is a commonplace of the literature in the late Middle Ages and early modern times that the best food was meat. Reference is made elsewhere to the diary entry of Pepys, that he had a sumptuous fine dinner of 7 courses, 6 of which were meat, and the 7th meat and cheese. That was the kind of dinner those who had could manage it. Only a few of the Europeans, however, were nobility and gentry. The rest lived on bread, porridge, and garden produce. The child of the commoner grew to maturity liking these foods, for they were the ones to which he was used. The Europeans who settled North America were chiefly commoners, and so had an inherited taste for bread and porridge. On the Atlantic seaboard, as in Europe, cereals and garden foods were abundant and therefore cheap. So the transplanted Europeans who came in touch with pemmican on the Western Plains were men who liked bread and porridge, pie and cake, fruit and garden vegetables. In order to make pemmican seem a little more like what they were used to, they would blend it with fruits or cereals. Alternatively, they would use it as they customarily used meat, along with bread, potatoes, things of that sort. The balance of opinion seems to be that the Indians did have berry pemmican originally, and that they looked upon it not as a standard food, but as a special dish for celebrations or to entertain a visitor. Through the combined force of Europeans wanting foods more nearly like what they were used to, and the slowly developing notion that diets ought to be varied, there began the practice of using berry pemmican as a standard ration. An early account of this is in the narratives of the search for Sir John Franklin, about the middle of the 19th century, when large quantities of pemmican were made in England, some of it sweetened with sugar, some flavored with raisins or currants, some with both sugar and dried fruit. This was for the use of British sailors and other members of the expeditions not previously familiar with pemmican. There is no definite evidence as to when commercial makers first began to blend with cereals, but this practice was not favored prior to about 1900. Admiral Peary was, for instance, badly annoyed when he found that a dealer had pawned off on him an article that contained pea meal as an ingredient. Whether this was before or after the turn of the century is beyond determination, but in Secrets of Polar Travel, published in 1917, Peary refers to one of his expeditions without dating it, and then says, "On a still later expedition, I was persuaded to purchase some so-called pemmican of a foreign make. This, after I had sailed and it was too late to remedy the error, I found to be largely composed of pea flour." The introduction of ingredients like pea meal was then for three reasons. People like what they are used to, and most Europeans are used to a certain amount of cereals. There was a growing belief in the advantage of variety, and variety is increased if a cereal is added to meat. And finally, there was coming in the theory discussed elsewhere that fat burns only in the flame of the carbohydrates, meaning that the fat element of pemmican could not be utilized unless there was, along with the fat, enough carbohydrate to do the burning. There were plain pemmicans that varied according to the care in the making, and according to the sort of fat used. If it was to be the best kind, fine pemmican, one would be very careful to pick out and remove from the pounded meat any pieces of tendon or fragments of bone, and might even assort the lean, putting into one batch only the finely shredded portion and the fine powder. Thus, fine pemmican was plain pemmican made with the greatest care, with the best lean ground fine, and with the best fat, usually marrow fat. It is not in the literature, but can safely be inferred, that fine pemmican must have had the disadvantage of not keeping so well, for fat grows rancid more quickly the softer it is. The necessary detailed information as to the keeping qualities of the various buffalo fats, even as to what the Plains Indians believed, is not available. The Eskimos in northwestern Canada believe, for the caribou, that the fats which resist rancidity best are from the kidneys and from the back slab, the layer on the back that extends from the horns to the tail and a little way down the flanks. Kidney fat is the hardest. Less hard is the fat from the ribs and the brisket. Softest of all and most easily spoiled is the marrow fat. If in commercial manufacture it is desired to make full use of a merit of pemmican considered important in the olden days, that it would keep for years under almost any conditions, it will be necessary to study what sort of fat to use. Butter and lard become rancid easily, and they are messy to handle. Some form of tallow would be used. Certainly, it is probable that from this angle, the best of all would be mutton tallow, since the harder the fat, the less subject it is to rancidity. Then many nowadays dislike greasy food, or think they do, and butter and lard are more greasy than tallow. The kidney tallow of sheep will be the driest, the least greasy, and is about the most nearly tasteless of domestic animal fats. However, rendered beef kidney suet, which to many is the most agreeable of the beef fats, may be the practical ingredient for commercial pemmican. It also keeps well. Some pemmican made with it, and canned on the theory that it might otherwise grow rancid, was opened by Colonel E. W. Wentworth of Armour and Company in the summer of 1943, and kept open in a desk drawer of his Chicago office, subject to increase and decrease of steam heat as well as to seasonal and daily changes of weather. After nearly a year, it was still perfect in July of 1944. In my own New York place, a can of the same pemmican was opened 2 years, from 1943 to 1945, without developing rancidity or suffering any other deterioration which could be detected. Butter or lard, so processed that they would be as hard as the tallows and no more greasy, could be used. But there is at present dispute as to the digestibility of at least some of the chemically hardened fats. That pemmican rightly made will keep indefinitely under almost any conditions is testified by many. However, this meaning is usually taken solely by inference, from the trend of a narrative, as when it is said that so many pieces were left at a certain place under certain conditions and were picked up so many years later and used. One of the first of the explicit testimonies is that of the famous Alexander Henry, the Younger, whose journals are published in the 3-volume New Light on the Early History of the Greater Northwest, New York, 1897, as edited by Elliott Coes. For the passage quoted below, it is necessary to keep in mind the climate of North Dakota, especially as to the temperatures. According to Climate and Man of the United States Department of Agriculture, one of the most interesting books that has been published by our government, the hottest day ever recorded in the state of North Dakota reached 122 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade. There are few years which do not see 105 degrees, and probably no summers that do not reach 100 degrees somewhere in the region. The most humid section of the state is the Red River Valley, and Henry, writing in December, is speaking of pemmican that had been stored over the summer of 1803 near Pembina, right at the river. Quote, I had a few bags remaining from last spring, which had been lying all summer in a heap covered with a leathern tent, and never had been stirred or turned, in a damp storehouse. I was apprehensive it was spoiled from the complaints made by my friends about the bad quality of the lower Red River pemmican, but surprised to find every bag excellent. This was clear proof to me that the bad pemmican must have come from another quarter. I suspect Portage la Prairie, as I am confident my method of mixing and preparing it is good. End quote. The explanation here given for bad pemmican runs through nearly or quite every fur trade account of spoiled pemmican. That it had been carelessly made, or that it had been made with deliberate intent to cheat through leaving water in, so that it would bring more when sold by the pound. Sometimes the explanation was that winter pemmican had been misrepresented to be summer pemmican. Most inventions, even the ones considered epoch-making, like mechanical flight, are arrived at by a combination of previously known facts and principles, so that the Patent Office sometimes has difficulty in showing that the greatest inventions are inventions at all. This would have been the case with pemmican, had there been a Patent Office to which rival claimants from among the Plains Indians could have submitted their evidence. The drying of lean meat is the initial step in the invention, and this stride was probably first taken by nature without the assistance of man. For meat that clings to bones of animals which have been devoured by wolves, and indeed small animal bodies, as a fish thrown up on the beach or a squirrel that dies among the branches of a tree, may be entirely or partly so dehydrated, whether by slow drying through the intense cold of a long northern winter, or quick drying in a hot desert-like climate of summer, that the preservation will be indefinite, natural mummification. When there is skin on the mummified meat, another step in the pemmican invention has been taken. The protection which dry rawhide gives through shedding rain and at least partly excluding oxygen. Accordingly, the basic invention, called jerky, through the Americans, biltong in Africa, and by the equivalent of dried meat in the languages of many people, is ancient and of worldwide use. A second long step toward pemmican would come about through the toughness and hardness of jerky. Lean meat, dry enough to last even in a damp and warm climate, is so hard that it is slow and difficult to chew with the best of teeth. It is particularly unsuitable for young children who do not have as yet have their teeth, and for old people who have lost them. The natural answer was pounding the meat. At first this was, no doubt, usually done with individual pieces just before eating. Later, it would be found practical to make quantities of pounded meat and to store it in bags or boxes. But anyone who tries it will discover that pounded meat is dry and difficult to swallow. While if pinches of it are dipped into water, the result is a rather tasteless food. The flavor and feel in the mouth are much better if wads of pounded meat are dipped into melted fat or into a fat that is liquid by nature, as a vegetable or animal oil. Accordingly, it is a universal practice that people dip the shredded lean into fat before placing in the mouth. The next best thing is to bite off small pieces of suet, tallow, butter, or whatever fat is available, to mix in the mouth with the shredded lean as it is chewed. The dipping of pounded meat into fat at meals would naturally lead a housewife to prepare dishes where the fat and lean were already mixed. If not finished at a given meal, this would harden into a cake, and that would be pemmican. At the next meal, it might be warmed up to its original softness, or it might be used cold, somewhat like our hunks of bread or slabs of eating chocolate. The final step in the invention would be to make the pemmican in quantity and to save it not against the next meal, but against the next journey or a future year of bad hunting. So the Plains Indians made it in quantity, placed it in rawhide bags, and stored it by protecting it from dogs and damp. It was not always considered necessary to shield the pile of bags from a rainstorm, for the rawhide covers were waterproof, and their wet outsides would dry off during the next clear spell. The minimum protection needed was the presence of stones or sticks underneath the lowest tier of bags to keep them out of the mud. From the point of view of a traveler, pemmican has a series of advantages over jerky and suet, or pounded meat and suet, that are kept separately but in practice are eaten together. Jerky has the disadvantage that, although the lean has been reduced to 1/6 of its former weight, the bulk has not been reduced by nearly as much. For when strips of dried meat are tied into bundles, the pieces will not fit smoothly against each other. There are wide open spaces between, as with a bundle of corrugated tree bark. Another difficulty of jerky is that, although it will shed the water of a quick rain shower, it is not exactly waterproof. It will absorb moisture gradually, even from damp air, thus gaining in weight and bulk, while at the same time it becomes susceptible to mold and decay. The difficulties with pounded meat are worse. It is still more bulky than the jerky from which it was made. It is less water resistant and spoils even more easily. Where prices are mentioned in connection with the fur trade, jerky is never quoted at more than half the pemmican rate per pound. But the tallow that was eaten with the jerky was sometimes priced as high as the pemmican itself, for it was a commonplace that jerky alone is not a complete food. There had to be fat with it if in a hunting country, or cereals with it when agricultural products were substituted. Now and then a writer says explicitly, and the same is frequently implied, that no one would eat jerky if pemmican were available unless to save the pemmican. Still, many writers of the frontier are loud in praise of jerky in comparison with European preserved meats. One of these is Professor James Frank Dobie of the University of Texas, author of historical and other books on the early Southwest. After disclaiming special knowledge of pemmican, thus implying he has had no personal experience with it, he says in a letter of August 7, 1944, "Nothing will stay with a man longer than sun-dried beef. This Packer-prepared chipped beef is moonshine compared to good old jerky." Pemmican combines all the advantages that jerky and pounded meat have over fresh or salt-preserved meat. It is less bulky than the separate tallow and jerky from which it is made. It is waterproof in itself. It excludes air through its own nature, and especially when protected by rawhide, is proof against weather and bacteria under most conditions of handling and of climate. It is easy to chew because the lean has been shredded and the shreds have been combined with fat. That pemmican is a complete food, maintaining full health and strength indefinitely. The Indians had doubtless known for centuries before the Europeans first borrowed it and made it their bread of the wilderness, the cornerstone of success in exploring and developing the interior of this continent. The chief deterrent to the use of pemmican has always been its costliness in labor and time. The only lean suitable was that which was so free of tendons and connective tissue that it would powder or shred easily, and the process was so so long that some early writers say it required 2 buffalo to feed the Indians' family and dogs while they made a single piece of pemmican, 90 pounds. The common figure is that a buffalo weighing perhaps 1,000 pounds on the hoof would make 1 piece being 90 pounds. Naturally, then, pemmican was used only at feasts, on journeys, or in time of famine. The food cheapest, as measured by the labor required, was eaten first. This was meat that was fresh, either because recently killed or through frost preservation. Next in order came jerky and pounded meat, each supplemented with fat taken separately, as has been described. The longest hoarded, last to be eaten, was the pemmican. In that pioneer movement of the 19th century, which colonized the middle and west of the United States and Canada, it was first the explorer, then the fur trader, last the stock rancher and plowman. In the first and second of these stages, pemmican was a large factor, so that its nature, use, and influence are of consequence to those historians who devote themselves to discovery and settlement. It is the frontier historians, then, who study the role of pemmican. One of these historians, author of The Year of Decision, 1846, and many other books and articles that deal with the early history of the Plains and the Rockies, is Bernard de Voto, a Harvard man born in Utah, and thus presumably combining an understanding of East and West. Replying to a questionnaire on pemmican, he wrote July 26, 1944, a letter, some of which is used here, another part later. My notions about pemmican are those of a layman who has studied the Plains Indians and more, especially the white trappers and traders, the mountain men, for a good many years. Such as they are, I'm glad to set them forth. I wanted to write to you a good many years ago, when your experiments with an exclusively meat diet were published, for it seemed to me that the history of the West confirmed you up to the hilt. Pemmican is by far the best concentrated food I've ever heard about in detail. The only other one in American history that appears to have any merit is the one, variously named, which was made from pulverized, parched corn. But it clearly was nothing to use steadily, and it clearly caused flatulence and digestive disorders. Absolutely certainly, pemmican was infinitely better. I should say that the historical evidence for pemmican is overwhelming. A food used so universally and over so long a period and by so many different kinds and conditions of people must have been an excellent food. Pemmican was by far the favorite meat of the white mountain men, who, except for a couple of weeks a year, were exclusively meat eaters. As soon as soldiers and emigrants come into the West, they highlight the normal good health of the trappers by developing dozens of ailments that the trappers never suffered from. Well, a good part of the time they were not living on fresh meat. They regularly stopped to make meat whenever they encountered a buffalo herd. That is, they dried it by sun if possible, by gentle smoking if the weather happened to be bad. My impression is that the trappers did not often stop to make pemmican themselves, but they traded for it very eagerly whenever they found Indians who had it. And the Indians seem to have made pemmican almost as regularly as they dried meat. It is certain that both Indians and trappers lived on dried meat or pemmican for very long stretches at a time, for stretches repeated so often that in some they amounted to a very considerable fraction of every year. It is equally certain that both Indians and trappers greatly preferred pemmican to merely dried meat. End quote. I find by a canvass of the literature that, as frontier historian, De Voto speaks for his craft, but it may appear that there is need for no further witness. But there is need, for we are discussing an American food invention which is now so far forgotten by most of our countrymen as to its origin, nature, and history, that many think it a food useful only in cold weather and chiefly in polar exploration, if they have heard of it at all. Therefore, I supplement the presentation of a historian who has approached his subject more from the human point of view by quoting a biologist whose chief interest was not in the men who used the pemmican, but in the animal that formerly produced it, the buffalo. William Temple Hornaday, born 1854, died 1937, zoologist, was in his later years director of the New York Zoological Park. He was author of several books and lengthy reports. one of the most important of which is The Extermination of the American Bison, with a sketch of its discovery and life history. Later reissued separately, this work was first published by the United States National Museum in its report for 1887. I quote from page 447, "Out of the enormous waste of good buffalo flesh, one product stands forth as a redeeming feature, pemmican. Although made almost exclusively by the half-breeds and Indians of the Northwest, it constituted a regular article of commerce of great value to overland travelers, and was much sought for as long as it was produced. Its peculiar staying powers, due to the process of its manufacture, which yielded a most nourishing food in a highly condensed form, made it of inestimable value to the overland traveler, who must travel light or not at all." End quote. The study of the buffalo, from which this has been quoted, deals with the animal from Mexico City on the south to Great Slave Lake on the north. Hornaday is therefore not thinking in terms of winter, for there is little winter in some of the country he is discussing. In the famous papal brief of 1492, doubtless written before the Pope heard about the return of Columbus from his West Indies voyage of that year, Alexander VI bewails the sorry straits of the Church beyond the Atlantic, in Greenland, for he possessed reliable information that among all the churches in this most remote of bishoprics, there was only one corporal suitable for the celebration of the Mass. Doubtless the Pope thought of parchment or fur as unsuitable, and the poor people, having no grain in their whole country, had been forced to substitute dried fish and milk for bread and wine. The Pope is not explicit, and it is possible to interpret the reference to mean that he is sorry the Greenlanders have to use dried fish and milk for food in place of bread and wine. But the whole tenor of the letter is that he worries over the spiritual rather than the mundane welfare of these remote Christians, and so he has been understood to deplore the inadequacy of the symbolism where fish and milk, instead of bread and wine, are used in the sacrament to represent the body and blood of our Lord. This document of 1492, published by the Vatican in connection with the Chicago World's Fair of 1892, is considered to embody the first known reference to the use of the flesh of animals in the New World to take the place of bread in sacraments of the Roman Catholic Church. As I have said, fur trade journals and other records speak of pemmican as the bread of the wilderness, and this resemblance in use, indeed also a resemblance to black or brown bread in appearance, logically appealed as much to the early missionary as to the early merchant. Perhaps not so very sound linguistically, but of historical significance, is a contention that the word pembina, usually considered to be from the same root as pemmican, meant sacred bread, for this harks back to the importance of pemmican to the early missionaries of the Plains country, chiefly Roman Catholic and usually French, and to their acceptance of pemmican as the frontier equivalent of bread. After descanting upon this interpretation of pembina in connection with the trading post of Pembina, the pemmican capital of the fur country, Linda M. Slaughter says in Leaves from Northwestern History, published in the first volume of the collections of the State Historical Society of North Dakota, in the absence of bread, the priests who came from Minnesota and Canada before the establishment of missions on this side of the line to accompany the half-breeds and natives on their annual hunts, used pemmican as a substitute for bread in the administration of the sacrament of Holy Communion while out on the prairies. In this quotation, Mrs. Slaughter deals with the period around and after 1800 in that section of present United States territory, the Red River Valley of Minnesota and North Dakota, which suffered together with the prairie provinces of Canada the bloody turbulence of the Pemmican War, which started in 1814.
Chapter 10: The First Pemmican War.
We oversimplify when we say that the war between the states was fought over slavery. It remains true that slavery was an important issue, though perhaps not the main one. We oversimplify, too, when we follow the historians and speak of the bloody 7-year feud of 1814 to 21 between the Northwest Company and the Hudson's Bay Company at the Pemmican War. More broadly, it was a struggle between a legally entrenched London corporation, which gained access to North America's fur territories through Hudson Bay, and a Montreal corporation, or a group of affiliated traders who secured their wares from Europe through the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Some consider that the Northwest Company, founded with Yankee participation at Montreal in the winter of 1783, was the first true organization of big business along modern lines, at least the first in North America, and that what followed was a competition between this new kind of force and an old-fashioned charter company that was, to an extent, an agency or an extension of the British government. For the Hudson's Bay Company had many non-commercial rights, including, under certain conditions, the power of life and death. The company was not supposed to hang a man just because he was competing with it, but the belief is general that some who were punished, altered due trial, suffered not so much for the crime with which they were technically charged as for having interfered with the trading privileges of the company. At the instance of a group of nobility and merchants, under the formal leadership of his nephew, Prince Rupert, King Charles II in 1670 had granted a charter to the Governor and Company of Adventurers of England trading into Hudson's Bay. This document gave to the company the sole trade and commerce of all the seas, straits, bays, rivers, lakes, creeks, and sounds in whatsoever latitude they shall be, that lie within the entrance of the straits, commonly called Hudson Straits, together with all the lands and territories upon the countries, coasts, and confines of the seas, bays, lakes, rivers, creeks, and sounds aforesaid. And it set forth that the said land be from henceforth reckoned and reputed as one of our plantations or colonies in America called Rupert's Land. The company's domain, Rupert's Land, was never exactly defined, or rather it was defined frequently and in a number of different ways. A minimum description is that the charter gave rights in the territory that drained into Hudson's Bay. This would include much of what are now Quebec and Ontario, and westward nearly south to Lake Superior, with a projection into what is now United States to cover the Minnesota-Dakota part of the Red River drainage, and then the valleys of the Saskatchewan-Nelson system to the Rocky Mountains, and of the Churchill-Thelen rivers, draining mostly of northeastern Canada. The company's territory was, in fact, much larger than this, for it had posts as far as southwest as California and as far northwest as the center of Alaska. It took in the valley of the Mackenzie and eventually all of the northern Canada, including many of the Canadian islands. However, some of this northern expansion took place after the company had retreated from the extreme southwest and northwest from California and Alaska. It did not finally surrender its powers as a quasi-government to the Dominion of Canada until 1869. In addition to its legal position, the Hudson Bay Company had the fundamental advantage over the Northwest Company that the routes of the fur country from Britain and France were shorter and cheaper through Hudson Bay and straight than through the St. Lawrence and Great Lakes. This advantage did not apply to certain small sections such as the immediate basin of St. Lawrence, but it applied in most of the inland reaches where the rivals traded, even to where now are Winnipeg in Manitoba and Fargo in North Dakota. But the Great Company, as it is called, or more often the company, had the weakness of its strengths. For 100 years, there was practically no competition, and the company grew flabby as it grew fat. Its agents just established posts as the places most accessible from Europe and waited for the Indians to come to them. In those days, and indeed for long after, the Indians could not grasp the European idea that time has value. It did not seem to them any particular hardship to spend weeks or months in coming 100, and in some cases nearly or quite 1,000 miles to trade for what were at first novelties, which later became necessities. Prosperous and lethargic was easy gains. The company did not even take real pains to carry out the most important obligation of its charter, its promise to the Crown that a search would be made for practical seaway around the north of America, which would furnish Britain a short route to the Indies and the Northwest Passage. Indeed, the feeling seems to have developed early within the company management to find the passage would be to their disadvantage, for if successful, the route would bring in colonists. Those in charge were traders who saw themselves as mere dealers in the fur. Indeed, it was not until within the time of men now living with the company realized what a series of opportunities it had lost by not coming in on the ground floor on a lot of other developments that were inevitably replacing the fur trade. What it actually did for more than 2 centuries was to fight nearly every movement toward agricultural and similar progress on the correct but limited view that fanners destroy the fur-bearing animals. The only apparent exception to this rule of opposition to farmers is connected with a series of events that brought to the head the Pemmican War, Lord Selkirk's establishment of an agricultural colony near the present Winnipeg. The real motive here, except perhaps for Lord Selkirk's own attitude when he succeeded in getting control, was the company was trying to thwart its rivals, the Northwesters, in a century that was practically without competition. 1670 to 1770, the Hudson's Bay Company learned a good deal about the interior, although in the main, it waited at its seaport, trading stations for the Indian customers to straggle in. The company did send Henry Kelsey west, or rather permitted him to join the Indians and wander off westward, to where he saw the prairies and was first in Canada to report the buffalo. That was in 1690. In 1754, Anthony Henday, also called Hendry, reached the Saskatchewan and visited the Blackfoot nears the Rockies. Around 1770, Hearne wandered off from the Hudson Bay with the Indians, somewhat as the others had done, but northwest rather than southwest, and got to some point on the Coppermine River. It is a bit more than doubtful that he reached the Coronation Gulf, which he claims to describe as an eyewitness, but does describe more of it as from hearsay. Still, he was the first white man to reach the vicinity of the Polar Sea by an inland journey through North America. These observations are leading up to the Pemmican War, and that struggle is to be considered mainly from the Pemmican side, so that the westward and northward progress of discovery and of the fur trade is here barely sketched, avoiding most of the other grave issues and considering in detail only the food situation. The company's servants, as their employees were called, came mainly from Scotland and the Orkneys. In spite of their numerous good qualities, they were conservatives, especially about diet. So that during the first 100 years, they appear to have learned comparatively little about native foods, as if they had been still in Scotland. They lived in the main on porridge and bread, on salted fish and on salted red meats. The fish might be locally caught, and some of the meat was of local origin, but they imported along with their cereals a good deal of European salted pork, beef, and other preserved meats, as well as some European fish. Like many other parts of the world in those days, Hudson Bay had a good deal of trouble with scurvy, nor do they seem to have held in the early years a belief that was prevalent among the company's servants after 1800. The scurvy could be prevented and cured by fresh or dried local meat. Clearly, the medical theories of the company during its first century in America were like those of Europe. The scurvy was caused by such things as poor ventilation, idleness, lack of entertainment. There was a heavy morale side to this reasoning. The conviction that a man who was ill-tempered, lazy, without initiative would develop scurvy in consequence. As I have said elsewhere, this is putting the cart before the horse. They observed mental symptoms, which were in reality the effect of scurvy, and mistook them for the cause. Then, of course, they believed that salted meats were conducive to scurvy, for this view seems to have been universal in Europe and in the American colonies during the period. It was an omen, though without revealed meaning for 100 years, that the men who really started the Hudson's Bay Company were 2 French Canadians from St. Lawrence region, Pierre Esprit Radisson and Medard Chouard, Sierre de Grossel, who sold the idea to Prince Rupert and his associates for the competition, which was destined to worry the great companies so much, and which indeed became eventually a life and death struggle, originated from St. Lawrence. The French in North America were nearly everywhere more adaptable than the British, at least to the extent that they more readily adopted native ways. That makes travel easy and has indeed been shown by Kelsey, Henday, and Hearne, who simply joined up with groups of natives and tagged along after them, traveling without equipment, expense, hardship, or danger. This adaptability tended to be exceptional with the British and to be the rule with the French. In the 1730s, Pierre Gautier Vernes, Sierre de la Vendrée, traveled from Montreal with a small party living by their own hunting or the hunting of the people whom they visited. They got as far as the Missouri River, where now are the Dakotas. This and similar journeys were or might have been warnings to the gentlemen adventurers of London that one day they were going to have some real competition from Montreal. It did develop slowly at first, in part through French Canadians and in part through British colonies, Canadians as well as Yankees, who adopted native ways to a large extent and so traveled fast and far, or at least cheaply and far. In the decades following the successful result of the 13 colonies along the Atlantic seaboard, French traders, as competitors of the Hudson Bay Company were called, were pushing aggressively west beyond Lake Superior and northwest across what are now the prairie province of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. Indeed, the Revolutionary War still was far from over when a Connecticut Yankee, Peter Pond, established the first trading post in the Athabasca region. For that was in 1778, the valleys of Athabasca and Peace, tributaries of the Mackenzie, became commercial tributaries to the merchants of St. Lawrence instead of making long journeys to Hudson Bay. The Athabasca and Peace River Indians now traded with merchants who brought European wares almost to the doors of the teepees. The Hudson Bay Company were not exactly caught napping, but the Northwesters frequently beat them to the draw. For instance, when the company sent Samuel Hearne in 1774 to build Cumberland House on the Saskatchewan near the present west boundary of Manitoba, they found that the Northwest Company had a post there already. Toward 1800, the competition had grown really severe. It had been gentlemanly at first, but was increasingly turning cutthroat as the Hudson Bay Company felt itself slipping. The shares of the corporation, long a prized investment of the Londoners, now went down and down. The dividends of the great company dropped in 1801 from 8 to 4% and continued until 1808, when they ceased entirely from 1809 to 1814. This is plausibly blamed by some of the Napoleonic Wars, and in which the United States took part against Britain through what we call the War of 1812. Others maintain that the inroads of the Northwest Company were largely responsible for the decrease and the cessation of dividends. In the period between 1720 and 1820, the number of company shareholders varied from 50 to 109. These holdings were not widespread, accordingly, but a drop in income and the struggle with the Northwesters still made a profound impression in Britain. The shareholders were, generally speaking, the leading families commercially, socially, and politically. They were on the side of the company two main advantages in the competition with the Northwesters: that they had a superior legal position, that it was, or should have been, cheaper per pound for them to bring in trade goods to the northern plains and to the upper Mackenzie Basin. Their mileage from Hudson Bay was far less than that of the Northwesters from the St. Lawrence, and their transport routes were, on the whole, easier. The company's great weakness were that it was not adaptable and that it was not enterprising. A partial cause of both troubles was that the company was governed from across the Atlantic by a stodgy lot of financiers and nobility who had only the vaguest notion about the real problems, and who, to some extent, did not even want to understand the difficulties, feeling that the good old English way had succeeded in the past and would succeed again. Lethargy in the North America derived from a weakness in London, but there was the important further reason that the company's servants were unpaid and did not have a profit-sharing arrangement with their employees. The traders of the Northwest Company were, many of them, partners rather than employees. In any case, they had a great deal of freedom, each being permitted to develop his own opportunities in his own district pretty much as he saw fit. Then, insofar as they were governed from a distance, it was only from Montreal, and it was chiefly by older men who had themselves in their youth traded for furs in the valleys of the Red, the Saskatchewan, the Athabasca, and the Peace. They understood conditions, they knew the ropes. The historians seem to agree that where the relative adaptability of the rival trading organizations counted most in the methods of transportation and in the provisioning. Transportation called for exploitation, the discovery of the best canoe routes and portage routes, in which the Northwesters excelled. Indeed, most of the great figures in the exportation of the period are men who, either at the time or thereafter, were affiliated with the Northwest Company, the mentioned Yankee explorers, chief of them Peter Pond, and the two Alexander Henrys, and the men of old country British stock like David Thompson, Alexander Mackenzie, and the several Frobishers. Mackenzie was the first to descend the river named after him to the Polar Sea, and the first in Canada to cross the continent from west to east to west, which he did by the way of Peace and Fraser rivers. Scarcely less important were the journeys of Thompson, for their physical extent is equaled by the literary and historical importance of the diaries he kept, by the cartographic value of the maps he made, including that of the Columbian River in our states of Oregon and Washington, which he was the first to descend. The Encyclopedia of Canada, for instance, says of the Thompson that when he left the Western country in 1812, he prepared a map of it, which has been the basis of all subsequent maps. The greatest single element working for the success of Northwesters was that they adopted native foods, unlike most of the Hudson Bay Company men, who felt they had to have bread and porridge along with their meat. The Northwesters, if there was anything to be gained by it, lived exclusively by their hunting. To be gained by it, lived exclusively by their hunting or that of their companions. And insofar as the Hudson Bay Company used native foods, it intended to prepare them the European way, which meant that instead of wind-drying meats, the men salted them. With the added weight of the salt, the watery meat was several times heavier and considerably more bulky than the dry provisions of the Northwesters, whose men used jerky in camp and on short trips, pemmican on the long journeys. Besides, as experience showed, and it is discussed at length hereafter, men sickened with scurvy on European-style corned beef but kept their health and strength on the local jerky and pemmican. It was a standard calculation of the fur trade that 1 pound of jerky had the food value of 6 pounds of lean meat, and they knew from experience that in order to remain healthy and strong indefinitely, they needed a pound of suet to go with each 6 pounds of fresh lean, meaning they would have to have a pound of suet for each pound of jerky. It was considered that a man who worked hard needed per day a ration of 6 or 7 pounds of fresh lean and a pound of fat. Now, pemmican is by weight half dry lean and half rendered fat, so the maximum daily pemmican ration was 2 pounds. Some of the best authorities, among them Thompson, says the outside quantity was 1.5 pounds. This was for men who slaved at the hardest labor 14 and 16 hours per day, as when tracking canoes up swift rivers and carrying them and their loads on their shoulders across portages. We find nowadays that when a man eats nothing but pemmican, he requires about 3/4 pound per day. If he is around town in somewhat the routine of the average businessman, which means that he could do a good deal of muscular work on 1 pound, it is hard, therefore, to see how the voyagers managed to get away with 2 pounds. But there seems evidence that some of them did. And eating was their chief enjoyment on the long journey. They were mighty trenchmen and proud of it. By 1810, it was generally realized that the Northwesterners were decidedly getting the best of the contest with the Hudson's Bay Company. This was in the main through a superior transport. They had developed the best routes, the best travelers, and the best travel methods. Their food, pemmican, was so much more compact and so much later that they could make considerably longer journeys and carry bigger payloads on trips of equal length. It is the payloads that bring in the pay, the wages of the employees, and the profits of stockholders or partners. The partners of the Northwest Company were getting rich. The stockholders of the Hudson Bay Company were on reduced income. By the first decade of the 19th century, the manufacture of pemmican had become big business. Pemmican capital of the fur trade was the usual characterizations of Pembina on the Red River, where now is the northwest corner of the state of North Dakota. The Dictionary of American History says through a section written by O.G. Liddy, professor of history in the University of that state, Pembina was a strategic fur trade for the Northwest Company in its war with the Hudson Bay Company, Chibales, in 1797, and Alexander Henry Jr. in 1801 successfully occupied the post for that company. It was also one of the best-known outfitting points for the buffalo hunters of the prairies to the west and south. Their Red River carts and ponies returned with loads of pemmican, robes, skins, dried meat. The pemmican was usually sold in Fort Garry of Winnipeg. Now enters upon the stage of Thomas Douglas, 5th Earl of the Selkirk, for whom it was something between a career and a passion to settle Scottish Highlanders where they would be less crowded than at home. In 1803, he planted a colony of them in Prince Edward Island. Then he went about purchasing shares of the Hudson Bay Company. Some say merely to get control, others say to get a control which he could use to make the company give him, in his private capacity, a concession in some fertile acres from their domain as masters of Rupert's land. By 1811, he was in control and got from the company a concession of 45 million of such fertile acres in the Red River Valley, of which is now North Dakota, Minnesota, and Manitoba. That just sounds like a lot. Oh, my word. Some think that this was a move on the part of the Hudson Bay Company itself to plan an agricultural settlement in the heart of Pemmican County with a view to getting the farmers to destroy the buffalo, which they would do to keep these wild animals out of the grain fields, also to prevent their meat from competing with domestic beef and mutton. Whatever the truth, the fur men on the ground, whether Hudson Bay's Company or Northwestern, took the move as an attempt to run the Northwest Company by depriving it of pemmican. The meaning was implemented through an order issued by Miles MacDonald, governor of the Red River Settlement, on January 8, 1814, forbidding export from the colony of pemmican and other dried provisions, meaning jerky and pounded meat. This move, if successful, would cripple the Northwestern, whose transportation system was based upon the use of light and compact provisions, and who could not get these in sufficient quality except in the prairies of what is now northern Dakota and southern Manitoba. True, there were buffalo elsewhere, and pemmican was made and sold throughout the buffalo country, but as said, pemmican was now a big business. Hundreds of thousands of pounds a year were required, and a single 1,000-pound buffalo would produce only 100 pounds. Great operations such as those of the Northwesters could not be maintained full scale except on the basis of a continued main supply from the Red River Valley to supplement local production at the various posts that now dotted the country from Minnesota to the Rockies and north to the Peace and Athabasca. The contemporary authorities did not disagree, but it is nevertheless hard for most of us to grasp realistically the dependence on pemmican of the vast operations of the two great companies. The position, therefore, may be strengthened by the quoting what can fairly be styled the official history of the Hudson Bay Company, written by a member of the staff of the Canadian head office, Douglas Mackay, and published in 1936, The Honorable Company. In his account leading up to the Pemmican War, Mackay makes the usual point that the business rivalry of the companies hinged on the transportation, the question in bringing the largest payloads of trade goods and taking out the largest payloads at first over routes thousands of miles in length that involved ascending and descending swift and rapids infested streams with long and difficult portages from one river to another through connecting swamps and over dividing ridges. It was a material advantage of the Northwesters that they had in advance the Honorable Company in discarding European foods and European methods of food preparation for the native foods and ways. In this adoption of pemmican was chief. On page 138, Mackay says that in the 1814 MacDonald asserted his authority by issuing a proclamation forbidding the export of pemmican from Selkirk's territory of Assiniboia. Pemmican was a concentrated staple food of their fur trade, and the Assiniboia was the richest pasturing ground of the buffalo. From these plains, the half-breeds hunted for both companies, and the food supply of the entire fur trade had become dependent upon the area. So particularly speaking, the Northwesters had a fight with guns and or yield. They chose to fight. It is agreed by the historians that both trading companies thought that they had to have permission for this success, or at least for the easier success of the transportation systems, as well as for the stores to keep the Indians alive through seasons of scarcity. It has not been as widely recognized by the scholars, although clear from the documents, that one of the chief reasons for the supposed necessity of having enough pemmican was an opinion common by 1810 to both rivals that in addition to being more nourishing for its weight and bulk than European foods, pemmican would also keep a man in better health, and in particular would save him from a cure of him from getting scurvy. This is discussed hereafter. Expressly and by implication, the relation of the fur trade to pemmican at this stage is well slated by two of the chief figures of the Northwestern fur lands, Mackenzie and Thompson. In 1801, Mackenzie published at London his voyages from Montreal on the River St. Lawrence through the continent of North America to the frozen Pacific Oceans in the years 1789 and 1793, with a preliminary account of the rise and progress present state of the fur trades of that country. In his account of the trade, Mackenzie says, the lean parts of the flesh of the larger animals are cut in thin slices, are placed on a wooden grate over a slow fire, or exposed to the sun and sometimes to the frost. These operations dry it, and then in a state it is pounded between two stones. It will then keep with care for several years. If, however, it is kept in large quantities, it is disposed to ferment in the spring of the year when it must be exposed to the air, or it will soon decay. What Mackenzie has thus far described as the pounded meat that readily absorbs moisture to which it is exposed, he now describes pemmican. The inside fat and that of the rump, which is much thicker in these wild animals, the domestic animals, is melted down and mixed in a boiling state with the pounded meat in equal proportions. It is then put in baskets or bags for the convenience of carrying it. Thus it becomes nutritious food and is eaten without any further preparation or an addition of spice, salt, or any vegetable or farinaceous substance. A little time reconciles it to the palate. There is another sort, made with the addition of marrow and dried berries, which is a superior quality. Thus, we have from Mackenzie in 1801 a beginning of the debate as to whether it is better to use the plain article of the pemmican, of lean and fat only, or to flavor with berries. This is part of a worldwide and age-long debate between those who like their food with a natural taste and those who like it seasoned. It is essentially the debate on which is better, cake or bread. An argument that is not only wholly a matter of personality, but it is, at least in part, dependent on whether you are thinking of an occasional food or a steady diet. Thompson's experience in the country was even more extensive than that of Mackenzie and differed from Mackenzie's, who was always in command and who, as expected with officers and gentlemen in his day, was favored on journeys through doing the least work and having the best of everything. Thompson, although sometimes in command, was less the commander who orders things done for him and more the worker and provider, hunter and fisher, as well as leader. In 1810, 4 years before the start of the Pemmican War, Thompson was on the North Saskatchewan River, where stood Fort Augustus, which until 11 years before had been the most westerly trading post of the Hudson-based company, near what is now the boundary between the provinces of Saskatchewan and Manitoba. It was already more than 25 years since he left his native Scotland, and he was a man who had worked his way upward in frontier trade and travel. He gives in his diary entry for June 22nd, 1810, at once a picture of the staple food of the long-distance traveler and the role it played in the fur industry. I quote from pages 134 to 435 of David Thompson's narrative, edited by J.B. Tyrrell, Champion Society, Toronto, 1916. On the west side of the Isles is Cumberland Lake, on the east bank of which is situated Cumberland House, in latitude 53 degrees 56'45", north longitude 102, 13 west. The house was the first inland trading post of the Hudson Bay Company, made remarkably well situated for the trade of the fine furs. It serves as a general depot for all the dried provisions made of the meat and fat of the bison under the name of pemmican, a wholesome, well-tasted, nutritious food upon which all persons engaged in the fur trade mostly depend for their substance during the open season. Example, when rivers are ice-free during spring, summer, and autumn. Thompson now describes the pemmican he is talking about, raising some points that are new to this discussion. It is made of the lean and fleshy parts of the bison, dried, smoked, pounded fine. In this state, it is called bear meat. The fat of the bison is two qualities called hard and soft. The former is from the inside of the animal, which we melted, is called hard fat, properly greased. The latter is made from the larger flakes of the fat that heat on each side of the backbone, covering the ribs, and which is readily separated when he carefully melted, resembles butter in softness and sweetness. Pemmican is made in bags of 90 pounds weight, made of the parchment hide of the bison with the hair on. The proportion of the pemmican was best made for keeping in 20 pounds of soft and the same of hard fat, slowly melted together, and a low warm poured on 50 pounds of beet meat, well mixed together and closely packed in a bag of about 30 inches in length by nearly 20 inches in breadth, and about 4 inches in thickness, which makes them flat, the best shape for stowage and carriage. I have dwelt on the above, as it is the staple food of all persons and affords the most nourishment in the least space and weight. Even the gluttonous French Canadian that devours 8 pounds of fresh meat every day is contented with 1.5 pounds per day. It would be admirable provision for the Army and Navy, except for the Thompson's implying it is wholesome in a general way. I do not find in his extensive writings the view that pemmican will prevent and cure scurvy, so far as I know. This is first stated explicitly in 1812, then as part of the recommendation which is looked upon it as one of the causes of the Pemmican War. A.J.H. Richardson of the staff of the National Archives of Canadian Ottawa has examined for me some of the voluminous, unpublished Selkirk documents that are in the archives, and especially the papers of William Auld, who is looked upon as being, with Miles MacDonald, and others an instigator of the Pemmican War. Richardson wrote on April 8, 1944, I did some searching on my own account in the Selkirk papers, and I'm enclosing notes on the only documents that looked useful among those I had time to go through. It was written at the time of the Pemmican War, which Auld and MacDonald themselves precipitated, and you might want its evidence on the superiority of pemmican to salted meat. And indeed, its absolute necessity at the post. Attached to Mr. Richardson's letters was the following memorandum, which is here copied exactly as written, including his footnote by Mr. Auld. Copy of Mr. Auld's advice, May 13, 1814, gives his reason for advising Captain MacDonald to prevent the Northwest Coast traders from carrying the dried provisions out of the land ceded by Selkirk by the Hudson's Bay Company. Among them, he states, that the seizure of these provisions by the Northwestern the 2 previous years had led the Hudson's Bay Company from our anxiety to promote the welfare of the settlers to give up part of the dried provisions collected by the company's servants, as a result of which the company are absolutely reduced to our English provisions in their stead, which it is the duty and interest of the company's principal officers to prevent, as being most injurious to the health of the people who during the 2 preceding winters had suffered from much scurvy, a disease entirely occasioned by salted and weak food, and by too frequently, especially at York Factory. The lack of dry provision had forced the company to withdraw its servants from many posts this summer, and the Canadians, example, the Northwest Company, will derive all the advantages of the trade in consequence of their being allowed to possess themselves of the dry provisions. Public Archives of Canada, Selkirk Papers, Volume 4, pages 1083 to 1089. The conclusions arrived by all during or after year 1812, and apparently common among his associates, that the pemmican will prevent scurvy can be derived from the whole history of the fur trade in the interior of North America, and likewise from the history of fuller exportation since the northern travelers began to use pemmican. Although the Pemmican War is considered to have started in 1814, with the MacDonald's order handicapping the Northwesters in their use of pemmican, the first serious bloodshed did not take place until June 9, 1816, in a small-scale battle near Fort Douglas between the Northwesters and the Hudson Bay Company men. In that massacre fell the representative Lord Selkirk, Robert Semple, and with him 20 of his adherents. This was the largest single bloodletting of the war. But smaller fights occurred here and there. Houses were burned, trade goods were destroyed, How the Pemmican War looked from England while it was raging appears with a slant favorable to the Hudson Bay Company in a privately printed and anonymous book which appeared in London during 1817, statement respecting Earl of Selkirk's settlement of Kildean, a quote and paraphrase just enough to show the kind of war this was. The book is dealing with the spring of 1816 on the Qua Appeal River that flows eastward through southwestern Saskatchewan, southern Manitoba to the Red. Pambrun and Sutherland of the Hudson Bay Company faction were proceeding downstream in 5 boats with 22 men loaded with considerable quality of furs and about 600 bags of pemmican, thus about 54,000 pounds. On the 12th of May, they were attacked by an army party of about 50 of the servants of the Northwest Company. Mr. Pambrun and the rest of the party were taken prisoners. The party were forcibly detained for 5 days and then liberated under the promise not to bear arms against the Northwest Company. About the end of May, Alexander MacDonald embarked in his boats with the furs and the bags of provision which he had seized. He was attended by a body of Brules on horseback, which followed him along the bank of the river. When the party arrived near the Hudson Bay Company's trading post of Brandon House, Cuthbert Grant was dispatched with 25 men, who took the post and pillaged it, not only of all the British goods, together with the furs and provisions belonging to the company, but also of the private property of their servants. After this exploit, MacDonald divided his forces, amounting in all to about 120 men, into 4 separate brigades. When this organized banditti arrived at Portage de Paris, the plunder was landed from the canoes, and the 600 bags of pemmican were formed into sort of a rampart or redoubt, flanked by 2 brass swivels, which had formerly belonged to Lord Selkirk's settlement. On the 18th of June, Cuthbert Grant, Laxat, Fraser, Cole, and Thomas Mackay were sent off from Portage de Paris with about 70 men to attack the colony at Red River. On the 20th of June, a messenger returned from Cuthbert Grant who reported that his party had killed Governor Semple with 5 of his officers and 16 of his people, upon which MacDonald, Seraphim Lamar, and all the other officers shouted with joy. The book tells the story of the Semple massacre according to a number of eyewitnesses. Each story from a written statement, about the shortest and not the most gruesome, is from the affidavit of Michael Hendon. Beauchore, the Canadian, advanced in front of his party and in an insolent tone desired to know what he, Semple, was about. Mr. Semple desired to know what he and his party wanted. Beauchore said and wanted his fort. The governor desired him to go to his fort. Upon which Beauchore said to the governor, "Why did you destroy our fort, you damned rascal?" Mr. Semple then laid hold of the bridle of Beauchore's horse, saying, "Scoundrel, do you tell me so?" Upon this, Beauchore jumped from his horse and shot, instantly fired by one of Grant's party of horsemen, who was killed by Mr. Holt, who was standing near Governor Semple. Beauchore then ran to his party. Another shot was fired, by which Mr. Semple was wounded. The governor immediately cried out to his men, "Do what you can to take care of yourselves." But instead of this, his party appears to have crowded about him to ascertain what injury he had met with, and while they were thus collected, the Brules, who had formed a circle around them, fired a general volley among them, by which the greater part were killed or wounded. Those who were still standing took off their hats and called for mercy, but in vain. The horsemen galloped forward and butchered them. The Semper massacre was the most sensational episode of the Pemmican War. The story is told here to give an idea of the bitterness that underlay the whole struggle. For 7 years, the Pemmican War was waged through a combination of gangster methods and the dirtiest business competition. The struggle ended through an amalgamation of the 2 companies accomplished in London in 1821. The Northwesters had been winners in the business competition that preceded the Pemmican War, and they were to an extent victorious in the actual field struggles of that contest. But they lost out in the final settlement because of the entrenched legal position of the Hudson Bay Company and because of the organizational weakness of its partnership. As compared with the stock company, the Northwesters had built up no reserves. The partners became wealthy, each in his own right, while the corporation had little more than enough to go on from year to year. These wealthy partners were not all equally willing to put their money into the fight against the company. When it came to fire and sword, in any case, had the Northwesterns been completely victorious in all respects, the company resulting with the amalgamation would probably still have been known as the Hudson Bay, for that company owned the charter. The legal strength of the company, if combined with the adaptability of the Northwesters, could lead to success, and it did. Salt meat, bread, and porridge were little used by the rejuvenated Hudson Bay Company, except at the seaports and at Winnipeg, where salted domestic beef and flour were locally produced. With pemmican for food and goods for trade in their canoes and on the backs of whites and Indians who carried over the portages, the servants of the great company now extended its domain along the Mackenzie to the Polar Sea and across the mountains to the Pacific, where they were stopped to the southwest by the Spaniards in California and to the northwest by the Russian-American Company in Alaska.
Chapter 11. The Romance of Pemmican.
Writers who discuss pemmican in terms of romance are usually thinking of the period which followed the struggle between the two great fur companies. In the publicity sense, that is correct. What keeps the writers from talking of romance before the day of the Nor'westers in no doubt the fact that pemmican was not then highly regarded by whites, though their tendency to look down upon anything that is the usual food of savages. The immigrant was likely to consider American foods as of lower grade than European, just because they were native. Indeed, it seems usually to have required a famine or other bit of tough luck to get the colonists to go beyond tasting and sneering at the special dishes of native America. It was no doubt the semi-starvation around colonial Massachusetts Bay and other parts of New England during the first few years which broke down there the sales resistance of an immigrant people who must have been through tradition at least as conservative as the Scottish servants of the Hudson Bay Company. Hunger taught the Puritans and rest of the New Englanders to eat succotash, corn on the cob, maple syrup, and roast turkey. We relish these now because we inherited the taste of them from our colonial ancestors. There seems to have been no pemmican east of the Alleghenies in the period when our national food tastes were being formed. It has been shown that first it was the competitive necessity of the Nor'westers to find travel rations more portable and more preservable than those of the Hudson Bay Company that swung for them into line as pemmican users. And then it was the financial success of the Nor'westers that compelled the Hudson Bay Company to follow suit. True, an occasional Hudson Bay Company traveler used pemmican even before there were any Nor'westers, especially those who joined Indian bands and tagged along with them, but they were the exception. However, it may be for the early period there certainty was romance in the story of pemmican after 1800. Now it was attracting long-distance attention from the nobility and gentry of Britain, whose most typical and reliable investment was shares in the Hudson Bay Company, and who realized that the extent of the territories from which they could draw revenue in North America and the size of the payloads of their trading expeditions depended upon the lightness and goodness of this travel ration. It was in the same period that the poet, the essayist, the historians, the speech makers in Parliament began to develop those uses for the word given in my quotation from the Oxford Dictionary, where pemmican became a figure that symbolized strength and small compass, where they very pemmican of thought was a phrase to signify the very pith of language. The romance of diamonds is perhaps more readily apparent to us from a distance than to the calves and poor whites who seek them through it, pit and tunnel on the African rand, and so it may have been with the local Indians and Canadians who paddled and pulled the boats upstream in the service of the fur trade and who carried them and their cargoes with the backbreaking toil over portages that varied from a few yards to scores of miles. No one could hold a job in these labor battalions on the Portuguese unless he could carry at least a piece, meaning 90 pounds of payload, a distance of 15 to 20 miles a day, in addition to his food, bedding, and such other gear as he thought he needed. A sample of long portage was the Arctic mountain crossing from McPherson on the Peel directly west to the Bell. When the Rat River shortage was not used, the routine was that one left McPherson in time for a 3-hour carry before supper. Then he carried his loads for 4 whole days and arrived at the Bell about the middle of the forenoon of the 6th day and making about 80 miles in 4 days and a half. I carried over the portage myself in 1907, and that is why I take it as a specimen case. As we plodded ahead with our burdens, we had the choice of stepping directly into the mud cracks between the hammocks of vegetation. When we sank halfway to the knee, or attempting to place a foot upon the middle of each hammock, in which we succeeded about 3 times out of 4. The 4th time we would slip, with such a discomforting result that we were likely to conclude it was simpler not to be so choosy. The tendency was to pick footing the first few hours of each day and to stop being selective when you got tired. I said the portage in September when the mosquitoes were gone. During the height of the fur trade, they usually did it in June, with heat and flies at their worst. Imagine, when the worst of possible Arctic summer days with a steaming temperature of about 90 degrees in the shade and at least 20 degrees hotter than that in the sun, with the mosquitoes in such swarms that they would fill a man's nostrils and interfere seriously with his breathing. If he did not wear a head net that interfered with his breathing also, though to a less extent, the entire body would have to be densely clad so as to prevent insect bites. Buckskin gloves were worn and leggings. At a minimum, a man carried 1.5 pounds of pemmican, a pound a day of pemmican for the 6 days, in addition to his 90-pound payload, and then, as said, would come any gear that he thought he needed. When I carried over the Peel Bell portage, John Firth was still in charge of McPherson. He had been there since Lapierre's house and Rampart were active ports on the Bell, decades before. Firth said that in the good old days, there were very few of the portages who carried only a single piece. More than half of them carried 2 pieces, and 3 or 4 of the best men would carry 3 pieces each, meaning 270 pounds of payload in addition to their food and personal belongings. It is easy to see the importance of a condensed ration like pemmican in business of this sort. It is not so easy to see romance from the point of view of the working man, but the romance was patent from beyond the Atlantic, where the dividends were rolling in upon the British stockholders. In judging the romance of the fur trade from the angle of the working man, it must be remembered that journeys were chiefly made in summer, or as Mackenzie puts it, during the open season, when the rivers were free from ice. That was the warmest time of the year. The belief is common that the summers as well as the winters are cooler the farther north one goes. So we had better refresh our memories on how cool July was in the pemmican country. When it comes to actual danger from heat prostration, it is not the average temperature for the year that matters, or even the average for the hottest month. Rather, it is the temperatures of the hottest days and their excess above normal. The factor of chief importance apparently being unusually high temperatures persisting for several days at a time. The length of the daily sunshine period matters a great deal also. In the tropics, where the nights is always practically as long as the day, the earth has time to cool off during a long spell of darkness. This cooling period gets shorter as the summer nights get shorter with increased northening. So that on the mentioned Peel Bell portage, or at Fort Yukon on the Yukon River, there is no complete cessation of heat delivery by the sun, even at midnight. This moves the hottest period of the day later and later into the afternoon until within the Arctic Circle, it is likely to be somewhere between 5 and 7 p.m. Consider, for instance, how the summer was in 1847 when Alexander Hunter Murray came over from Fort McPherson, about 60 miles north of the Arctic Circle, to establish the Hudson Bay Company post at Fort Yukon, which is about 6 miles north of the Circle. According to Murray's Journal of the Yukon, published at Ottawa 1910, he found it cool at the very crest of the Peckbell Divide, although calm and oppressively hot below. When he reached the location on which he was about to build Fort Yukon, he said, for June 25th, "We put ashore at the entrance to a small lake at 9:30 for the purpose of encamping, but the mosquitoes seemed determined we should not. I have been in the swamps of Lake Pontchartrain and Belize along the Red River, Texas, and most parts of Gilnipper country. He never experienced anything like this. We could neither speak nor breathe without our mouths being filled with them. Close your eyes, and you had fast between the eyelids. 6 fires were lit all around, but of no avail." Summarizing the experience of the first month he spent at Fort Yukon, Murray says, "July was oppressively warm. I never before spent a summer so far north, and could scarcely have credited others had I been told that on the banks of the Yukon, not far from the Arctic Circle, the thermometer was at 2 o'clock on the afternoon of July 10th, 90 degrees above zero." According to this, Murray was really having a cool summer for the United States Weather Bureau, under the ordinary conditions of its scientific observation stations, has recorded at Fort Yukon 100 degrees in the shade. There is almost necessarily a high humidity, for the country is one steaming swamp. The traveler is necessarily in heavy clothing, for he must keep out the mosquitoes, and his breathing is interfered with by a net over his face, for otherwise the mosquitoes would be filling his nostrils as they did. Murray's take all this together with midnight sun, which means a complete absence of the restful coolness of a dark night, and you have one more angel on the romantic life of the pemmican eater. Although length of the sunshine day and extreme humidity are conducive to heat prostration, there are not many accounts of this from the fur trade, and that has a bearing on the merits of pemmican, at least to those who believe that what one eats and how much he eats will condition him to the effect of heat. An enlightening case of heat prostration in the North striking, because of the man to whom it happened, is that of Buffalo Jones, as told through apparently verbatim diary quotation by Colonel Henry Inman in his Buffalo Jones 40 Years of Adventure, Topeka, Kansas, 1899. Charles Jess Jones was born in Illinois, where the summers are warm at times. He spent a good many of his years in northern Mexico and in the southwest of the United States, where temperatures run pretty high in the midsummer. He had traveled in equatorial Africa and in many other places. On his way towards a search for musk oxen in the Canadian Arctic, Buffalo Jones found himself on July 25th, 1897, rowing alone in a boat on the Athabasca River just south of Athabasca Lake, about as far north as the south tip of Greenland. He had been rowing hard to keep off a sandbar and had cleared the bar and had ceased rowing. Inman quotes him, "In another hour was floating down the river northward again. At this juncture, I lost all consciousness, and when reason returned, I found my boat lodged near the north end of a long island. I had overexerted myself, and the result was slight sunstroke. Realizing in some way what had happened, I managed to get a hold of a towel and with it applied water to my head. I recovered sufficiently to enable me to think, although my brain was in a measure paralyzed. So far as I have been able to learn from a biography of 469 pages, this was the only heat stroke that Buffalo Jones suffered, in his whole career. The experience came to him in the subarctic, just about where, in the old days, buffalo pemmican was replaced by the fur brigades with caribou pemmican. It does not appear that Jones was using this food, for by 1897, the time was long past when it could be purchased from Hudson's Bay Company traders or from the Indians, unless perhaps if you gave them a year's notice. It is not necessary to go north beyond the Arctic Circle, or even north as far as the lower Athabasca, to be in danger from heat prostration. True, the risk increases with the length of the sunshiny period of each day and with the increased humidity, both of which factors are larger the farther north one goes. It is also true that there is still greater heat in the more southerly reaches of the pemmican country. Some maintain that the true pemmican region does not run further south than Kansas, believing that in Texas, Oklahoma, and Missouri it was jerky they ate, with tallow on the side or pounded meat dipped into melted grease. Take it then that the pemmican users did their long journeys in the temperatures that prevailed from Kansas north. Consulting the Department of Agricultural Yearbook for 1942, Clement and Allen and Heathrow dealing only with extreme records, I find that it can be as hot as 121 degrees in the shade in Kansas, 118 in Nebraska, 120 degrees in South Dakota, 122 in North Dakota, with no greater drop when on crossing north into Canada, where the top records are 112 for Manitoba, 113 for Saskatchewan, and 115 for Alberta. These records are not attained, of course, more than once in a lifetime. Still, they mean that ordinary summers can be pretty warm in the pemmican lands. Keeping in mind the dictum of Mackenzie that pemmican is used during the summer, it is the evident how little historical foundation there is for the belief that the Indian invented pemmican as a cold weather ration and that the white man borrowed it from him with midwinter particularly in view. Truth, there was the winter use of pemmican, but that was seldom for journeys, and it was to tide over a famine period when usually the pemmican eaters stayed in camp, avoiding exertion as much as possible and sitting around the fire to keep warm. In spite of heat, mosquitoes, and grueling labor, there was romance in the work of the fur brigades, or at least it seemed so to the European servants of the company who traveled with the brigades, as we shall now see. One of the classics of the fur trade at Hudson's Bay, which has the subtle title Everyday Life in the Wilds of North America, during 6 years resident in the territories of the Honorable Hudson's Bay Company, by Robert M. Ballantine. I used the second edition, Edinburgh. In September 1841, Ballantine was practically fresh from the old country when he left York Factory on Hudson Bay for the Red River. The Portage La Louche Brigade usually numbers 6 or 7 boats, adapted for inland traveling where the navigation is obstructed by rapids, waterfalls, and cataracts, to surmount which boats and cargo are carried overland by the crews. These carrying places are called portages, and between York Factory and Red River, there are upwards of 36 of various lengths. Besides these, there are innumerable rapids up with the boats have to be pushed inch by inch, with poles for miles together, so that we had to look forward to a long and tedious voyage. He says, however, of his companions, these hardy Canadians and half-breeds are accustomed to such voyages from the age of 15 or 16 and think no more of them than other men do of ordinary work. That Ballantine saw romance in the journey we read in his description of the second day out from the seaport of York Factory. Upon the occasion of our first breakfast in the woods, we were fortunate. The sun shone brightly on the surrounding trees and bushes. The fires blazed and crackled, pots boiled, and cooks worked busily on a green spot at the side of a small bay or creek. in which the boats quietly floated, scarce rippling the surface of the limpid water. The whole scene was indescribably romantic and picturesque. On the shores of Hudson Bay, pemmican was much more expensive than European food. Things like flour could be unloaded cheaply from British ships right on the dock at York Factory. But pemmican had to be brought by canoe and portage hundreds of miles from Winnipeg, and as things went then, was costly, even at the point of origin. Accordingly, the cheaper European foods were used, especially during the first part of the westward journey, to supplement the various forms of dried meat. Valentine says, for the trip being described, that the provisions of the men consisted of pemmican and dour. Farther on, he describes the work of the pemmican eaters. The men used to row for a space of time, denominated a pipe, so called from the circumstances of their taking a smoke at the end of it. Each spell lasted for nearly 2 hours, during which time they rowed without intermission. The smoke usually occupied 5 or 10 minutes, after which they pulled again for 2 hours more, and so on. While traveling in boats, it is only allowable to put ashore for breakfast. So about noon, we had a cold dinner in the boat, and with appetites sharped by exposure to the fresh air, we enjoyed it pretty well. In a couple of days, we branched off into Steel River and began its ascent. The current here was more rapid than in Hakes River, so rapid indeed that our oars being useless, we were obliged to send the men ashore with the tracking line. Tracking, as it is called, is dreadfully harassing work. Half of the crew go ashore and drag the boat slowly along, while the other half go to sleep. After an hour's walk, the others then take their turn, and so on, alternately during the whole day. This journey was at an ideal time of the year. The mosquitoes were gone, the days were no longer very hot, and the nights were pleasantly cool. The following year, Valentine made the same journey by canoe. During the mosquito season, he says, I did not take a tent with me, our craft requiring to be as light as possible, but I rolled up a mosquito net in my blanket, that being a light affair of gauze, capable of compression into very small compass. Such were our equipments, and on the 23rd of June, we started for the interior. As they left the cool sea coast behind, the climate changed rapidly. They were 20 or 30 miles inland. The day, which had hitherto been agreeable, now became oppressively sultry. Not a breath of wind ruffled the water, and as the sun shone down with intense heat from perfectly cloudless sky, it became almost insufferable. The night over, breakfast consisted solely of pemmican, and our boiled into the sort of thick soup dignified by the name robioboo. As might be expected, it is not a very delicate dish, but it is nevertheless exceedingly nutritious, and those who have lived long in the country, particularly the Canadians, are very fond of it. I think, however, that another of their dishes composed of the same materials but fried instead of boiled is much more superior to it. They call it raihue. It is uncommonly rich, and very little would suffice for an ordinary man. In the account of this canoe journey, Valentine has a good deal to say about mosquitoes. For instance, at the close of one of the ordinary 15-hour working days, they stopped for the night. We soon had our encampment prepared and the fire blazing, but hundreds of mosquitoes were, as usual, awaiting our arrival, and we found it utterly impossible to sup, so fiercely did they attack us, so we at last went to leeward of the fire and devoured it hastily in the smoke, preferring to risk being suffocated or smoke dried to being eaten up alive. It was certainly amusing to see us rush into the thick smoke, bolt a few mouthfuls of pemmican, and then rush out again for fresh air, our hands swinging like the sails of a windmill round our heads. In the manner we continued rushing out of and into the smoke till supper was finished and then prepared for sleep. This time, however, I was determined not to be tormented, so I cut 4 stakes, drove them into the ground, and over them through my gauze mosquito net, previously making a small fire with wet grass on it to raise the smoke and prevent intruders from entering while I was in the act of putting it on. Then cautiously raising one end, I bolted in after the most approved harlequin style, leaving my discombobulated tormentors wondering. Such was the romance of canoe transportation when Pemmican was king. The commercial role of Pemmican has been described of necessity by most historians of frontier development in the plains section of North America, and by every historian of the fur trade. Rather than attempt to summarize them all or to average their opinions, I quote from a single writer extracts sufficiently to cover the ground fairly well. One of the most extensive users of pemmican among businessmen famous enough to leave a marked impression on history was Sir George Simpson, who for a long generation, about a century ago, was practically emperor of half of North America. In his writings, as published by the Caitlan Society and others, there are innumerable references to pemmican, but without any good description, for one does not ordinarily tell much about things that are commonplace. And to the wilderness traveler of his day, pemmican was what bread is to us, taken for granted and seldom mentioned unless bad or unless one ran out of it. I cannot find then a pertinent quotation from Sir George himself, but Frederick Merck, professor of American history at Harvard and editor of Simpson's Journal, published in 1931, as Fur Trade and Empire says on pages 346-347 of that work. Pemmican was almost ideal voyaging provision. It occupied little space in a canoe, for it is one of the most concentrated of foods, a fact that commends it still to Arctic explorers. It was convenient to pack into canoes or to carry over portages by reason of its bag form. When properly protected from wet and mold, it can be kept indefinitely. It can be eaten, cooked, or uncooked, which recommended it particularly for long canoe voyages where haste was necessary. For all those reasons, it was an item of major importance in fur trade economy. Pemmican made possible the development of the interior communication system of the Northwest Company, and it was on this foundation also that Simpson built the remarkable transportation system of the Hudson Bay Company. The remark of Professor Merck that pemmican occupied little space in a canoe is occasional for a digression on the canoe and York boat, frightening which, with its river portages, was the characteristic thing about fur trade transportation. Many rivers had rocky rapids in which canoes and other boats would sink, not only when there was a mishap running them going downstream, but also less frequently when tracking upstream. Then was it of importance to have goods and provisions that would not spoil in a dipping, that could be rescued either afloat in the river or sunk to its bottom. Oatmeal and coarse flour are bad from the point of view, for water penetrates throughout a bag, and watertight barrels are difficult as backloads for men to carry across the portages. Fine wheat flour is good, for when a bag of it lies submerged in a river a week, or a year for that matter, only about half an inch all around, the outside spoils. This forms a dough layer through which there is no further penetration of water. Pemmican was still better, for the water did not penetrate at all. Even chunks that had no rawhide cover were impenetrable to water and would dry in a few minutes when rescued from the stream. In this relation, jerky was not so good, for water would penetrate gradually, and drying was then a problem. Pounded meat was a bad idea, as bad as oatmeal, for being in shreds and powder. It got wet through immediately and was nearly impossible to dry. The Yankees, who contributed to the swelling fortunes of the Northwest Company during the last quarter of the 18th century, such as Pond and the two Alexander Henrys, make frequent references to pemmican in journals of the period of 1775 to 1800, but usually as taking it for granted, assuming that everyone knows its characteristics, so they need not be described. The first Yankee I have discovered who gives a fortnight characterization is Harmon, Daniel Williams Harmon, 1778 to 1845, was born at Bennington, Vermont. In 1800, he joined the Northwest Company in August of the year. He was near the mouth of the Winnipeg River on his first journey to and through the Pemmican country. I quote from a journal of voyagers and travelers in the interior of North America using the New York 1922 edition, pages 22 through 23. Sunday, the 3rd of August. This is the first day which I have ever spent since my infancy without eating either bread or biscuit. As a substitute for bread, we now make use of what the natives call pemmican, which consists of lean meat dried and pounded fine, and then mixed with melted fat. Pemmican is a very palatable, nourishing, and healthy food, and on it our voyagers subsist while traveling in this country. By the time of Harmon, and in really before the Northwest Company, when once in the land of difficult transportation west of the Great Lakes was depending mainly on the buffalo as food, they lived nearly or quite exclusively on meat when traveling, chiefly on meat when at the post. These provisions were secured by purchase, through Indian hunters who worked for the whites or through the prowess of the white men themselves. A few of them were good hunters. The Harmon narrative, like the rest, brings out the fact that in a stationary summer camp or at a post in winter, the diet was fresh meat when available. The hoarded foods in sequence were jerky, pounded meat, pemmican, except at feast. Pemmican was not eaten in camp if other foods were available. It was treasured for use on the road. On the trail, the food sequence was the same. Fresh meat was eaten first because it was heavy and would not keep. Then came jerky, pounded meat, pemmican. Thus far, the geographic background of discussion has been mainly the western plains of the United States and the southern Canada. Now turn to the use of pemmican in the Arctic. In the south, and indeed by fur trade usage as far north as the delta of the Mackenzie River, hard by the Polar Sea, pemmican had been a summer food because most journeys depended largely on canoes that required ice-free rivers. In the extreme north, the sledge took the place of the canoe, and journeys were largely in winter when the rivers are ice, boulevards, and the sea frozen and walkable, which eventually made pemmican there a winter food. However, the first exploration of northwestern Arctic Canada was done by canoe and boat in summer. The considerable use of pemmican for summer travel and Arctic exploration started in the third decade of the 19th century. The Hudson Bay Company played a large part in the overland exploration of the Arctic between 1820 and 1860. The company had been using pemmican before 1800, but not, as I have said, in the systemic way of the Nor'westers, nor much on winter journeys. In 1819, Hudson Bay Company officers in London believed that their representatives in Canada would be able to supply the expedition which, as the Dictionary of National Biography has it, the British government was sending out with the general idea of amending the very defective geography of the northern part of America. Sir John Franklin was to be the leader with Sir John Richardson as medical officer and chief scientific observer. But when the party reached Cumberland House in 1820, they found again, quoting the dictionary, that owing to the rivalry amounting almost to war between the two trading companies which disputed the territory, no supplies were available. This scarcity of pemmican is usually considered one of the reasons for the great hardships of that expedition the following year, when some of the party died of hunger and some killed others to eat them. If this part of the romance of pemmican, it has a gruesome slant. When Franklin's second expedition came along, 1825 to 1828, the Pemmican War was over and supplies were again available. With pemmican as the chief ration, the Franklin now descended the Mackenzie, so its mouth and himself surveyed the Arctic coast westward as far as Beachy Point, just east of the Colville, while Richardson, in a remarkably successful and easy journey, mapped the coast eastward from the Mackenzie to the copper mine, ascending the river and crossing to Bear Lake. This whole journey was made in spring, summer, and autumn. Between 1836 and 1840, supplied with pemmican by the Hudson Bay Company, Thomas Simpson went down the Mackenzie and west along the Arctic coast beyond Sir John's farthest, to complete the mapping of the north coast of Alaska by attaining Point Barrow. Later, pemmican took his eastward, and that he particularly completed the delineation of the Arctic coast of the mainland, discovering the long-sought Northwest Passage. There were also summer expeditions. Pemmican was now upon occasion made in England. It was the recognized food of explorers, and this was the beginning of the great age of polar discovery. Those who became familiar with pemmican in the north used it on other journeys, and for a variety of purposes, sportsmen began to take it up. With the possible exception of Sir Edwin Sabin in the field of mathematics and physics, the greatest scientist who was engaged in northern exploration for the British government during the first half of the 19th century was Sir John Richardson, Doctor of Medicine from Edinburgh. Friend of Burns and teacher of Huxley, he accompanied Franklin on his first and second expeditions, as I have mentioned, and led one of the search parties when Franklin, with 2 ships and 128 men, had disappeared on the third venture led by him. Alone or in collaboration with other distinguished scientists, Richardson wrote a series of works on botany, zoology, and related subjects. He continued to the narratives of the Franklin expeditions and published the story of his own journeys. It is then possible to epitomize both the use of pemmican in the exploration of the time and the opinion generally held of it around the middle of the 19th century through quoting from the Arctic Searching Expedition, Volume 1, pages 36 through 40. Incidentally, this is the best description I have found of pemmican making in Britain, as distinguished from the Indian practice described heretofore. In April 1847, I had the advantage, said Richardson, of a personal interview with Sir George Simpson, Governor-in-Chief of Rupert's Land, who was then on a visit to England. He informed me that the stock of provisions at the various posts in the Hudson Bay territories was unusually low through the failure of the bison hunts on the Saskatchewan, and that it would be necessary to carry out pemmican from this country, adequate only to the ulterior purpose of the voyage in the Arctic Sea, but also to the support of the party during the interior navigation in 1847 and 1848. I therefore obtained authority from the Admiralty to manufacture forthwith the request quantity of the kind of food in Clarence Yard, and as I shall have frequent occasion to allude to it in the subsequent narrative, it may be well to describe in this place the mode of its preparation. The round or buttock of beef of the best quality, having been cut into thin steaks, from which the fat and membranous parts were pared away, was dried in a malt kiln over an oak fire until its moisture was entirely dissipated, and the fiber of the meat became friable. It was then ground in a malt mill, when it resembled finely grated meat. Being next mixed with nearly an equal weight of melted beef suet or lard, the preparation of plain pemmican was complete. But to render it more agreeable to the unaccustomed palate, a portion of the best Zante currants was added to part of it. The best was sweetened with sugar. Both of these kinds were much approved of in the sequel by the consumers, but more especially that to which the sugar had been added. After the ingredients were well incorporated by stirring, they were transferred to tin canisters capable of containing 85 pounds each, and having been firmly rammed down and allowed to contract further by cooling, the air was completely expelled and excluded by filling the canister to the brim with melted lard through a small hole left in the end, which was then covered with a piece of tin and soldered up. Finally, the canister was painted and lettered according to its contents. The total quantity of pemmican thus was about 17,427 pounds at a cost of about 7 1/4 a pound. But the expense was somewhat greater than it would otherwise have been from the inexperience of the laborers who required to be trained and from the necessity of buying meat in the London market, and at a rate above the contract price occasioned by the bullocks slaughtered by the contractor for the naval force at Portsmouth being inadequate to the supplying of the required number of rounds. As the meat in drying loses more than 3/4 of the original weight, the quantity required was considerable, being 35,651 pounds. Richardson then gives particulars of the estimated expense of pemmican manufactured in the Royal Clarence Victualling Yard in Midsummer Quarter 1847. As a byproduct of his work with the first and second Franklin expeditions, Richardson had before this edited and had largely written, though there were several learned collaborators, the magnificent 4-volume quarto Fuma Borel Americana, which had been published with the support of the British government by John Murray. London, 1829 to 1837. In the volume on quadrupeds, which discussing the caribou, he had given his view on pemmican as made by the Red Indians of the subarctic and Arctic forests, that from the quantity of nourishment it contains in small bulk, it is perhaps the best kind of food for those who travel through desert lands. It is of special interest here and fits in with the evidence presented in the chapter Living on the Fat of the Land, that Richardson gives a smaller fat component for the most northerly native pemmican than is given by the usual authorities for pemmican as made in the section between Canis and Montaba. Note, although that whereas the native Arctic pemmican, as described by him, had only 1/3 of fat against 2/3 of lean, Richardson tells us above that when he himself was making pemmican in England, he used nearly as much fat as lean, therefore perhaps 45%. Thus, he was following approximately the high-fat formula of the buffalo pemmican of the fur trade rather than the comparatively low-fat Arctic formula. The 1818 naval expedition of Sir John Ross and the 1819 overland expedition of Sir John Franklin began an epoch of polar exploration in which the British were supreme, as indeed they had been in some previous epochs. It was not yet time for Norway and the United States to begin that contest with Britain for supremacy, which was at its height around 1900. The first use of pemmican on a winter sledge journey in polar exploration seems to have been by Dr. John Rae of the Hudson Bay Company the winter of 1846-47. In northeasterly Canada, west and north of Hudson Bay, in general, pemmican may have been said to have come into winter use with the numerous expeditions that searched for the lost Franklin party through more than a decade following 1846, of which series Dr. Rae's was the first. It is usually considered that the greatest man Britain ever placed in the field of northern exploration was Admiral Sir Francis Leopold McClintock, 1819 through 1907. He distinguished himself more than any of the other numerous commanders during the Franklin search expeditions that ran from the late 40s to the late 50s of the 19th century. It was he who finally discovered enough relics and documents to cause the Franklin search to be considered as having come to an end with his voyage in the Fox from 1848 to 1859. He served in 4 Arctic expeditions, of which he commanded 2. He made the longest Arctic sledge journey prior to 1900. Indeed, the longest sledge journey ever made by Arctic explorers who depended on pemmican or other provisions which they hauled with them. Longer journeys have since been made by explorers who lived mainly or wholly by hunting. When a new era of Antarctic exploration was more or less deliberately planned by the British at the turn of the century under the formal leadership of the Royal Geographical Society of London, the most distinguished living polar explorers were scourged as collaborators on the Atlantic Manual, a book of 586 pages. London, 1901, McClintock contributed the article on Arctic sledge traveling. On page 297, he says of pemmican that it should consist of nothing but lean and fat, that no salt or preservation of any kind is used, and that it is the most concentrated food known. Like the fur traders of the Pemmican War period around 1810 and 1820, the McClintock believed 50 years later that pemmican would prevent and cure scurvy. In 1877, Sir George Nares was on semi-formal trial in London for having had scurvy on his 1875-76 expedition, at which trial it appeared that they had used lime juice in winter quartz, but not on the sledge journeys. The findings of the tribunal criticized Narks for not having used enough lime juice, which angered McClintock, who wrote denouncing men who paid so much attention to those dietetic theories which happened to be in vogue during a given year, and paid so little heed to oppose testimony from the experience of large numbers of people who had lived for long stretches of time on the foods which the current theory condemned. He gave his own experience as typical. I have myself made several sleddings journeys, varying in length from 20 to 105 days each, without either lime juice or scurvy in any of my parties, and the experience of my brother officers in the Franklin search agreed with my own. Briefly, we lived upon pemmican and enjoyed sound health. With the California gold rush of 1849 began a period when the writings of newcomers to the fur country take the place of journals kept by the old masters, the Ponds. Henry, Thompson, Frobisher, the 49ers had heard much of pemmican before they went into the West. A few are disappointed to find this much praised travel ration be below their expectation in palatability. Some are even disgusted with it. However, most of the tenderfeet complain not really against pemmican as such, but rather against methods of preparation which were being used, or which they thought were used. They object to finding in it things like buffalo hair, gravel, human hair. Some writers say that gravel and hair were exceptional. Others seem to believe them common ingredients. Those of long experience agree that there was pemmican and pemmican with a wide variety and quality range as in almost any other food. In a study of opinion on pemmican, which I had made for the office of the Quartermaster General of the Army, I copied out from books perhaps 100,000 words of testimony. Instead of trying to summarize this bulky evidence here, I quote at length from two writers, one of them nearly the least and the others nearly the most favorable of those who traveled the plains shortly before the buffalo disappeared. But while pemmican was still in common use, about the most contemporary of those who printed their opinions in this period was a Scottish nobleman, James Cairngorm, Earl of Sussex, 1827 to 1905, who made a journey during 1859 to 1860 from the Mississippi River northwest through Canada, almost to the Pacific coast, and back by a different route. The account of this expedition, Saskatchewan and the Rocky Mountains, was published at Edinburgh, 1875. November 20, 1859, the South Sikh party were on the Middle Saskatchewan, had berry pemmican at supper. That is to say, the ordinary buffalo pemmican with Saskatoon berries sprinkled through it at the time of making. Berry pemmican is usually the best of its kind, but poor is the best. Taking scrapings from the driest outside corner of a very stale piece of cold roast beef, added to its lumps of tallowy, rancid fat, then garnish all with long human hairs and short hairs of oxen or dogs or both, and you have a fair imitation of common pemmican, though I should rather suppose it to be less nasty. Pemmican is most endurable when uncooked. My men used to fry it with grease, sometimes stirring in flour and making it flabby mess called rhubarb, which I found almost unbearable. Carefully made pemmican, such as the flavored with the Saskatoon berries, or some that we got from the mission at St. Anne, or the sheep pemmican given to us by the Rocky Mountain hunters, is nearly good, but in two senses a little of it goes a long way. The book contains many references which show the party, like most travelers of the period, depend on the main on pemmican. But Lord Salskus himself ate little of it. I always took my meals alone, unless now and then when Nkei joined me on special invitation, breakfast, dinner, tea, or supper, whatever the name of the repast, it consisted much of the same materials, tea, flour, cakes, and such meat as happened to be available. At this particular time, my own dish was generally supplied with slices of beef cut from huge joints brought from one or other of the forts. Sometimes I chose dried meat for a variety, but pemmican, the chief food of the rest of the party, I seldom cared to taste. Thus, to a noble Scot, pemmican was nasty, and seemingly he did not know more than taste now, and then the chief food of his traveling companions. 14 years later, Scottish commoner, destined for leadership in Canadian public life, journeyed through the country without having his meals specially prepared and living on the same food as the rest of his party. He is cited here for contrast. George Monroe Grant, D.D. LLD, 1835-1902, was principal of Queen's University, Kingston, Ontario from 1877 to 1902. He was educated at Glasgow University and was ordained a minister of the Church of Scotland. During his career at head of Queen's University, he was looked upon as outstanding both in education and in politics. The most famous of his several books, one that continues to be reprinted, is Ocean to Ocean Toronto, 1873, an account of the preliminary work that led to the extension of the Canadian Pacific Railway from Ontario to the Pacific. The overland expedition described in Ocean to Ocean was commanded by Sir Sandford Fleming, 1827 to 1915, one of the most distinguished of Canada's railway builders, for whom Grant was acting as secretary. The whole journey from Toronto to the Pacific was accomplished between July 16th and October 14th, 1872. They reached what had been the Pemmican country when they arrived at Fort Garry, now Winnipeg, August 1st. But the buffalo were gone from that region, and I find no reference to pemmican as in use by the party until they were well on their way from Winnipeg to Edmonton on August 13th. Dr. Grant's personal experience of pemmican was not so far as his narrative is concerned, more than live weeks, but on the journey he associated with or met a number of Europeans who had used it much longer. To some members of his party and to many at the various stations they passed, it had been the bread of the wilderness from childhood. It is clear as one analyzes the comments that Grant was depending for his views upon a combination of his own experience with what he heard and saw. Most travelers who have described journeys of similar length in the buffalo country have referred to pemmican only a few times in their publications. That Grant refers to it more often than any other writer I have examined is perhaps because most of the others have summarized their impressions when the books were being written, while Grant published what in large part is a reproduction of diary entries set down in the field. Thus, each passage conveys Grant's knowledge and feelings as they were at a specified date. He says on page 24 of the London 1877 edition, our notes are presented to the public and are given almost as they were written so that others might see, as far as possible, a photograph of what we saw and thought from day to day. The first pemmican reference I have discovered is not, however, from Grant's diary, but from his reflections on the development of the province of Manitoba. The fertile plains along the Red River, the Assinobine, and the two Saskatchewans ought to have been opened up by the Empire and formed into colonies long ago, but their real value was not known. It was not the business of the Hudson Bay Company to call attention to them as fitted for any other purpose than to feed buffalo, for those plains were their hunting grounds, and their posts on them were kept up chiefly for the purpose of supplying their far northern posts with pemmican, or preserved buffalo meat. The company did what every other corporation would have done, attended simply to its own business. August 9th, 1872. The party was leaving the country of the Assiniboine River for that of the Saskatchewan, and there are references to the first buffalo, the first turkey. The regular use of pemmican did not begin until August 16th, when they reached Fort Carleton on the North Saskatchewan and dined with Mr. Clark on pemmican, a strong but savory dish. Not at all like the dried chips and tallow some Cyberdes have called it. There is pemmican and pemmican, however, and we were warned that what is made for ordinary fare needs all the sauce that hunger supplies to make it palatable. After leaving Fort Carleton on their way up the North Saskatchewan to Edmonton, Grant's entry for August 19th says, Terry gave us pemmican for breakfast, and from this date pemmican was the staple of each meal. Though none of us cared for it raw at first, we all liked it hot. Pemmican and sun-dried thin flitches of buffalo meat are the great food staples of the plains, so much so that when you hear people speak of provisions, you may be sure that they simply mean buffalo meat, either dried or as pemmican. August 22nd. At the camp, the chief treated them with great civility, ordering pemmican as they preferred it to fresh buffalo. August 26th. Camped before sunset within 27 miles of Edmonton, and in honor of the event, brought out our only bottle of claret. As we had no ice, Terry shouted to Susie to bring some cold water, but no, Susie appearing, he varied the call to pemmican. This brought Sousy, but great was this indignation when a bucket was put into his hands. Instead of the rich pemmican he was never tired of feasting on. August 31st, they left Edmonton and headed westly for Jasper House. On September 6th, they halted for dinner at the bend of the river, having traveled 9 or 10 miles. Frank, promising us some fish from a touty-looking stream hard by as a change from the everlasting pemmican. Not that anyone was tired of pemmican, all joined in its praises as the right food for a journey, and wondered why the government had never used it in wartime. As an army marches on its stomach, condensed food is an important object for the commissariat to consider, especially when, as in the case of the British Army, long expeditions are frequently necessary. Pemmican is good and palatable, uncooked and cooked. It has numerous other recommendations for campaign diet. It keeps sound for 20 or 30 years, is wholesome and strengthening, portable, and needs no medicine to correct a tri-daily use of it. 2 pounds weight with bread and tea, we found enough for the dinner of 8 hungry men. A bag weighing 100 pounds is only the size of an ordinary pillow, 2 feet long, 1.5 wide, and 6 inches thick. Such a bag then would supply 3 good meals to 130 men. Could the same be said of equal bulk of pork? But as Terry indignantly remarked, the British governor won't dream of pemmican till the Prussians find it out. Frank came back to dinner with one small trout, though Bure said that he and his mate last summer had caught 100 in 2 hours, some of them 10 pounds in weight. Perforce, we dined on pemmican and liked it better than ever. September 17th, this was an entire reorganization, and again, Terry was the only one of the old set that remained. With us, Buper's only consolation was that he would get pemmican again, for he declared that life without pemmican was nothing but vanity, and we had made the huge mistake of exchanging our pemmican with McCord for pork. The next day and every day after, we rued the bargain, but it was too late. Buper and Velad had suffered grievously in body form from the change, and for an entire day had been almost useless. The doctor was reduced practically to 2 meals a day, for he could not stand fat pork 3 times. Indeed all, with the single exception of Brown, lamented at every meal, as they picked delicately at the coarse pork, the folly of forsaking that which had been so true a standby for 3 weeks. Ocean to Ocean was published in 1873. For any possible change in views during the next several years, I have examined a series of 3 articles, The Dominion of Canada, which Dr. Grant published in Scribner's Magazine during 1880, but have discovered only a single reference, one, however, that fails to indicate any change of attitude. More than the potato to the Irishman or the date palm to the Arab is the buffalo to Indians and half-breeds. By provisions in the Northwest, everybody means pemmican or buffalo meat preserved in a pounded and triturated state. Grant appears to have considered pemmican only as a travel ration, since he recommends it for British troops in view of an assumption of their special need for mobility. Many soldiers have recommended pemmican for the use of soldiers. There are also cases where soldiers have recommended pemmican for civilian use. For instance, John Wesley Powell, 1834 through 1902, was born in New York State. He graduated from Illinois Wesleyan, was ILDL from Columbia, and Harvard, PhD from Heidelberg. He lost his right arm in the Battle of Shiloh and was retired from the United States Army with the rank of major. He was first to descend by boat the Grand Canyon of the Colorado, 1869. He was director of both the United States Geographical Survey and the United States Bureau of Ethnology, and was author of works on the arid regions of the southwestern United States and on the North American Indians. In his 23rd annual administrative report as director of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Major Powell has a general discussion of the Indian, including references to the indebtedness of the white man to him in certain respects. I quote from pages 11 and 13. It is well known that Aboriginal America gave the world corn, the potato, certain beans and squashes, tobacco, 2 varieties of cotton, and the domestic turkey. It is not so well known that the native tribes utilized various other natural resources which might well be introduced into the dietary and commerce of Caucasian peoples. And still less is it realized that various prepared foods habitually used by the Indians are of unsurpassed excellence. For while succotash and hominy have come into general use, the far superior pinoil, tamale, and pemmican are only locally used by whites, and many other desirable dishes are entirely neglected. Powell lived to see the tamale widely popular throughout the United States. In our Southwest, it has attained nearly the position of a national dish. Pinoil is less used, but seems to be gaining. In thinking well of pemmican, Major Powell was by no means a pioneer among soldiers of the United States. The early military explorers of the buffalo country seem to have agreed generally with the fur traders. There is, for instance, the report on an exploration of the territory of Minnesota by Brevet Captain John Pope, which was published in Senate Executive Document 42 of the 31st Congress, first session, in connection with an account of the buffalo. The report says that pemmican is of the richest and most nutritious character. It is very palatable, and from its exceeding richness, but little is required to satisfy the appetite. Captain Pope has in mind that the plain pemmican, not the berry sort, for his detailed description of how it is made speaks of only two ingredients, lean and fat. On palatability, the captain is evidently giving us his own verdict. As to long-term usefulness, he relies upon observation and no doubt upon common knowledge, where he says, the half-breeds make all their long voyages with their sole article of food, and they march further and with far less baggage and supplies than any people I have ever seen. Grant's book on his transcontinental journey of 1872, from which I have quoted, tells of almost the last summer during which pemmican was of consequence to the fur trade. It had always been a costly food in terms of labor and of the number of buffalo required. The use of an expensive condensed ration paid dividends only while transportation was difficult. The railways were coming in and good highways, with steamboats on the navigable rivers and on the big lakes. Salt meats were cheaper now, in the long run, irrespective of their weight. Pemmican was no longer required as a scurvy preventative, for health could now be maintained through the use of vegetables that were raised in gardens at nearly every post. It was then not so much the disappearance of the buffalo as the coming in of the farmers' beef and potatoes with the associated development of transportation facilities that caused the disappearance of pemmican from the frontier markets, even way down north. In the subarctic, the gardens of the missionaries and the post managers worked in with the cattle herds of the ranchman to produce cheap foods locally. Around the turn of the century, there was a flour mill on the Peace River. Even before that, the successful garden at Fort Good Hope on the Mackenzie, only a few miles south of the Arctic Circle, was shipping potatoes and other produce both up and downstream. But when pemmican disappeared from the fur territories, it appeared in New York and London, on the shelves of outfitters that catered to wealthy sportsmen journeys to the North Woods, for mountain climbing, for fishing excursions, and for weekends. Ballooning was one of the great sports before the coming of the airplane. The balloonists in Europe do not seem to have used pemmican. Unlike the European polar explorers, they somehow were not in the tradition, but the Americans knew and used pemmican. Many of that generation are gone. One of the most distinguished of those who remain is Augustus Post, who has kindly replied, March 9th, 1944, to a letter asking about his use of pemmican. David Abercrombie Authority on camping and formerly a member of Abercrombie and Fitch, Sporting and Expedition Outfitters, and member of the Campfire Club of America, suggests and provided pemmican for our balloon trips, also for automobile trips to the woods of New Brunswick. Hunting big game on my balloon trip in 1907, the International Balloon Race from St. Louis with Dr. Alan R. Hawley, president of the Aero Club of America. We used pemmican sewed up in rawhide bags holding 5 pounds, which was the way it was put up in Canada. We used it again in our balloon trip from St. Louis in 1910, when we won the International Gordon Bennett Balloon Race Cup. We found it invaluable as a food and superior to canned or iron rations, as they were called, as issued to the Army. The package was easily handled and the rawhide could be used after the bag was empty, much better than a can. We made straps and thongs of the rawhide and could pack instruments and delicate things to be carried after landing through the forest. I liked it and relished it. Stewed, I believe it was only an improvement on jerk or dried meat extensively used by the Indians and early trappers and hunters. Dan Beard had pemmican for his boys, camped at Holly, Pennsylvania, and the boys carried it on hikes when they stayed away from camp. It keeps well and does not spoil. I do not know about its present use in aviation, but would think that its exceptional properties would make it of the first importance for an emergency food as well as a regular article of diet where ease of preparation and maximum nutrition were desired. It can be eaten without cooking or stewed in boiling water, in which case other things can be added like dehydrated vegetables, etc. By the middle of the 19th century, the tropics and temperate zones were pretty well mapped, and the real explorations were mainly in the polar regions, Arctic and Antarctic. At the time, the United States began to compete seriously in the field of exploration. Chief use of pemmican from then on was, therefore, among the polar explorers. Rear Admiral Robert Edwin Peary, 1856 to 1920, is usually considered the greatest of modern Arctic explorers, or as sharing that distinction with Fridtjof Nansen. In sledging, he far outranked Nansen, and he is no doubt the greatest sledge traveler in the entire history of polar exploration. A graduate of Bowdoin, Peary began his fieldwork in the tropics. He was assistant engineer of the Nicaraguan Ship Canal Survey, 1884 to 85, and was in charge of the Nicaraguan Canal Surveys, 1887 to 1888. Peary's first Arctic journey was a reconnaissance of the Greenland inland ice in the summer of 1886. He wintered first during 1891 to 92 and spent in the Arctic altogether 9 winters. On some of the longest sledge journeys in history, depending mainly on pemmican as food for men and dogs, he determined the insularity of Greenland, discovered Peary Land, explored Ellesmere Island, and made several journeys out on the drifting ice of the Polar Sea, culminating in his attainment of the North Pole on April 6, 1909. This was accomplished by a round-trip sledge journey from land to the North Pole and back to land again, where about 900 miles were covered in 63 days. The men not only walking, but at times pulling with the dogs or otherwise working to support the sledges or push them ahead. That journey is the longest on record where dependence was on pemmican. Peary retired from active fieldwork in 1909. There were then available only 2 techniques that made long polar journeys feasible. One to live by hunting, the other to carry the things needed. Peary was the unquestioned master of the second technique. It seemed to his explorer friends, as it did to his publishers, that he ought to write a book explaining his methods so that they would not be lost to future generations. The result was Secrets of Polar Travel, New York, 1917. I quote from pages 78 to 79. Too much cannot be said of the importance of pemmican to a polar expedition. It is an absolute sine qua non. Without it, a sledge party cannot compact its supplies within a limit of weight to make a serious polar journey successful. With pemmican, the most serious sledge journey can be undertaken and carried to a successful issue in the absence of all other foods. Of all other foods that I am acquainted with, pemmican is the only one that under appropriate conditions a man can eat twice a clay for 365 days in a year and have the last mouthful taste as good as the first. And it is the most satisfying food I know. I recall innumerable marches in bitter temperatures when men and dog had been worked to the limit, and I reached the place for camp feeling as if I could eat my weight of anything. When the pemmican ration was dealt out and I saw my little half-pound lump, about as large as the bottom third of an ordinary drinking glass, I have often felt a sullen rage that life should contain such situations. By the time I had finished the last morsel, I would not have walked round the completed igloo for anything or everything that the St. Regis, the Blackstone, or the Palace Hotel could have put before me. During the 23 years from 1886 to 1909, Peary had been almost continuously either traveling within the Arctic or preparing at home for new Arctic journeys. So what he tells us in 1917 of pemmican is the opinion of a man who has used the food through so many years that one may think he has forgotten what he thought of it during the first and second years. Accordingly, I quote a British traveler who was a member of only 2 expeditions, a total of 3 Antarctic seasons. during which time the sledging on which pemmican was used probably did not cover much more than a total of 6 months. For in camp they would naturally use the little pemmican, since these expeditions, like practically all others, were short on condensed foods, and used them, therefore, only where other foods would not serve because of their too great bulk and weight. Raymond E. Priestley was a member of the scientific staffs of the first Shackleton expedition, 1907-09, and the second Scott expedition, 1910 to 1913. He served with distinction through the First World War, and among his books in a history of the British Signal Service in France. He had been Secretary General of the Faculties of the University of Cambridge, England, Vice-Chancellor of Melbourne University, Australia, and has been since 1938 Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Birmingham, England. In his book, An Arctic Adventure, New York, 1915, he refers to pemmican frequently in terms of its being a standard food. I quote only what he says on page 344. Our pemmican consisted of 60% of fat and 40% of shredded meat and was an ideal food for sledging. Under ordinary circumstances, when one first starts on a journey, one's full allowance is seldom eaten. But as time passes and the work and the keen air take effect, one becomes hungrier and hungrier until the sledging allowance of pemmican is not sufficient to satisfy the cravings aroused. It is then that pemmican is truly appreciated at its full worth. Nothing else is comparable with it. I have taken all sorts of delicacies on short trips when the food allowance is elastic. I've picked up similar delicacies at depots along the line of march, and I have even taken a small plum pudding or a piece of wedding cake for a Christmas treat. But on every such occasion, I would willingly have given either of these luxuries for half its weight of the regulation pemmican. It can therefore be imagined how we looked forward to a resumption of pemmican after 6 months' enforced abstinence. If Priestley, who had lived on a ration that was mainly pemmican for probably less than a year altogether, was eager to resume it after 6 months' enforced abstinence, it might be surprised that those who had lived on pemmican for years would long for it correspondingly. That is indeed the case when one talks to the addicts, but not many of them have placed this in print, except as in saying that they were glad to be on the road again, for they would once more be eating pemmican. But there are some striking cases on record, among them that of the Beaver Club. The Yankees, Scots, and others who were the pioneers of the Northwest Company in many cases retired to Montreal when they became wealthy and lived there in grand style. A part of the style was the fabulous club where they feasted on pemmican that had been brought expensively by canoe and man packing a distance of 2,000 miles. Douglas Mackay says in his book, The Honorable Company, A History of Hudson's Bay Company, New York, 1936. In Montreal, the full-blooded lives of these men found outlet in the Beaver Club, where hospitality was famous. The club was founded in 1785 with 19 members who qualified by having wintered in the Northwest. The Paydain Hall, later the membership number 55 men. The club met fortnightly in winter. Fines such as 6 bottles of Madeira were imposed for neglect of exacting rules and ritual. Members were large gold medals on club nights. Pemmican was bought from the Saskatchewan to be served in the unfamiliar atmosphere of mahogany, silver, and candle glow.
Chapter 12. Pemmican in Transition.
The last chapter saw pemmican near the top of the social ladder, with the magnates of the Beaver Club, pioneers of big business in the New World, fetching it from the remote prairies at a great cost to be the chief dish at their banquets. Nostalgia for youthful days on the frontier was no doubt at the back of their longings for the bread of the wilderness. But at least the association with it must have been pleasant in their memories, or they would not have longed for it. And it must have tasted good, even amid delicacies imported from Europe, or they would not have maintained its dominance in their sumptuous dinners. But pemmican is not by nature a mere delicacy, like caviar. More nearly, it is a richer, more compact roast beef. There was no great future in its use at banquets, since it belongs in the class of staples. The need for it in the fur trade grew less as roads and railways were built that brought in cheap foods at low transportation costs and took furs to market at an equally cheap rate. The traders were businessmen, and though they might pay at a high rate for a little pemmican for their own delectation, they would see to it that their staffs, and particularly their laborers, ate the cheaper meats, fresh or salted. There was coming along a small-scale use in polar exploration and ballooning, and there were sportsmen who felt they needed condensed rations on hunting or mountain climbing jaunts. Only one possibility of a grand-scale need was on the horizon: military outfitting. War is a natural market for provisions that are nourishing and wholesome, and which have in addition the qualities of being light, compact, easily preserved, and easily prepared, or best of all, like pemmican, demanding no preparation, but still well suited to be an ingredient in cooked dishes when circumstances allow. Military requirements did not, however, seem likely to open a large market. For the period during which roads and railways were destroying the North American frontier market for concentrated foods was also a time of peace. In this country, the rebellion was 10 years in the background, and men were feeling confident that there would not be another civil war in the United States. Throughout the world, or at least throughout the white man's world, prevailed the feeling that wars were an anachronism, and the confidence that we're moving steadily toward an era of brotherhood. The spread of Christianity was to create a universal love of man for his fellow. The suitability of pemmican was a military ration did not then promise a market to justify its routine industrial production by the meat packers. No doubt those of them who were familiar with pemmican kept it in the backs of their minds during the 80s and 90s of last century that if a war came, they would readily turn their facilities to the manufacture of this concentrated ration. For a while, the utopians seemed right. Wars were few and small, and some of them, like the Russo-Japanese, were far away from where pemmican had been known. And partly also through being short, these remote wars did not develop any large market for concentrated foods. There were mobile campaigns in which pemmican would have been useful, and in one of these, the Boer War, pemmican was indeed used, as was the South African bitlong. Similar to the jerky of the American Indian, the high local reputation of the convenience of local production led Briton and Boer alike to the use of bitlong, a fact that has long been known. That pemmican also was used is less well known. Indeed, the news that it was a stand-by nation is likely to come as a surprise to most students of the Boer campaign. For testimony as to its use, we are indebted to that able and colorful soldier and explorer, Major Frederick Russell Burnham, who served in the Boer War as Chief of Scouts of the British Army in the field, a post for which he was eminently qualified. In the 1880s, he had been a cowboy, miner, and guide in the western United States. and had acted as scout in the Arizona campaign against the Apaches. During the 5-year period, 1893 through 98, he combined exploration of Rhodesia with military scouting for the British forces in the Matabele War. From Africa, he went north for 2 years to operate gold mines in Alaska and the Klondike, whence he was summoned in 1900s by Lord Roberts for the Boer campaign. In his book, Scouting on Two Continents, New York, 1927, Burnham says of pemmican, "In the north, the great standby of Indians and trappers is pemmican. This is dried meat, finely powdered and put up in animal fat. In the Boer War, the iron ration given us was made of 4 ounces of pemmican and 4 ounces of chocolate and sugar. On this, a man could march 36 hours before he began to drop from hunger," unquote. In response to a letter asking for further details of Major Burnham's experience with pemmican, Mrs. Burnham kindly replied on his behalf September 9th, 1945, prefacing the information about the Boer War with the remark that the Major could quote, cite reams of instance of its pemmican's use during his many treks, unquote, of his African experience. Mrs. Berman says, quote, "The Major states that in Africa they use bitlong in all its forms, but that it is not generally known that the iron ration which they used in the Boer War was pemmican, and was the last ration which was quote unquote pulled, and only then, when ordered by the commanding officer, the ration was prepared in 2 small tins, soldered together, which were fastened inside the soldiers' belts, and composed of 4 ounces of equal amounts of chocolate and sugar in 1 tin, and pemmican in the other, 4 ounces. This ration was supposed to maintain full vitality for 36 hours, and from some of his own experiences, the claim was justified," unquote. The feeling of the Canadian soldiers who participated in the Boer War that pemmican proved a good ration in Africa shall be documented presently in a quotation from their chief in that campaign, General Steele. In the long run, the utopians proved wrong about war markets. Wars, it turned out, were destined to grow bigger, and 2 large ones were destined to occur in quick succession. The need for a compact military ration developed not merely through the great numbers of combatants involved in World Wars I and II, but still more through a new transportation device, the airplane, which could travel so fast that its speed made up in part for its drawbacks as the carrier of heavy loads. Through air freighting, there grew up a sudden and special need for compact foods, the very need that pemmican had been invented to fill. Today, it is being said that if there is a 3rd World War, the need for concentrated food is going to be even greater. This is implied, for instance, by the statement of Lord Swinton, head of the British delegation to the Air Congress of 1944 in Chicago, where he said that if there is another war, the troops for an invasion will not come by sea, they will come instead by air. If troops move by plane, their food will also, meaning that heavy weight and large bulk are going to be such drawbacks as they never were before, if there is a World War III. In the lull that has come after World War II, the statesmen and soldiers of the powers are saying to each other and to the public with the greatest amity and amiability that the United States intends to maintain a high pitch of military strength to safeguard the peace of the world, that the Soviet Union, socialistic republics, is going to do the same thing for the same purpose, and thus down the line of the countries which are or hope to be militarily strong. There is then a promising market for concentrated foods, and pemmican still remains in 1946 the leader in that field. World War II involved maneuvers of rapid advance and swift retreat where men had to carry their own food and were not able to cook, the very conditions under which pemmican functions at the top of its qualifications. But the central consideration of the future is that while the role of the airplane grew in World War II, it will be paramount that if there is a World War III. In any case, maintaining that readiness for war, which has been said to be a guarantee of peace and world stability by Churchill and Montgomery, Roosevelt and Eisenhower, Stalin and Zhukov, will necessarily involve maintaining war technique at the highest level. This means, among other things, the development of air transport and of those supplies, including foods which are most readily carried by air. This is the time then to study pemmican with other condensed foods in relation to a military strength that depends on air transport. The following paragraphs examine, therefore, the theories and facts which applies to pemmican as a military ration. It has been suggested that in combat, flying an exclusive pemmican diet has a characteristic value to aviators, in that it produces no gas within the intestines. For on mixed diets, high-altitude flyers complain of difficulty through the expansion of gas in the digestive tract that result in upward pressure against the diaphragm, causing discomfort that lessens fighting efficiency. In extreme cases, the pressure may interfere with heart action. For some, this trouble begins to be obstructive at 16,000 or 17,000 feet, becoming serious above 20,000 feet. In high altitude, flying the expansion of gas in the circulatory system is more serious, the so-called bends. Against that condition, no special merits for pemmican are as yet claimed by even the most enthusiastic fan. This is a footnote. It is of course true that to avoid gas in the intestinal tract, it is not necessary to use pemmican. The same result can be attained by an exclusive diet of fresh meat, using the lean and fat in the proportion desired by each person at any given meal. A flyer would have to confine himself to pemmican or exclusive meat from another source for about 3 days before a flight. In actual service, this would mean that he would have to be on the diet the whole time. No hardship to those who are used to it, but difficult the first few days to inexperienced men of strongly established mixed diet food habits. Some army physiologists who believe in numerous advantages of a meat diet with a high fat content, nevertheless, do not favor its use in high altitude flying, which indicates a canceling disadvantage mitigating against the advantage of getting away from a carbohydrate diet that produces intestinal gases. It would seem that this difficulty has never been reported by balloonists who used pemmican, but it has been complained of by mountaineers as serious above 15,000 feet. For instance, by Belmore Brown and his conquest of Mount McKinley, a physiologist who had been in charge of instruction for high altitude work in World War II, puts it that if a high fat protein diet is fed to aviators immediately, quote unquote, quote, immediately before as well as during flight, the capacity to operate oxygen lack and to work at high altitudes is reduced. On a high carbohydrate diet, similarly taken, a definite increase in altitude tolerance is observed. The results are probably due to the fact that, in comparison with carbohydrates, proteins and fats require for use relatively larger amounts of oxygen, which is less available at high altitudes. Unquote. In trench warfare and in a number of other military situations, at moderate altitude where oxygen is plentiful, there can be a considerable advantage in the low residue nature of pemmican, which reduces the frequency of bowel movement by several 100%. The period would be changed from once every day or two on a mixed diet to once every 5 to 8 days on an exclusive pemmican diet. This would also be of some post-operative importance in certain types of surgical cases. The feces of an exclusive meat eater, whether the diet is pemmican or fresh meat, are without disagreeable odor. Since this allegation is hard for many people to believe, I refer again to the experience of Professor John C. Torrey, specialist in the study of intestinal flora at the Cornell Medical School of New York City, who has found this difference in comparing the feces of mixed diet eaters and those who live on exclusive meat. The mixed diets produce odors with which all are familiar and which few, like Dr. Tomey testifies, that with meat eaters, the odors is very slight and not disagreeable, being of an acid type reminding of vinegar. Apart from the provision of war parties by the Plains Indians, the chief uses of buffalo pemmican were peaceful to make possible the long journeys of the fur trade and to store food from years of plenty against a time of scarcity. The campaigns of the United States Army against the Plains Indians did not come along until the buffalo pemmican era was near its end. Only in the Plains section of Canada did white troops use pemmican in campaigns against the Indians. But apart from official adoption by white armies, recommendation for the military use of pemmican are traceable back more than a century. These derive from men who had lived in the buffalo country from Texas to the Saskatchewan, and from others who had used caribou pemmican thence north to Great Bear Lake. So far as I have discovered, the first man to recommend pemmican, specifically for the use of armies, was the famous overland traveler, David Thompson. Previously quoted, he described it in 1812 as a wholesome, well-tasted, nutritious food upon which all persons engaged in fur trade mostly depend for their subsistence during the open season, unquote. After a detailed and favorable discussion, he says, quote, I have dwelt on the above as it is the staple food of all persons and affords the most nourishment in the least space and weight. It would be admirable provision for the Army and Navy, unquote. The second specific recommendation of pemmican as a military ration, which I have found, is in the previously referred to Ocean by Dr. Grant. I have quoted at length what he wrote in 1872 concerning the use of pemmican during a hot weather journey when his party was living almost exclusively on it. From these entries, which the reader has seen in their proper sequence, the remarks that bear on army use are now extracted and brought together. Quote, pemmican is good and palatable, uncooked and cooked. It has numerous other recommendations for a campaign diet. It keeps sound without being canned or salted for 20 or 30 years. Is wholesome and strengthening, portable, and needs no medicine to correct a try-daily use of it. All joined in its praises as the right food for a journey, and wondered why the government had never used it in wartime. As an army marches on its stomach, condensed food is an important object for the commissariat to consider, especially when, as in the case of the British Army, long expeditions are frequently necessary. Unquote. However, Thompson was a geographer and businessman, Grant a doctor of divinity and a university president. From an army point of view, the recommendations of army men are more pertinent. We turn to them. As said, the Indian Wars of the United States in the Prairie West came at the stage when the buffalo was disappearing, and with it the making of pemmican. So only a few army men had a chance to use this food. Some of them report that it did not taste particularly agreeable on first trial, but they usually add that you like it when you get used to it. In another connection, I have quoted Major W. Powell, veteran of the Civil War, who recommended pemmican as better than several other Indian foods, the use of which by white men was by then widespread. However, Powell was already apparently thinking of it for civilian rather than army purposes. A soldier who made a special study of pemmican, using it and making inquiries about it, was Hiram Martin Chittenden, who graduated from West Point with the class of 1884, and after varied service, including the Spanish-American War, became a brigadier general in 1910, soon after which he was retired for physical disability. Both while in the army and later, Chittenden devoted his leisure to scholarship. He wrote several books, which rank high, each in its sphere. The American Fur Trade of the Far West, published in 1902, is generally recognized as the great work in the field. A full reprint was issued at the New York in 1935, for the original had become scarce. I quote from Volume 2, pages 801 to 802, quote, "It was not always, however, that the hunter or traveler had the buffalo with him, and it became necessary to provide in times of plenty against the times of deficiency. This was ordinarily done by the process of jerking or drying the meat." Quote, "The Indians had another process of curing buffalo meat, equal, if not superior, to the most approved canning processes, and wholly free from the use of chemicals. This was the much used pemmican. It would last indefinitely and was always ready for use without cooking. It formed a very palatable as well as nutritious food. Unlike those of the United States, Canada's military struggles with the Plains Indians came. as has been said, at a time when the buffalo, although no longer numerous within the territory of the United States, was still abundant, where now the prairie provinces and where the Canadian government had those troubles with the Indian, which are known as the Riel Rebellions. One of Canada's most distinguished soldiers received his training there. Major General Sir Samuel Benfield Steele, 1849 through 1919, had a military career throughout. Born at Purbrook, Ontario, he obtained a commission at the age of 17 as ensign in the 35th Regiment of Militia. He served during the Fenian Raid of 1866 and in the Red River Expedition of 1870. The Canadian Encyclopedia says, in 1873, he became a troop sergeant major in the Royal Northwest Mounted Police, and in 1885 he became superintendent in command of this force. He commanded the cavalry during the Northwest Rebellion of 1885. During the South African War, he commanded Strathcona's horse. From 1901 to 1906, he was in command of the South African Constabulary. In 1907, he returned to Canada, and in 1915, he was appointed to the command of the 2nd Canadian contingent in the Great War, with rank of Major General. In 1916, he was made General Officer, commanding the Shorncliffe area, and he died at London, England, on January 30th, 1919. Unquote. It may be that no soldier has ever been better qualified than Steele, by his own experience and by that of his associates, to judge pemmican. He received his training far enough east so that pemmican was unknown, or at least unused. He was not, therefore, habituated to it from childhood, as there were some of the fur traders and explorers who have been quoted. He began to serve on the plains at the age of 21 and continued there until the beginning of the South African War, 1899. Thus, he was familiar with the use of pemmican by the regular army, both Old Country, British and Canadian, and by the Northwest Mounted Police, during the service of which he rose until he was its chief. During his African command of the famous Strathcona Cavalry in the Boer War, he became equally familiar with bitlong, a ration as common there was as pemmican was on the Canadian prairie. General Steele's 40 Years in Canada was published at Toronto in 1915. It contained a number of passing references to pemmican and 2 comparatively extensive passages in chapters 5 and 6. In chapter 5, Steele has finished his years of apprenticeship on the plains that began with the Red River Expedition of 1870. He is now describing the organization of the Northwest Mounted Police, which later became the Royal Northwest Mounted Police, and still later the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The party had left Winnipeg and were traveling westerly across the prairies. On the Salt Plains, quote, "On the Salt Plains, we met several brigades of carts driven by hunters, freighters, and traders with packs of buffalo robes, dried meat, and pemmican. Inspector Jarvis brought a supply of pemmican, which is the best food in the world for the traveler, soldier, and sailor." Unquote. In chapter 6, Steele is telling of the Edmonton country in the valley of the Saskatchewan. He describes a buffalo hunt and then the manufacture of pemmican. Quote, "The winter hunt was for robes and meat. the spring and summer hunt for pemmican and dried meat. Quote, pemmican would keep in perfect conditions for decades. I do not know what the record is, but I have seen sacks of pemmican which has been worn smooth by transportation, not a hair being left, and yet it was as good as the best made within the year. It is first-class food for travelers, hunters, or soldiers, and now that the buffalo no longer roam the plains, it can be made from the meat of the domestic animal and is much superior to the bitlong of South Africa. Major Frederick Russell Burnham, whom we have quoted a few pages back under use of pemmican in the Boer War, confirmed in September 1945 that he is in agreement with General Steele's view on pemmican and bitlong. The regular pemmican sources dried up when the buffalo disappeared. Thereafter, beef pemmican was made for the mounted police on special occasion, notably a large quantity at the time of the Klondike Gold Rush, 1897 to 99. Getting beef pemmican became increasingly difficult, and the quality deteriorated as the people died who had known how to make it from buffalo meat. Although the packing industry never took on the regular manufacturer of the pemmican, they made it up in small quantities at high prices for sportsmen and explorers, and usually or always on special order. The packers felt then, as they apparently still do, that in their general business they can make more money selling the ordinary salted and canned meats. With the development of transportation, weight and bulk of such things as canned corned beef cease to be of consequence to the average buyer. Cans and salt do keep meat from spoiling, no matter how much water it contains. The explorers who needed pemmican grew fewer because the unknown lands were steadily contracting. The sportsmen who wanted pemmican grew fewer because their journeys were now shorter. Remained only one form of grand-scale human activity, war, in which it was still crucially important to have food that was light, compact, easy to preserve, and convenient to eat without utensils or cooking if necessary. In battle, in a swift pursuit or retreat, a man still might have to carry his own food for several days. In case of siege or for distant outposts, food might have to be transported by airplane. In crash landings or on bailing out, where men might have to wait long for rescue or be forced to walk, it would be important to have a ration that would keep them strong for the longest time on the least weight. In ships of limited storage space like destroyers and submarines, bulk and weight are also of consequence, and even more so with life rafts. It might be supposed then that the United States Army and Navy would have placed large orders for pemmican on the day after Pearl Harbor, if they had failed to do so before. But this was not done, nor even a year after Pearl Harbor. And the few officers who were able to secure pemmican for the special use of their commands had to fight battles of red tape to get it. The reasons were numerous, but the chief trouble was that there had grown up a cult of modern dietetics, according to which pemmican is not a good food. As is common with disputes, the really serious difficulty on pemmican was that both factions were sincere, each with complete faith in its own kind of evidence. The controversy became so emotional and bitter that it has been called the Second Pemmican War.
Chapter 13, The Second Pemmican War.
The Second Pemmican War, an intercedent strife within the framework of the Second World War, appears, in retrospect, to have been primarily a struggle between theory and testimony. At the beginning of World War II, those familiar with the history of American frontier, whether in the United States or Canada, took it for granted that a war of global scale, which necessarily involved deficiencies of transportation, one item in our plan would be to make use of the strikingly American invention, pemmican, so as to provide our troops with the lightest and most compact known of emergency rations. There was talk of food winning the war and of air power winning it. A plane could carry victuals for a large number of people than otherwise if chief dependence were on this food, which had carried the early explorers across the continent, had sustained the fur trade, and had taken balloonists to Gordon Bennett Cup victories and Perry to the pole. It seemed particularly logical that where men would have to carry their food on their backs, they would be supplied with a ration small in bulk, light in weight, and hard to spoil, easy to prepare if you had a fire, and needing no preparation if you have none. A food which, as Admiral Perry had said, you could eat at every meal for a year and not become tired of it. But to the bewilderment and consternation of the disagreeables of the history of human diet, it was announced in 1942 that the dietitians had ruled pemmican unsuitable for the use of Army or Navy in any of their services, and the higher-ups in Washington were refusing to honor requests from the officers in the field. For instance, in the Air Transport Command, the pemmican is issued to them so that through lighter provisions they might be able to carry in each plane more men or strategic material. Indirectly, the Second Pemmican War may have cost lives through the want of the best emergency ration in planes at the front. But it differed from the first in that there were no outright massacres. However, feelings ran so high that the struggle, through chiefly of the verbal and wire-pulling sort, was so bitter that the designation, the Second Pemmican War, is at least figuratively justified. A basic difference between the two Pemmican Wars lay in the objectives. The first was a rebellion of businessmen against the dominance of corporations and was in defense of the right of the free trader to use pemmican. The second was a revolt against dietitians. The first was a rebellion of businessmen against the dominance of corporations and was in defense of the right of free traders to use pemmican. The second was a revolt of modern dietitians against the traditional dominance of pemmican as an emergency ration and was in defense of the right of laboratory technicians to prefer the results of their experiments to the testimony of experience. The technicians felt that they knew from its chemistry that the pemmican was not a good food. They had tested it and did not like the taste. They had tasted it and did not like the taste. It was their duty, as they saw it, to protect our soldiers against the unscientific and disagreeable ration. The position taken by the nutritionist was, to say the least, bewildering to students of the frontier history, which had appeared to show that pemmican had moved from one success to another through more than 300 years of rigorous trial, while it supported our plainsmen and became in the fur trade a mainstay of big business. There seemed an inexplicable tradition between the testimony of thousands through centuries and the alleged discoveries of the dictation. But we can see now, when we take stock, that the revolt against what had long been a staple food was not the sudden flare-up that it appeared to be, but instead had been in the making for a long time. Before going on to describe the Second Pemmican War, it will be good to look at it from antecedents, tracing them as far back as possible to show what the declaration of a full-scale war on pemmican in 1942 was the result of protracted and, in a way, logical development. The first, deepest roots of the Pemmican War grew in the soil of racism, which developed slowly with Europeans' growing consciousness that through the mastery of gunpowder as a killing device, the whites were a master race, holding direct or indirect sway over all the lands and peoples that were backward in the use of pistol, musket, and cannon. From the gun-engaged sense of power developed the idea that we are a better race than the others, and that our things are better things than theirs, as a rule. Interesting note about racism in comparison to that earlier statement about Japanese. But anyways, the red man of the American was obviously far inferior to us, for he did not even have inferior guns. He had no guns at all unless we sold them to him. Through this and a number of other causes, he and his way of life were looked down upon. We looked down upon his food and his method of preparing it. So we encountered his pemmican on the Western Plains, and we were predisposed against it. So the avoidance of native foods that there was in the colonial days is a notable exception, or a notable series of them. In early New England, the Plymouth Rock and some of the other settlements came so near starving that they were forced to eat the food of the local natives. Hunger in such good sauce, and the New Englanders had such of this sauce that the Indian victuals tasted good. The scarcity lasted so long that before it was over, the use of the food of the New England Indian had acquired the force of an established food habit. Their use became a national heritage. Roast turkey, corn on the cob, cornbread, pumpkin pie, maple sugar, succotash, and a number of the other dishes that the lowly savage had been adopted. Their use spread throughout our territory as the whites moved westward. To a less, but nevertheless material extent, there was hardship that first years among the various of the other seaboard colonies, from Nova Scotia and Quebec south to the Carolinas and Georgia. Local foods were adopted somewhat as in New England. Their use spread westward, and the pioneers advanced. But pemmican was not one of these foods, for it did not exist along the seaboard. It was a discovery or invention of the Plains Indian, and had not as yet penetrated east across the Appalachians, though it had in places crossed the Rockies. Our people did not come in contact with it. Therefore, during the early period when hunger was at an ever-ready fillip, a period, too, in which the colonists were, to an extent, receptive to new things. They realized that they were in a new world, and so had an inclination to taste new fruits and learn if they were good. In the time before Louisiana Purchase, only a few of our hardiest and most adaptable crossed the Appalachians and reached the prairies, chiefly to buy furs and to hunt the buffalo. It has already shown how readily these took to jerky and pemmican when they discovered them among the Buffalo Indians. However, it seems likely that the earliest of the Western pioneers may have been the first to launch against the pemmican as a condensed food, the sort of attack that has in the long run, been the most effective against it. The Pemmican Indian were, in the main, exclusive meat eaters, in the sense that if they had enough meat, they ate little or nothing else. By contrast, the Indians along the Atlantic seaboard were largely agricultural. Upon landing, the European colonizers, who were agriculturalists, had found themselves among the people who depended on corn and beans and squash, with the exception of the turkey, the unfamiliar food with which the Indians sustained the colonists through their first year, were in their nature chiefly agriculture. So when the pioneers reached the buffalo hunting and the pemmican using western prairies, they brought with them European taste, slightly modified by the Indian type of the agriculture. They were used to eating potatoes and bread with their never very abundant meat. And to them, it would not seem right to follow the custom of the plains to eat straight buffalo, whether fresh or jerky or pemmican. Here, reference must be made to the contention of some that before the whites entered the buffalo country, the Indians had no berry pemmican, but used only two ingredients: dried lean and rendered fat. If that was so, if there was no berry pemmican in Nebraska when the New Englanders and the Virginians arrived, they would almost certainly have invented it, introducing berries as a flavoring to make the pemmican seem more familiar through an increase of resemblance of suet pudding. I have to try some suet pudding. You know, suet, very popular, especially with the New York crowd out there. So, but they're finding berry pemmican already in use seems that more probable for exclusively buffalo eating tribes had been, some of them, to a considered extent, agriculture before they obtained the horse from the Spaniards and became so successful as mounted hunters that they saw no further need to piece out their beef meals with a garden truck. With their general fondness for the mixed dishes, the whites would naturally have encouraged the Indians to make more berry pemmican, giving a higher price for it in exchange for trade goods. Mincemeat, plum duff, and suet pudding are the foods that the English descendant Americans were most used to in the colonial times. Of those, they resembled pemmican, but these, in made up suet and lean meat alone, flavor with berries or fruit that they also contain cereal ingredients. Pemmican could therefore be made more like the Europeans were used to if cereal were mixed in. So we began to hear, although not in any extent until past middle or 19th century, that some pemmican contained cornmeal in them. Sorry, some of this text is a little fragmented. So many of those who are used to the plain pemmican are fond of it, and I have brought it out in quotations. But still and all, pemmican is not by nature a dessert or a confection. It is in chief a condensed food, a ration for wayfarers and warriors who need to travel light so that they can move fast and go far. Its claim to excellence is that it gets the maximum energy from minimum weight and bulk. That end is attained by having it in no more protein than there is required for optimum health, deriving all the rest of the energy from fat, 1 ounce of which is as good as 2 1/4 ounces of either a protein or a carbohydrate. For permanent good health, there is required an irreducible minimum of protein, furnished by the pemmican through its shredded or powdered lean meat. The fat element, however, can be replaced by a carbohydrate, meaning starch or sugar, without impairment of health, but the substitution cannot be made without decreasing the merit of the pemmican as a condensed ration, because every ounce of fat removed will need to be replaced by more than double its weight of starch or sugar. With dried fruits such as berries or raisins, the case is worse, for it takes far more than 2 ounces of raisins to make up in the nourishment for 1 ounce of fat. So there we have the attack on pemmican revealed. By progressively adding more and more fruit, by adding sugar or flour to make the food more nearly European style, the Europeans tended to increase the bulk and weight, which meant that decreasing the advantage of the pemmican has over other foods in being lighter and more compact and given energy value. A so-called pemmican that contains raisins, shredded coconut, pea meal, sugar, and the like is no longer very light or very compact in proportion to energy value, and ceases to have the true pemmican great advantage over other foods. The first step, then, that led the Second Pemmican War, the struggle of 1942 through 45 for the overthrow of pemmican as a dominant condensed ration, was taken by the European, however, and whatever he was, who told the first Indian that pemmican would be better if it had more fruit in it. Of course. I can imagine him saying that. The attack of the adulteration upon the pure travel ration was more serious than has thus far been indicated, where pemmican had a great merit other than the portability in which most of the preservable foods. It is the true pemmican made exclusively of dried lean and rendered fat, considered which we have testimony that was as good after 20 or 30 years as the day it was made. Pemmican, which has dried berries in them, did not keep well. In comparison, the modern pemmican that contains ground up bacon, shredded coconut, butter, pea meal, and the like spoil quickly. They cannot be used on long summer journeys unless canned. The double attack of the adulteration of portability and preservability of the pemmican has been increasing in effectiveness to the present, and has been of the chief weapon in the hands of revolutionaries of the Second Pemmican War. As shall be shown later by quoting a letter from Surgeon General of the Navy, it has even been possible during World War II first to give the name pemmican to a candy bar which contained not only a great deal of sugar, but vegetable oil and peanuts, but even had chocolate to take the place of the lean beef. And then to get a ruling passed by the Navy on the basis of the candy mixture that the pemmican shall not be used because it is thirst-provoking. A few pages back, I made the point that the Europeans, after becoming lords of the earth through the skillful use of gunpowder, developed the racist idea that we whites are better than folk of the other color, we looking down on the colored people as a general inferior and upon their food as of lower grade. I now return to that argument, considering how pemmican was affected by the idea that it was derived from a people socially benefit us, and that it was therefore a food which it was beneath us to use. Women, at least European women, but no doubt women generally, are sticklers for proprieties. The first whites who reached the plains were generally single men, frequently of the extremely adaptable Kit Carson type, who took readily to the ways of any people among whom they traveled or lived. A good biography of Carson, any good book on the lives of mountain men and plainsmen of the period, shows them living in the best of health in full content on the exclusively meat diet of the larger part of the year. They took readily to pemmican, which became their staff of life, that and jerky. But after the true plainsmen came the agricultural pioneers. They brought their women, who in turn brought with them the idea that Indian food was not good enough for them. They insisted it was not good enough for their husbands either, and certainly not for the children, who were not going to grow up like savages in their mother if their mother could help it. One of the many who bring out the attitude of the second string pioneer women is Irene D. Padden. I quote from her excellent book, The Wake of the Prairie Schooner. She has been talking about diet standards of the plains, which were satisfactory to the men, and goes on. This is a quote. Women, on the other hand, were invariably prejudiced in favor of better variety of food. They carried potatoes, squash, eggs, safely packed in cornmeal, which would be used up as the eggs vanished, rice, preserves, pickles, and other imperishable commodities. Breadstuffs were often carried in barrels. These things, under the firm social guidance of the women, took the place of buffalo steaks and roasts, the jerky and the pemmican that had been their daily food of Kit Carson of the early West. Europeans are used to having fresh meat, and so the use of fresh buffalo meat was in line and was not strongly opposed by women. But pemmican was distinctly not European. It was an invention of savages, and the white women found it unappetizing, and as an unappetizing concoction. That was a quote. Miss Padden sums it up. Pemmican was the standby of the plainsmen, but not so often used by polite society, even in wagon trains. This confection was used after other supplies were gone, but it is said that a man could do a harder day's work on pemmican than on other foods. Bernard Devoto, historian of the frontier, was quoted 2 chapters back, thinks women responsible for the gradual spread through the West of the idea that it was not the thing to eat native foods. He previously mentioned a letter in July 26, 1944. I know of no complaint about the taste of even the plain dried meat until there are women in the West, after which remarked about the palatability, or more often the unappetizing experience, are common enough. I guess some foods aren't gender neutral. Placing their responsibility not on the women, but rather on the newcomers in general, who bring along their old food habits, Miss Ann M. Henderson of Winnipeg, secretly of the Lord Selkirk Association of Rupert's Land, whatever that is, agrees that pemmican ceases to be used when families begin to move into the plains country, instead of the single men who had come earlier. He thinks as a result the locals suffered, particularly as of scurvy. In a long and valuable letter on the food of the pioneers, she said in 1944. A friend whose family pioneered in Saskatchewan in the early 80s remarked that scurvy was always a nightmare to them. These people coming in from Eastern Canada, bringing their own customs with them and insisting upon following them, of course, did not use pemmican. The first attacks on pemmican then were along the line of making it less nourishing and less preservable through the blending of it to make it conform more nearly to the established food habits of the early whites. The first attacks on pemmican then were along the line of making it less nourishing and less preservable through the blending it, making it conform more nearly to the established food habits of the early whites. Then came attack based on the sociological and psychological grounds. White women, when they appeared on the plains, opposed it especially. Both men and women tended to oppose it because it was of low native origin. The immigrants were considered by themselves to be of higher mold. Interesting way to put it, right? Higher mold. Sad to say, the next and one of the most effective attacks came from the best friend pemmican recently had, the polar explorer. Quite unintentionally, but more effectively for that they introduced the notion that pemmican is specially suited for use in cold weather. From this dawn, the complementary inference that it is not well suited for its use in summer or the tropics. First to fall in with the new attitude, naives of the United States and Britain. Army men like General DCN of the United States Prairies and General Steele of the Canadian Prairies knew pemmican from the Indian and the fur trade. So they recommended it in their books without qualification as to the season, doubtlessly thinking of it really as a summer food. And their experience with it having been mainly in that season. Unlike the Army, the Navy heard of pemmican, it seems, first from the polar explorers, thus with the implication that it was primarily a cold weather diet. The idea was destined to spread wide and deep and to become a serious theoretical handicap to pemmican as all year and all climate food. I have quoted the British Polar Authority, Admiral McClintock, as saying that he and the rest of the explorers of the middle 19th century just ate pemmican and kept in good health. Sir Clements Markham, president of the Royal Geographical Society of London, who looked upon himself as a naval man, criticized the diet of the Second Scott expedition as not having had a large enough percentage of pemmican. The literature is full of similar cases. So the British Navy, and definitely favorable, but they were always, as far as I have been able to discover, thinking of pemmican as a winter food, commending it in those terms. The case is the same with the United States Navy. In a long and valuable letter on the food of the pioneers, she said in 1944, a friend whose family pioneered in Saskatchewan in the early 80s remarked that scurvy was always a nightmare to them. These people coming in from Eastern Canada, bringing their own customs with them and insisting upon following them, of course, did not use pemmican. The first attacks on pemmican then were along the line of making it less nourishing and less preservable through the blending of it to make it conform more nearly to the established food habits of the early whites. Then came the attack based on the sociological and psychological grounds. White women were then appeared on the plains, opposed it especially. Wow. Start over. This is, I don't know, the previous page. Okay. The first attacks on pemmican then were along the line of making it less nourishing and less preservable through the blending it, making it conform more nearly to the established food habits of the early whites. Then came attack based on the sociological and psychological grounds. White women, when they appeared on the plains, opposed it especially. Both men and women tended to oppose it because it was of low native origin. The immigrants were considered by themselves to be of higher mold. Interesting way to put it, right? Higher mold. Sad to say, the next and one of the most effective attacks came from the best friend Pemmican recently had, the polar explorer. Quite unintentionally, but more effectively for that they introduced the notion that pemmican is specially suited for use in cold weather. From this dawn, the complementary inference that it is not well suited for its use in summer or the tropics. First to fall in with the new attitude or the naives of the United States and Britain. Army men like General Chittenden, DCN of the United States Prairies and General Steele of the Canadian Prairies knew pemmican from the Indian and the fur trade. So they recommended it in their books without qualification as to the season, doubtlessly thinking of it really as a summer food, and their experience with it having been mainly in that season. Unlike the Army, the Navy heard of pemmican, it seems, first from the polar explorers, thus with the implication that it was primarily a cold weather diet. The idea was destined to spread wide and deep and to become a serious theoretical handicap to pemmican as all year and all climate food. I have quoted the British Polar Authority, Admiral McClintock, as saying that he and the rest of the explorers of the middle 19th century just ate pemmican and kept in good health. Sir Clements Markham, president of the Royal Geographical Society of London, who looked upon himself as a naval man, criticized the diet of the Second Scott expedition as not having had a large enough percentage of pemmican. The literature is full of similar cases. So the British Navy, and definitely favorable, but they were always, as far as I have been able to discover, thinking of pemmican as a winter food and condemning it in those terms and commending it in those terms. The case is the same with the United States Navy. She thinks that as a result, the locals suffered, particularly as of scurvy. In a long and valuable letter on the food of the pioneers, she said in 1944. A friend whose family pioneered in Saskatchewan in the early 80s remarked that scurvy was always a nightmare to them. These people coming in from Eastern Canada, bringing their own customs with them and insisting upon following them, of course, did not use pemmican. The first attacks on pemmican then were along the line of making it less nourishing and less preservable through the blending of it to make it conform more nearly to the established food habits of the early whites. Then came the attack based on the sociological and psychological grounds. White women were then appeared on the plains, opposed it especially. Wow. Start over. This is, I don't know, the previous page. Okay. The first attacks on pemmican, then, were along the line of making it less nourishing and less preservable through the blending it, making it conform more nearly to the established food habits of the early whites. Then came attack based on the sociological and psychological grounds. White women, when they appeared on the plains, opposed it especially. Both men and women tended to oppose it because it was of low native origin. The immigrants were considered by themselves to be of higher mold. Interesting way to put it, right? Higher mold. Sad to say, the next and one of the most effective attacks came from the best friend Pemmican recently had, the polar explorer. Quite unintentionally, but more effectively for that they introduced the notion that pemmican is specially suited for use in cold weather. From this dawn, the complementary inference that it is not well suited for its use in summer or the tropics. First to fall in with the new attitude or the naives of the United States and Britain. Army men like General Chittenden, DCN of the United States Prairies and General Steele of the Canadian Prairies knew pemmican from the Indian and the fur trade. So they recommended it in their books without qualification as to the season, doubtlessly thinking of it really as a summer food, and their experience with it having been mainly in that season. Unlike the Army, the Navy heard of pemmican, it seems, first from the polar explorers, thus with the implication that it was primarily a cold weather diet. The idea was destined to spread wide and deep and to become a serious theoretical handicap to pemmican as all year and all climate food. I have quoted the British Polar Authority, Admiral McClintock, as saying that he and the rest of the explorers of the middle 19th century just ate pemmican and kept in good health. Sir Clements Markham, president of the Royal Geographical Society of London, who looked upon himself as a naval man, criticized the diet of the Second Scott expedition as not having had a large enough percentage of pemmican. The literature is full of similar cases. So the British Navy, and definitely favorable, but they were always, as far as I have been able to discover, thinking of pemmican as a winter food and commending it in those terms. The case is the same with the United States Navy. Rear Admiral Winfield Scott Schley, 1839 to 1911, graduated from Annapolis in 1860 and served through the Civil War, but is most widely known in connection with the Spanish-American War. During 1884, he was in command of an Arctic expedition for the rescue of Lieutenant, later Major General, A.W. Greeley. Of this operation, he made an official report and also a popular 1-through-8 book, The Rescue of Greeley, which he signed jointly by Schley and by Professor R. Soley, 1850 to 1911. Graduated from Harvard in 1870. Was head of Department of History and Law at the United States Naval Academy, 1972 to 1882, and was Assistant Secretary of the Navy in 1890 and 1993. I wrote from page 132, in quotation, the pemmican, which is always the most nutritious of foods in the most compact form for Arctic work, was packed in 1 and 2 pound cans and boxes, and it is palatable and wholesome and may be eaten from the can or cut into cakes and fried. A good many sportsmen were buying pemmican and continuing its summer use. The like may be said of a few balloonists, but by general public and little of this much. One polar explorer after another who varied from the discreetly lyrical to the dithyrambic in praise, but always in connection with cold weather, for that was when sledge journeys were made. Indeed, the brief spread among the polar explorers themselves, the pemmican was a cold weather food primarily. Moreover, there grew up in the late 19th century, or was much strengthened, a view which has continued gaining prestige in the 20th, that food rich in fat are not suitable for warm weather. That view was discussed in the chapter Living on Fat of the Land, where it was shown that this folk belief is not merely of recent origin and confined geographically to certain districts, but also that it is contradicted by the general knowledge of the very people who hold the belief. In any case, we of the United States, Canada, and Northern Europe are passing just now through a phase of modern dietetic theory in which it is commonly accepted that fats are not desired in summer and that they are not desirable in summer, or in the tropics where it is always summer. When the standard blends derive from 70% to 90% of their energy units from fat, it is obvious that no one is going to favor pemmican as a summer diet if he believes that fat is undesirable in warm weather. But if it follows that these same people are going to think it comparatively good as a winter diet, the error are reciprocal. To think that the fat particularly undesirable on a hot day, and to think that it is particularly desirable on a cold one. This theoretical attack, however, merely demotes pemmican from an all-weather food to a winter food, or theoretical attacks prove more serious in that their condemnation did not fluctuate with the season. During the last 2 or 3 generations, there has been a growth and spread of belief that in order to be healthy, one needs a varied diet. According to this view, as it stands now, one should have every day, or at the least every week, a little fruit, a little cereal, a little egg, a little milk, a little green vegetable, a little yellow vegetable, a little red meat, a little fish, and so on. Now, there is no variety in pemmican, no cereal, no fruit, no milk. So, by the current theory, one cannot be healthy on it. Testimony that thousands of people a year for hundreds of years have been healthy on pemmican does not mean a thing to a person if he is sufficiently convinced, as most people are, that a varied diet is essential to health. So one dismisses a fiction that alleged fat of those who say it is feasible to remain in good health permanently on exclusive meat, or he explains them away, feeling there must have been this, that, or the other modifying condition. Then when one has proved himself to, by reviewing the theory, the pemmican is not a good exclusive food, he feels inclined to extend the reasoning and conclude that neither can it be much good as an element in a mixed diet. One of the acclaimed discoveries a few decades back was that crystallization by the slogan, "Fat burns only in the flames of carbohydrate." This was interpreted to mean that the human body could not utilize fat without the help of carbohydrate. Amplified, it meant that if one ate a little of the fat, he had to eat a lot of carbohydrate to help use that fat. This doctrine turned out to be a foundation for most serious of all theoretical attacks on pemmican, where the standard blend of the fur trade contained no carbohydrates except the tiny amount that is in the meat. So the fat, which from chemists' point of view represented 75% to 80% of the energy units, was scarcely usable at all. By their theory, because of the lack of carbohydrate with which to burn the fat, an extreme deduction would be that about all the energy the human body can obtain from pemmican is what can be got out of the lean. The body has thus unable to utilize only 20% of the 25% of the theoretical energy contained in a unit of pemmican. In the emotional heat of the Second Pemmican War, some of the dietitians' opponents have been taking this very stand. In a sense, it is an outgrowth of the fat burns only theory to claim that acidosis or ketosis will develop when there is too high a percentage of fat in pemmican. Dietitians the last few years have varied in their estimations of what too high means in this connection. Some say that 30% is permissible, while others go to 40% or 50%. Those who consider themselves very liberal permit 60% of energy units derivable from fat. Even that, the liberal top estimate falls well below the fat content level of fur trader pemmicans. Here I repeat what has been said in other connections, that when two of us were living on the Russell Sage Institution on an exclusive fresh meat diet, and when we chose to eat meal between fat and lean according to our taste at the moment, with nothing to choose from between except lean and fat, we selected our foods so that, in the opinion of the supervising technician, we were deriving 75% to 80% of our calories from fat, the remainder from the lean. Thus, by trial and error, we arrived in New York at the same proportion of fat and lean which had arrived at in the same way for the Plains Indians in their compounding of pemmican centuries before. But as said, this means nothing to those who are really convinced, as most dietitians are, that high percentages of fat in meal is not desirable. However, it should be noted that although much of the current opposition to pemmican is traceable to the theory that fat burns only in the flame of carbohydrate, it is also true that the theory it began to give ground a few years ago. A living physiologist who does not seem to admire dietitians as a class told me that while I was composing this chapter that he considered even a dietitian's blamedly slow on the uptake if he held this theory later than 1942, he should have dropped it somewhat earlier. For a nutritionist who holds to fat burns only, there appears to be no way of escape open if he tries to reconcile his theory with the experience of pemmican users and of exclusive meat eaters generally. However, once the theory is jettisoned and reconciliation can be attained by suggesting that the diet on which ketosis troubles have been observed, when fat gave only 40% or 50% of the total number of energy units, were diets which contained carbohydrates as well as fats. The carbohydrates could then be made the villains of the piece. by saying that instead of being useful in handling the fat, they are, as a matter of fact, harmful, that fats are most effectively usable when they are only two main elements in the diet, fats and proteins. Then when there are three fats, proteins, and carbohydrates. This appeared such a common sense idea that letters were written to several leading physiologists to get their views on it. Most of them replied that they did not as yet fully understand the interrelations of fats, carbohydrates, and proteins in the human alimentation. They were also inclined to feel that since ketosis has often been reported troublesome on mixed diets when no more than 50% or 60% of the calories are derived from fat, but not troublesome on all meat diets, even when the fat yields 75% to 80% of the calories. It seems likely that the presence of carbohydrates does not interfere with the utilization of fat. Or, putting it the other way, what replacing carbohydrates in a meal with protein may facilitate the body's use of fat. It's very interesting that people in the 40s weren't pursuing ketosis. It seemed like ketosis is viewed as sort of a bad thing back then. Interesting. I suppose that has to do with being confused with ketoacidosis. Anyways, moving on. Most of the communications received are, on this point, fairly summarized in a paragraph from the letter written April 17, 1944, by commanding authority in the field, Dr. Walter B. Cannon, Harvard professor emeritus of physiology and former president of the American Association of the Advancement of Science. Quote, "It seems to me possible that the specific dynamic action of protein may accelerate metabolism to such a degree as to permit in an all meat diet a larger intake of fat without ketosis than it is possible with a mixed diet." End quote. Very interesting that we see that ketosis is necessarily reduced even in a high fat percentage on an all meat diet. Continuing on. It seems permissible also to suggest that while there is an indispensable thing in a diet, protein, that two other chief elements of the conventional diet, fats and carbohydrates, are not both then needed, but are reciprocal, in the sense that the less carbohydrate one eats, the more fat he has room for, and vice versa. So they knew this a long time ago. The impression must not be given that in 1942 to 45, war against pemmican was fought solely by the Army, Navy dietitians, and nutritionists. They were supported, for instance, by some of the chemists, biologists of the meat industry. It appears that in recent years, notable advances have been made in the study of enzymes. One of the conclusions being that rancidity will develop in fat tallow if the air has access to it. Particularly, it seems, if no salt is used as a preservative and if the weather is warm. So when the packers were asked to furnish unsalted, uncanned pemmican, they demurred. For their technical men knew what it was, what would not keep. One of the leading scientists of the industry went on record to support one of the leading scientists of the Quartermaster General, to the effect that until they discovered a method of controlling certain enzymes, pemmican would have to be canned to keep it from going rancid during summer. There was, however, no such unity, real or seeing, among the scientists of the meat industry as among those of the Army, perhaps a matter of discipline, for there were men high in Chicago positions who questioned the infallibility of the enzyme conclusion of the research workers. There was, for instance, Colonel Edward Norris Wentworth, Director of Armor Livestock Bureau. He knew of the unsealed container of rendered mutton fat which had remained on a shelf in Florida home for more than 20 years without going rancid. Colonel Wentworth thought beef fat might do almost or quite as well. So he kept open in his office several cans of beef pemmican, which his company canned in 1942. He meant to keep them there indefinitely, but wrote in 1944, inadvertently, he got them empty through his own nibbling at the contents and of his friends. However, this last open can did not become empty for more than a year of Chicago summer heat and ordinary winter office temperature. The final chunk he nibbled at showed no sign of rancidity. In the summer of 1943, when emotions generated by the row within the United States Army between the theory and the experience school regarding pemmican were at or above prevailing June temperatures, one of the tropical advisors of the Quartermaster General, Earl Parker Hanson, found himself in hot water, to keep up with the warm similes, over his belief gathering through many years of travel and residence in different places of the tropics that people are just as likely to enjoy fat in weather which is hot and humid as in other climates. He asked him for a statement which he kindly supplied through a letter dated February 20th, 1944. Because it seemed even more interesting over the side of general principle than in the specific bearing of pemmican, I used the full text in the chapter, Living on the Fat of the Land. I comment on the letter from here, the pemmican side. The test covered 9 weeks in June, July, and August. Some of the time was spent in New York, but most of it in Washington, which at that time of year is one of the most distressingly hot and humid places in the United States. So this was a trial both of pemmican as an exclusive food or its sustainability in a climate which in previous years Hansen had fought a little warmer than, quite as damp as anything he had ever seen in 2 full years spent going up and down the Orinoco and the Amazon. The Hansen letter refers to a trait of pemmican which I have indeed emphasized, and in beginning its use, even one has eaten so much that any more would produce nausea, the stomach, in parentheses, large through the habitual use of bulky foods, in parentheses, still craves more as a filling. This tends towards overeating and the resulting nausea. Pausing at the top of 291 for a breath and a sip. Okay, continuing on, top of 291. Then there is a visual difficulty about realizing that what you are going to eat is really a square meal. As Perry has it, in quotations, when pemmican ration was dealt out and I saw my little half-pound lump, about as large as the bottom third of an ordinary drinking glass, then he could not realize that he was going to get a square meal, even though he had frequently been satiated by the little amount in the past. By the time I had finished the last morsel, I would not have walked around the completed igloo for any time or anything that the St. Regis, Blackstone, or the Palace Hotel could have put before me. The tiny lump always did satisfy him, no matter how hungry he was, but it was hard for him to remember this the next day. Experienced men in Perry's situation is that they eat more than he did, perhaps a lump as big as 2/3 of a water tumbler, and then they are nauseated. Hansen solved this difficulty by eating small amounts, each of which would temporarily satisfy. After 5 or 6 days on exclusive pemmican and unsweetened tea, Hansen found himself eating per day about three-quarters of a pound of blend that derived 80% of its calories from fat. The remainder from lean beef. With the quantity in those proportions, he felt well fed and at ease. He tried another blend, where the calories are 60% from fat and the rest from lean. Of this, he ate a full pound a day, 4 ounces more than the other day, and had a vague discomfort from which he came to recognize as a sign that he needed a higher fat ratio. He discovered that sense of well-being when he shifted to a quarter pound less of the 80-20 blend. If any reader wishes to follow up on the close attention to this detail, he had better review the full Hansen text on page 135 through 142. That there is likelihood of overeating when men are unused to pemmican has always been the chief trouble while it is being introduced. For instance, in the blue books of the British government, which tell about the Franklin search expedition of the middle 19th century, there are reported frequently complaints by sailors, novices to those foods, that when they ate a little pemmican, it took away their appetite, but both for more pemmican and for other foods, which they understood to show that pemmican was not a suitable diet. There are complaints in the blue books also that when the full ration assigned to the sailors was consumed, the men were nauseated. This is hardly a wonder. Mr. Hansen found that he could do moderately hard work on 9/10 of a pound a day and nothing else but water. But some of these British rations were as high as 1 1/4 pounds of pemmican, with other foods in addition, which brought the total up to around 2.5 pounds, even 3 pounds. The sailors were inclined to eat the whole ration, for its bulk was no more than what they were used to having in their stomachs. Doubtless somewhat less, but by the time they had filled the accustomed space, they had eaten too much. One of the reasons sometimes assigned for nutritionists' opposition to pemmican within the Army is that it requires an excessive drinking of water. I have corresponded on this with both a number of more prominent physiologists, several of whom have answered to the effect that we have not the necessary information to say whether a ration composed, for instance, of nothing but pemmican, made by the usual 80-20 formula, would call for more or less drinking water than an Army K ration. At this stage of the inquiry, it was called to my attention that the United States Navy had issued an order against the use of pemmican on the ground that it required excessive water consumption. There was press dispatch about it, and which had wide circulation and which may have had a number of sources, perhaps some of them outside the Navy. One form of this statement was, quotation, "During the process of digestion of foods such as pemmican and chocolate, certain salts are formed that require a considerable water for the elimination, thus increasing the rate of dehydration of the body. Therefore, it's requested that the following changes in aeronautical emergency food rations be accomplished as soon as practical. Remove all pemmican and chocolate." Of course, who can have pemmican without chocolate, right? On the basis of this press release, a letter was written to the Bureau of Medicine and Surgery of the Navy Department. A reply came which was signed by Vice Admiral Ross T. McIntyre, Surgeon General of the Navy, dated March 16, 1944. This letter in answer to ours of March 3, 1944. In it, you ask concerning the question for removing pemmican and chocolate from the Navy aircraft emergency ration. You also asked for the formula of pemmican and inquired why the Navy used the term for such a project. The statement which you quote concerning the reason for the removal of pemmican and chocolate for the aircraft emergency ration appeared also in Naval Aviation News for March 1st, 1944. The reason presented therein is not the correct one. Actually, these two items were removed from the ration because the majority of reports indicate that pemmican is difficult to swallow when the mouth is dry, and that the chocolate increases thirst as well as being distasteful to some. Some people don't like chocolate, really? Anyways, 1 3/4 ounce can of each of 3 slightly different types of pemmican was formerly provided in the aircraft emergency ration. The formulae for these 3 types follows Schedule 5217 Bureau of Supplies and Accounts. The figures given in the table represented by the weight of the ingredients. There's a table here, and the table, the first column consists of a list of rendered kidney fat, prime oleo oil, seedless raisins, evaporated apples, crisp bacon, peanuts, dextrose, shredded coconut, vanilla extract, and salt. So those are the various ingredients. And then there's 3 more columns that tell you the ratio. So class 1 there's class 1, 2, and 3. They all have different ratios of these ingredients. So as you can imagine, these are all various combinations of so-called pemmican containing rendered kidney fat, which most of us would call suet. But this prime oleo oil, it's OLEO oil. I have to look that up, I don't know. But there's a lot of, obviously, raisins, evaporated apples, bacon, peanut, dextrose, shredded coconut, vanilla extract, and salt. Of course, dextrose is just a form of sugar. And in every single case, there's 15 units of dextrose in all 3 of these types. And there's also 25 units of shredded coconut and 30 units of raisins. And then 9 units of the kidney fat, 6 units of the oil, evaporated apples only in 1 type, and then vanilla extract in all of them, and then salt in all of them. So 1 unit. So presumably 1%. These are percentage units. So just to give you some idea that they had these different types of so-called pemmican that were full of carbohydrates. It is not clear from our records whether the designation pemmican was given these products by the Navy or whatever the experimental samples were already so designated by Armour and Company when they were first supplied to this bureau in 1938. This letter shows that the Navy had not been using pemmican at all in the sense of an exclusive meat preparation, but had been using instead a sort of candy bar, which was no doubt the invention of some dietitian, and to which the name pemmican had been given by somebody. That is the danger with a famous name of good repute. It is likely to be taken and used for the promotion of new things, which it may or may not turn out to be good, but which, in case, are not the same thing as the original. As mentioned, I had been corresponding with physiologists, trying to find why pemmican, also so commonly alleged to be thirst-provoking, and had received letters from several of them to the effect that not enough was known about pemmican and that the applicable physiology to make a decision for or against. Newspaper reports made it seem that the Navy actually had made the needed studies. McIntyre's letter shows that what the Navy had been working on was not pemmican, that the concoction found by them hard to swallow was instead a mixture wherein raisins, shredded coconut, and dried apples were by weight the chief ingredients, and that the food specifically charged by the Navy was being thirst-provoking was not any meat preparation but chocolate. During the early part of the Second World War, when recommendations were first made to the Office of Quartermaster General, the pemmican be issued as a meat component of mixed rations, and also for the exclusive use in the survival rations, their development, the situation which I call the Second Pemmican War. The nutritionists voted pemmican and set about inventing substitute condensed rations, which proved far bulkier and more complicated, but which met the current dietitians' theories through having a variety, little fat, and usually not much lean meat either. In the Army pemmican dispute, one of the biggest issues was in reality only a difference in point of view as to the degree of palatability desired in a survival ration. The opponents of pemmican said that it was tasteless and unattractive, and that even life and death rations should be appetizing. The pemmican advocates took the opposition standing, maintaining that when you are on a limited allowance, getting less to eat than you would like, and are constantly hungry, then it is folly to make the little you do get tantalizingly attractive. They maintain that it is such case a ration should be only mildly agreeable, like roast beef, bread, or pemmican. There should be no confectionery sort of appeal, but only the urge which drives from need. The moral strain of saving rations against the morrow, they contended, is always serious with a hungry man. It should be further increased by deliberate appeal to the palate. The suggestion has been made for that the average taste pemmican improved by adding to it 1% of salt. The fans oppose this, for on the grounds that for an emergency ration, increasing the palatability in a disadvantage, and secondly, because pemmican might be needed on a life raft or in a desert, whereupon saltiness would be harmful. But they point out if pemmican is being used as an ingredient in a mixed ration, and when conditions allow, then it can be seasoned to taste and will naturally be flavored by whatever addition there are to it. For instance, onions when available and desired. In the early part of World War II, some Army officers, chiefly those familiar with the history of pemmican on the plains, in the fur trade and exploration, requested it for the use of their own commands. One case was that of a colonel who during 1942 sent in a requisition for pemmican and was told that a much better ration would be forthcoming. When months passed and no rations came, which seemed good enough to be a reasonable substitute, he made a second request, and with the same information that pemmican was not suitable and that a better ration would be supplied. In 1943, when the colonel had become a general, he made a third request, whereupon Washington ordered from Chicago something like 20,000 pounds. However, the order specified that the second-grade beef should be used and directed that information describing the contents as of second-grade material should be plainly marked upon each container. Those familiar with pemmican were surprised to see that a satisfactory reception this lot received when it was delivered. The experts had two main fears. Some were afraid that the men would be prejudiced against the batch on account of the second-grade stamp, which appeared large on every can. Others thought an even more serious drawback that the fat component was extremely oily. The manufacturers, with the best intentions in the world, had deliberately used oily fat. Their theory being that the pemmican would be for more extreme cold weather and would not be so difficult to handle as if it were made of harder fat. What this commanding officer wanted with pemmican, it seems, was to increase the payload of his transport airplanes, for he was in Air Transport Command. Their regulations required that each plane had to carry a 10-day supply for every man on board. There is a really material difference between a 10-day pemmican ration of 10 pounds per man and a 10-day K ration of more than 20 pounds. When the saving per man is multiplied by the number of men aboard a large army transport, crew and passengers alike counted. I have forgotten how many more passengers per day the general told me he could carry on the average when he had shifted from K rations to pemmican, but it was a heartening figure. The complaint about too soft the fat mentioned a lot in the pemmican brought forth comments from one of the representatives of the packing industry. It seems strange to him that with regard to other fats, the War Department had frequently requested that the industry to make tests on desirable blends and desirable methods of packing, but that no such request had ever been made. So far as he knew, with regard to pemmican, in fact, whenever the industry received an order for pemmican, so far as he knew, it was always a hurry-up order, and each small lot had to be made under conditions which were not as good as if more time had been allowed. Especially the results were not as good if tests had been made to determine the optimal preparation method, blends, and packaging. The scientists from the packing industry took a position with regard to beef pemmican that was common with the users of its buffalo prototype. He emphasized that there is pemmican and pemmican, as wide a range of quality as in any other ordinary food, and as much thought and care needed for good results. Those who favored the use of pemmican by the United States Army in World War II made the recommendation of various sorts, but they all had this in common. They considered pemmican a well-known food, of which large amounts should be ordered immediately on one or more of the standard formulas, and that the pemmican should be sent out for use in any country at any season whenever transportation was an important factor. Countering this was the Army's nutritionists maintained that the position that so far as the Army was concerned, pemmican was an unknown food. It would be necessary to determine whether soldiers liked it and whether they could keep their health on it, etc. In any case, it had the drawback that maintained that it was unsuited for summer use and for the tropics. Those who wanted pemmican to be used did not want the proposed tests made, for they believed them to be stalling devices, with the dietitians hoping that the men would overeat and be nauseated, then testify that the food made them ill, and things of that sort. Anyway, said proponents, what can be learned in a few days or few weeks by tests on a few men that would not already be known from the century-long experience of thousands? Generally, those nutritionists who tasted pemmicans, they disliked it as much as they disbelieved in its merits. They felt sure that soldiers would refuse to eat it and proceeded to proceeded to the testing with that confidence. The tests bore them out, and conclusions were formed by the nutritionists at the end, which resembled the theories which they had held at the beginning. For the United States Army, they were somewhat qualified. However, as well appeared through a letter from the Office of Quartermaster General dated July 26, 1944. From this, I quote the applicable section. This will acknowledge your letter of 15 July requesting information on the reason for rejecting pemmican for the use of the Army of the United States. The results of ration tests which mentioned are classified information and they cannot be released to publication. Probably the most important reason for not including pemmican in the special or emergency rations by the Army is its lack of palatability. Our experience thus far has been that most troops do not like pemmican, and in many cases they will go hungry rather than eat it. The chief purpose of special ration or emergency ration is to provide soldiers with food in a compact form which will keep them in condition to fight and work when ordinary food cannot be provided. Obviously, this purpose is not achieved when the men fail to eat the ration. From a nutritional standpoint, other reasons might be mentioned for not including pemmican in Army rations. Some of the reasons may be controversial, and a consideration of such reason in which this letter is unnecessary, since the lack of palatability of pemmican, in our opinion, is sufficient reason for its rejection. At this point, the main concern is to bring out the striking difference of recent test results from those previous experiences. It's interesting to talk about it not being palatable. I've eaten a lot of pemmican lately, and I find it quite palatable. I don't know why people wouldn't like it. As has just been shown, the verdict against pemmican by the quartermaster was based on lack of palatability. So for purposes of contrast, reference is again made in Chittenden, a general in the United States Army, who after decades of experience and it formed a very palatable as well as nutritious food, and to Admiral Perry of the United States Navy, who said after pemmican had been taken him during several different expeditions to the far tip of Greenland, to that of the North Pole, and to many other places, that it was the only food to him that a man can enjoy at every meal, every day for a year, and have the last mouthful taste as good as the first. And it is the most satisfying food I know. On with a never-ending saga about how pemmican is awesome and government bureaucracies and dietitians screwed everything up. Thank you, Ansel Keys. There is no doubt I know it. For instance, from conversations with several officers who have been in charge of the test, that the nutritionists of the Army have been able to find a considerable number of men who say that they do not like the taste of pemmican, and some who have gone as much as 3 days on short rations rather than eat it. Now, the testimony I have adduced from the palatability of this food is mostly from books, and therefore from men that the majority of them belong to past generations. It has been suggested, though heartily in conformity with ordinary views of human evolution, that a physiological change may have taken place the last decades through which sons do not like and cannot maintain their strength on foods that were palatable, wholesome, and sustaining to their grandfathers and even to their fathers. With this in mind, I looked around for somebody comparatively young who nevertheless has had a wide experience with pemmican and found him in the Harvard class of 1933, thus belonging to an age group which was furnished a preponderance of majors and colonels in World War II. Princeton Gilbert Downs was in 1944 a civilian topographer for the United States Army Corps of Engineers. During the preceding decade, he had made several frontier journeys. These, since he is a teacher by profession, were during the summer vacations that are customary in American colleges, so they were summer journeys. Those of them on which he had most occasion to use pemmican were in the forest country west of Hudson Bay, where summers are hot and filled with mosquitoes and with portage that subject the canoe traveler to the severest drudgery, as described in a previous chapter through the quotation from Ballantyne. Here was a man of Eastern College type, a traveler in the pemmican section of Manitoba, who was of an age comparable with the soldiers that were reported by the dietitians as disliking pemmican. So, for possible testimony, I consulted a book written by Downs, Sleeping Island, which had been published when the war was already in progress, thus contemporaneous with the Army ration trials. I did find on page 190 through 191 a description of pemmican and a discussion of its qualities. Downs said in his conclusion, "The pemmican is an important staple of the part of the North. It is the most delicious and sustaining food for the trail that exists. In the early days of the fur trade, the voyagers existed almost solely on pemmican, except the through which it is implied by saying that the fur traders used it to live almost wholly on pemmican during the summer journeys. Downs has nothing in the book on whether pemmican is wholesome and sustaining in the long run." So I wrote him at this point. He replied at length in a letter dated from the office of the Chief of the Air Corps of the United States Army, May 9th, 1943. From this, I take extracts that bear directly on the two main issues, palatability and the maintenance of health and strength. Quote, "I always made every effort to secure pemmican. It has been my experience that nothing else is so particular and satisfactory. The Chippewyans made two grades, of course with less fat content and a finer with more fat content. The latter is, of course, the choice and most nourishing. My own use of pemmican has always been somewhat constrained by lack of supply. I have never been so fortunate as to have enough. That is all I wanted and enough for 4 meals in the working day. It was customary to eat available fish and use pemmican when I felt my energy lagging. We ate pemmican, if possible, at night meal. We would also eat pemmican at any time of day if a big portage or very bad stretch of polling was anticipated. It was splendid for restoring both strength and ambition. I think that the mental effect of pemmican, at least my own experience, is more important than we usually associate with food, and I am firmly convinced of its peculiar mentally stimulating qualities." End of that quote. On the Newellton Lake trip, when we had some pemmican, I never experienced fatigue sufficiently serious to really impede me. Later, I made a return trip and used the best available civilianized food, going on with freighting outfit of Indians and experienced extreme fatigue. There may have been other factors, but I know my own feeling was very strong for pemmican. An important thing with pemmican is that it seems to have relatively quick point of satiety. This is very important where both quantity and nutrition are considerations. In contrast to any known dry / condensed food, pemmican is a working food for that goes a very long way. So Downs, a man in his young 30s, is in agreement with Dr. Priestley, who was quoted on page 259 as saying, when he was in his 30s, 30 years ago, that would not have exchanged a serving of pemmican for twice its weight of any delicacy. In agreement, too, with Admiral Perry, who about 30 years ahead of Presley, and so on, with the whole sequence of pemmican enthusiasts back to the 18th century, who have been quoted here, together with many others whom I did not quote for want of space. It would seem then that the liking of frontiersmen, explorers, sportsmen for pemmican has remained the same through all the generations back to the fur trade. How explain, then, the letter quoted from the Office of Quartermaster General of the United States Army with regard to soldiers who say that lack of palatability or of pemmican, in our opinion, is sufficient reason for rejection? Still more difficult is it to reconcile that things with the results of the tests that made during World War II on men of Canadian Army under the supervision of a group of scientists with which international in their sense that they represented both the United States and Canada. For the report of this test shows that the soldiers were using pemmican under the watchful eyes of nutritionists, found both that the food is prohibitively unpalatable and that those who eat it cannot keep their strength on it. Interesting. I acknowledge it gratefully with the permission which has been given to me to quote from the report of this test, though under the handicap that I must not reveal when or where the tests were done, nor by what scientists. No report of the experiment could be well more convincingly set up than the one which is about to be reviewed. The document carries the names, academic degrees, and military rank or civilian status, connection with respective institutions, of those who supervised the test and arrived at these conclusions. There is precise information on almost every conceivable phase of trial. There is a table of the results and graph. The report is stated on its first page is not official. The view expressed are those of the authors and not to be construed as the official endorsement of the government agency. The title of the document is Defects of Pemmican as an Emergency Ration for Infantry Troops. I quote with certain omissions indicates by dots using enough of the documents I feel to bring out its true spirit in main conclusion. Sounds like somebody redacted it. Method: the maneuvers were held January and February. Temperature range from minus 31 F to plus 33 degrees F, with a mean of minus 3 degrees for the whole period. The troops were from 2nd Rifle Regiment, and the platoon which tested pemmican was particularly chosen because of its exceptional showing in physical fitness and test in morale during previous maneuvers in the same era. The commanding officer was an excellent leader, skilled in bushcraft. Platoon was provided with and knew how to use adequate Arctic protective clothing and equipment. They bivouacked throughout the test in a single spot, returning each evening after the day's problem. Energy expenditure in working was estimated an average of 4,500 calories daily. The ration consisted of food for one man for one day, pemmican made of dehydrated prime beef with added suet, 4 aluminum wrapped blocks, 27 ounces, tea in bags, G bags, cigarettes, 5 per package, 2 packages, matches, safety, 1 box matches, book, 1 book, instructions for using rations, 1 sheet. The calories were 70% from fat and 30% from muscle. By analysis, the pemmican contained no ascorbic acid, only traces of riboflavin and thiamine. No extra salt had been added. The instruction sheet read as follows. 2 packages of dehydrated prime beef, added suet, I think it says 3/8 pound each. A concentrated ration must be eaten in small amounts. This ration is the most concentrated food known to man, and so there is danger of overeating. Taken in too large of amount at any one meal, it may nauseate you. Do not overeat. If you choose, you may carry the ration in your pocket and nibble on it on the march. Hot black tea will keep you alert and warm. Drink fairly large quantities of hot tea with meal. The ration is usually eaten cold, not necessarily frozen. Heating, which separates the fat from the lean, makes it difficult for some people to eat the ration or digest it properly. On days when heavy work is not done, you will not eat all your ration. Do not discard any part of it. Return what you do not eat to the quartermaster. The ration is expensive. In order to avoid prejudice, the word pemmican was never mentioned in front of the troops. A variety of observations were made during the test. Control observations were made on 3 other platoons, which were subsequent on adequate field rations, but undergoing the same rigors of the environment and work as the platoon on pemmican. Results. The work of the first day was hard and tiring. The men tired conspicuously to follow instructions. Nibbling at the pemmican throughout the day. Some heated it in boiling water, but the majority took it cold. At the end of the day, morale was not high. There were complaints about the food, and 11 out of 17, I think it says, men complained of nausea. The second was a trying day, with the men hauling fully loaded toboggans 13 miles in deep snow over brush and trail. In contrast to the usually cheerful adaptation of the previous test, the troops showed very poor morale and felt the cold so keenly that the wood fires had to be started at a noon halt. The platoon ate very little. 1 soldier vomited early in the morning. One was dizzy all day. 4 were nauseated all day. 12 felt weak and tired. Pathological fatigue was evident, and it took 4 men to haul a toboggan, even on level snow. when only 2 would be ordinarily required. The third day brought the platoon to the point of disintegration as a military unit. A 15-mile reconnaissance was scheduled. 1 man vomited twice before starting, and 4 others were so weak and exhausted during the morning that they had to be taken back to camp in a truck. At the noon halt, the commanding officer decided that to complete the day's objective would risk too many casualties, so he turned back for the camp. All of the men were very weak and exhausted. A meeting of all the test personnel was held to decide what to do with the platoon. It was agreed that they would start out 3 days before in excellent physical condition and with fine morale, but had deteriorated to exhaustion. Unfit troops useless for military purposes. The line officers of the company agreed that if there had been actual combat between any of the 3 platoons and the platoon eating pemmican, the latter would have all been casualties by the end of the second day. As the platoon was useless operationally, it would have taken 2-bit base camp for a 36-hour study. On the morning of the 4th day, physical examination revealed a group of listless, dehydrated men with drawn faces and sunken eyeballs, whose breath smelled strongly of acetone. Neurologic changes were present in several. Tendon jerks were asymmetrical or absent. No other positive findings were recorded. Balance with respect to calories, water, salt, and vitamins showed striking changes. The average weight loss was 7 pounds in 3 days. Average caloric intake had been 1,500 calories daily, with a range from 8 to 3,800, and an estimated daily expenditure had been 4,000, 5,200, and 3,800 calories. The platoon suffered from dehydration, low chloride levels, and low vitamin C reserves, but showed no significant changes in vitamin B, vitamin B1, vitamin B2, or niacin as measured by factor F2. The platoon was and had for 2 days been suffering from a severe acidosis as evident by gross ketonuria and ketonemia. During these 2 days, medical examiners had already noticed acetone in high concentrations on their breath. Physical fitness was at a very low ebb, as was both the performance in the field and by this short test. 1 week previous to eating pemmican, they all had finished a route march of 47 miles in 36 hours. After 3 days of pemmican, they were unable to finish a 15-mile reconnaissance. As measured by the PAC test, their fitness was extremely poor. The diagnosis was clearly caloric deficiency, with associated ketosis, dehydration, salt depletion, and ascorbic acid depletion. The chief difficulty was caloric deficiency with associated ketosis. As was shown by feeding the platoon a high caloric carbohydrate diet consisting of toast, jam, hot sugar tea with added condensed milk. Breakfast being at 8 a.m. and lunch at 12:30 p.m. Figure 6, a group photograph shows the extremely rapid improvement in fitness and decreased ketonuria. Symptomatic recovery was equally rapid. The average voluntary caloric intake on this 1 day was estimated to be about 7,500 calories. Thus did a rigidly controlled scientific test demonstrate in 3 days that those had been misled who had inferred from records of the fur trade and from current tests such as that of Earl P. Hansen, given in Chapter 6. The soldiers, like sportsmen and explorers, could remain in good health and full strength for long periods on pemmican as the sole food. The supervising committee now faced allegations that pemmican is a good chief item in a mixed diet. Admiral Perry, for instance, has testified in his book that men have done well for at least 3 months on a ration of 3 factors only: a pound of pemmican a day, a pound of hard bread, and tea. This would be a ration where sustainability more than half of the calories were derived from pemmican. The drawbacks of pemmican report deals with such allegations as Perry's. On the 5th day, the platoon was transported again to its bivouac area and was offered the considerable misgiving a ration containing pemmican 13.5 ounces, pilot biscuit 10 ounce, rolled oats 5 ounce, evaporated milk 5 ounce, sugar 3 ounce, tea 6 ounce, salt 1 ounce, match packages 2, and cigarettes 10. Approximately 5,000 calories a day was offered to each man, much to the surprise of observers who thought that the troops had such a distaste for pemmican that they would never touch it again in any form. The men made a hot mixture of pemmican with biscuits or oatmeal and found that fairly acceptable for the next 6 days. They remarked repeatedly that they appreciated very much having sugar for their tea and salt for their pemmican, neither of which had been issued during the first 3 days. Considering their extreme weakness and general uselessness on the 3rd day of the excessive pemmican diet, the men performed fairly well for the rest of the test, and all completely a force marched 46 miles in 35 hours at the end. They seemed to have enough energy to complete all of the problems, and almost as well as other 3 platoons, but were usually very tired at night. Many of the soldiers complained that they never did feel normally fit, and in fact, they did not recover their normal physical fitness until they had been rested for a week on a good garrison ration. Morale in the last 6 days of the test was good. Performance and energy picked up tremendously. Physical fitness improved, and at the end of the medical and nutritional abnormalities had disappeared. Discussion. The chief evidence of the proponents of pemmican as an emergency ration is the performance of explorers in cold climates. We had made a complete search of the literature in order to determine exactly how pemmican has been used. To the best of our knowledge, no party has ever reported living on pemmican alone. It has always been used along with a variety of other components, commonly including biscuits, cereal products. The result of the thorough literature search indicates clearly that pemmican has never been used as a sole component of an emergency ration, and that it has proved unsatisfactory when used as a major part of the ration. Present experience leads to the conclusion that pemmican is undesirable as a component of military emergency ration. In the face of so clear-cut a verdict by dietitians who have conducted so rigorous an experiment as is here described, running 3 days on exclusive pemmican and 6 on pemmican as one of the several ingredients. It is of only passing interest to mention a few anomalies. The report says, for instance, that the chief evidence of the proponent of pemmican as an emergency ration is the performance of explorers in cold climate. This is a remarkable allegation, for most or all of the proponents known to me have emphasized that pemmican was originally in the main a summer ration. More pemmican was surely used in one summer by the fur traders than had been used in 100 winters by all the polar explorers. The reports say, we have had a complete search of the literature in order to determine exactly how pemmican has been used, but the biography submitted in support of the statement is of less than 100 books, none of them which contained any extensive discussion of the use of pemmican by the fur trade, or indeed by anyone except the polar explorers. Thus, the thorough literature search is based on works that could only 1 or 2% of the total known use. Nor is it a fair sampling of the literature, since the small fraction examined was taken from a restricted group, the polar explorers, omitting such other groups as the fur traders, overland explorers, and sportsmen. A striking illustration of the manner in which trained scientists can discover things to which the layman is blind appears in a long table which is based on the mentioned complete search of literature. I, for one, suffered with a feeling of bewildered incompetence when I find the committee of nutritionists analyzing my own report and arriving at conclusions the opposite of mine. However, this is perhaps not so very strange, for traveling parties of which I have been a member live in the main by hunting, so we had little occasion to use pemmican. The truly remarkable thing is how the scientists, by a study of Admiral Peary's record, arrived at a conclusion opposite to his. What Peary's were, the reader can remind himself by turning back to page 275 to 258 of this volume, or how better through reading the entire pemmican section in Peary's own Secret of Parlor Travel, pages 77 through 83. It be noted here that Peary's verdict includes his saying that to him pemmican was the only indispensable food, and that he and his men never got tired of it, though they ate it every meal for months, and that it is the most satisfying food I know. How far in the wrong Peary was in his conclusion, according to at least some nutritionists who have read his books, appears in the analysis of the experience with pemmican by the report under discussion. It finds that as a result of using pemmican for chief ingredients in a ration, the other elements of which were biscuits and tea, Peary's men showed exhaustion, accumulative weariness, suffered from cold, and insomnia. The report does not specify on what food a party would not suffer from accumulative weariness. For instance, toward the end of Peary's North Pole journey, when he and his men had traveled 900 miles and more in 63 days, not merely walking over the drifting floes of the Arctic Sea, but for a part of the time helping the dogs to drag the sleds. Nor does the report enter into the details of the food Peary should have used to avoid suffering from cold, ignoring the point that he claims his men suffered less from cold than usual in the polar work. As to the insomnia, Perry dwells on this especially for the periods when he was just approaching and just leaving the pole, as well as while he was there. The insomnia that an analysis of the dietitians traced to the pemmican that had been eaten. Perry had thought it due to mental suspense when he was about to reach the goal of his life's work, and to excitement following the attainment of what had been his main purpose throughout all the years from 1866 to 1909. But even the scientists were wrong in the interpretation, and Perry right. That would not be much of a point. The fact would remain through a rigorous demonstration of 9 days. The nutritionist had arrived at a conclusion irreconcilable, not merely with experience of Perry and the other explorers, but with far longer, broader experience of the fur trade. The scientists who conducted the test on which the effects of pemmican report is based may have been even so unaware of the history of pemmican and ever so careless in this use of the limited collection of books of which they were aware. To judge by the biography, they made up for all of this through being meticulous about their field studies. For instance, in order to avoid prejudice, the word pemmican was never mentioned in front of the troops. Then the camera was used to reinforce what might otherwise have found it hard to believe, and we are shown photograph of a sturdy young man flat on his back, confirm as the legend says that on the second day excessive fatigue was apparent. In view of all this and more, the line officers of the company agreed that if there had been actual combat between any of the other platoons and the platoon eating pemmican, the latter would have all been casualties by the end of the second day. With such a condition facing them, that what else could a military nutritionist do but find against pemmican as a military ration? We are in a dilemma, and then between two clear-cut, diametrically opposed verdicts. The one in favor of pemmican was arrived at it by historians, primarily from the evidence of fur traders, and secondarily from the testimony of explorers and sportsmen. The verdict against has been arrived by science from the testimony of soldiers, buttressed by what the nutritionists and the camera have seen in confirmation. We might speculate on resolving this dilemma. It has been suggested that explorers and sportsmen welcome pemmican as a diet because they are interested in what they are doing and willing, if not eager, to use whatever food serves their ends more satisfactorily. While it is assumed that soldiers is not interested in his job and therefore less willing, if not defiantly unwilling, to change from the accustomed food. There has been the suggestion, too, that the tests made by the explorers and the fur traders are truly physiologic in their nature, psychology playing a minor part and a favorable one, since these men, before they ever tasted pemmican, were predisposed for it by what they had read and heard. The soldiers are supposed to be predisposed against pemmican is indicated by the report I have quoted, where it says that the supervisory officials were careful not to mention the word pemmican in the presence of the men in order to avoid prejudicing them. However, it is difficult to see whence the food could have received a bad reputation, since nearly everyone who had written about it from the earliest times to the present have favorable immediate satisfactoriness for a day of hard work upon long-term satisfaction with months on end were required, and especially upon palatability. It has been suggested that pemmican is thought by soldiers to have been invented by Eskimos, which is supposed to antagonize them. This is on the assumption that soldiers, like the nutritionists who handled the Canadian test, believe pemmican to be, historically speaking, a cold weather food only. Since none of these solutions appear satisfactory, the debate remains impaled on the horns of dilemma. However, the military test result is unfavorable. Verdicts have been so far only cold weather tests, and pemmican was originally a summer food used by the fur trader of the plains during the open season, when the rivers were flowing and when temperatures could soar to 100 in the shade, with the men laboring under a burning sun. From this angle, possibly significant evidence has been recently to the effect that businessmen and engineers are deeply concerned about the lack of energy shown by Europeans in tropical climate, and that they think they may have found a solution. It appears that many from these two groups and some psychologists and medical men are increasingly of the view that a lack of energy observed among white men in the tropics, as compared to with natives, may be due to the effect of the climate as such upon Europeans, but may instead be caused by dietetics, by his dietetics, I think it says. His belief that meat, lean, and fat, but particularly the fat, should be avoided. Accordingly, we learn that some of the large rubber plantations in Africa and elsewhere are thinking of increasing experimentally the meat element in the diets of their white employees, giving them both more lean and more fat, but particularly more fat. It may be then that pemmican temporarily successfully in cold weather among the polar explorers is about to return to its original function as a hot weather diet.
Postscript. When our book was in page proof, too late for material changes, a friend sent in the October 1945 issue of Nutrition Reviews, published by the Nutrition Foundation of New York City, which contains a summary, Defects of Pemmican as an Emergency Ration for Infantry Troops, covering an article in War Medicine which would appear from this abridgment to be substantially like, if not identical with, the secret report of the Canadian Army trials, which we have been discussing on pages 303 to 313 ante. The secrecy as to where the pemmican tests were made and who supervised them would thus appear to have been lifted, and the reader will be able to examine the considered verdict, whether as a synopsis in the above-cited issue of Nutrition Reviews or a full-scale contribution to War Medicine for June 1945. It seems then that the nutritionists who were in charge of the Canadian trials have not changed their minds. This is confirmed through a dispatch from Churchill, Manitoba, signed by David M. Nichol, Daily News Foreign Service, which was published in the Chicago Daily News of February 12, 1946. One more Arctic myth has been exploded in the preparation for exercise muskox, the Canadian Army 3,200-mile march through the North. Pemmican, the Arctic food that appears in all of the novels, is not sufficient by itself. A platoon fed with it alone disintegrates within 3 flays into a group of useless men. 2 weeks were required to restore the group to full physical fitness, according to a series of tests run by the Canadian Medical Corps and the Fatigue Laboratory of Harvard University. Pemmican is dried and pounded caribou meat or beef, over which boiled fat or suet has been poured. It will keep for long periods and has a consistency of pâté de foie gras. The natives pack it in skins. Explorers like Stefansson had urged it as an exclusive Arctic diet for soldiers. Trials demonstrated its inefficiency, however. Careful check of Arctic literature showed that expeditions which depended for their food on 40% or more of pemmican headed for grim tragedy. According to this, most if not all of Peary's sledge journeys, among others, should have been headed for grim tragedy, since his ration, especially on the longer and harder trips, came nearer 80% than 40% of dependence on pemmican for their food energy units. Nor is it easy to grasp how Peary was able to sum up his views on provisions in 1917 by saying that pemmican was the absolute sine qua non of foods for long and hard journeys where transportation difficulties indicated the need for concentrated rations. How could he do that if each of his own numerous long journeys afoot from 1886 to 1909 was headed for grim tragedy as a result of his more than 40% dependence on pemmican? So far as accuracy in reporting the nutritionist's verdict is concerned, the February 12th dispatch just quoted from the Daily Press is supported by an article in the magazine Life for March 11, 1946, which says, "This exercise muskox is probably the first Arctic expedition which does not carry pemmican. Medical tests prove that men who ate pemmican over long periods were weak and despondent. This coupling of psychologic with physical weakness even sharpens the debate. For numerous civilian travelers have credited pemmican not merely with special excellence in maintaining full strength through long periods, but also with promoting an energetic and optimistic frame of mind. One of these, Downs, whose book and letter we have quoted on pages 300 to 302, wrote in 1944 on the basis of experience in the very region where the February 1946 part of the exercise muskox was conducted, and emphasized findings that are the reverse of the despondency charge of the Army nutritionists. It, pemmican, was splendid for restoring both strength and ambition. I am firmly convinced of its mentally stimulating qualities." So we're able to close this postscript March 15, 1946, as we closed our manuscript 6 months earlier, upon a note of persisting contradiction. The testimonies of history and of laymen on one side against those of current nutritionists and their military experimental subjects on the other.